Welcome everybody to the DSQ Esports Twitch channel for a very special day of rematch action. I am Rhino, I'm joined by Kiki, and we are going to be with you right the way through from the group stages through to the grand finals and beyond. More on that a little bit later on for this €100 tournament. Kiki, how you feeling? Welcome to the DSQ Cup.
Absolute pleasure to be here right now alongside you. And we do have a backup caster. Well, not backup caster, one of the main casters that we're just going to be rotating. Young talent, we'll call him. We'll call him Young Talent. He's going to absolutely hate me for that. Pegasus will be rotating with us alongside this. But yeah, it's going to be an amazing one. A lot of teams from the old era, we call it. The pre-beta, the beta, and the actual Season 0. So a lot of stuff to be found out. But what group are we going to be commentating about here right now?
Well, before we get into that just a moment, it's worth mentioning how the groups came together. There were 4 different pots that each of our seeded teams were put into. We've got 32 teams total. You put in pot 1, you get to be in a group with people from pot 2, pot 3, and pot 4, and that continues. Very similar to the way that the Champions League draw used to work before they now have that whole big league thing where you play 8 games against random teams. If you remember the old days, you will appreciate this one. So it's all about the pots, and we are going to be watching the second group 3 on your screen. The group 3 that's on the lower half.
Are you sure?
No, sorry, group 2. My apologies. Group 2, not group 3. Which will, of course, be Celestra Esports, NDA, Haze, and Flow Rising. That is where our focus is going to be here on the DSQ Esports Twitch channel. There are so many other streams going on right now. We will keep you updated with all of those if you want. But, I mean, at the end of the day, Kiki, all eyes should really be on the main stream right here.
Obviously, I mean, the eye candy in Rhino. You see how beautiful this man is. You just can't look away from your screen. You're lost in his gaze. And usually it does take a bit of time to get the players into the lobby and introduced. Usually Rematch still has some crash issues from here and there, and you're just gonna have to wait a split second for the lobby to get set up. But Rhino, first game we will be casting, it will be NDA up against Haze. So any predictions of this one? I will say NDA kind of a bit more OG team in terms of the players on there. You got JC, you got kind of John Pork. I just got a phone call from him recently as well. I don't decline those. And yeah, any predictions you got for this one?
Yeah, I think it's hard to look away from NDA's quality on the field. JSO and John Pork, as you've rightly mentioned, are 2 of the names that we're looking at in this particular tournament to be big difference makers. John Pork, one of the best goalkeepers in the game right now for the Benelux region. And JSO, also a fantastic game controller from that kind of CDM position. And here you go, you can see the two teams right in front of you there. So NDA, as we've mentioned, John Pork going to be in goal. Got JSO not necessarily in defense, but he's going to play that transition point between defense and attack. He's going to play that midfield role. He's going to be floating a lot in that kind of area, making the plays happen. Meanwhile, on the other side of Haze, we've got a mostly Danish team who a lot of people don't really rate going into this one. They were in pot 3 in the early goings. They were definitely one of the teams that looks like they could have been lower ranked than maybe their standing suggests. But at the same time, Kiki, a team that can do damage for sure.
I will definitely say I'm still worried that their goalkeeper has a midfielder type of card, but we will talk about that if we get any more information on that. Maybe their keeper was just unavailable, and these things can happen, obviously, because it's a long tournament. You can't get everybody probably to play out the all 5 hours. Someone might have something scheduled, so you're probably looking at some sort of subs taking place, and maybe in this scenario, the midfielder will be starting us off in goal, which could be good for distributing the ball. But yeah, as usual, as you've said, one defender will be the aggressive one, and JSO is going to definitely be looking to kind of fill in that role. You get that kind of stalwart in defense in Wazzy, and he's going to be just, staying back, helping the keeper kind of distribute the play, and they're going to just be looking to dominate in a sort of, let's say, prio fashion. It's still kind of the meta. No matter how much it gets nerfed, it still gets reused because it's just how it goes, Hopefully a meta shift does approach soon. But yeah, definitely hoping for some more tiki-taka. And I was also gonna mention the format of the games is not actually best of 3s yet in the group. It's actually kind of 2-game format. We used to see this previously in the Cup of Rematch Federation as well, where they used to do the solo 2 games because of home and away. So one team would get the home team, and they get start off with possession, and it's just a way to get back and forth here between possessions starting off the game. So only 2 games. It might be interesting to see a best of 2. Never casted one personally, but first time for everything.
Yeah, it will be very interesting, absolutely. And so that is worth mentioning again, Kiki, is that every single team in each group will be playing each other twice, but they will be playing each other back to back. So when we say we are going to watch Hazza versus NDA, we're going to watch both of those games happen one after the other. So, and then whatever the results of that game are, we will then put into the table, and then we will calculate the results at the end. Now, we've already mentioned that we believe that NDA probably have the most likelihood of taking home a win here, Kiki, but do you have any score predictions for us for this first game of the series?
So first game of the series, I'm not gonna give it a mercy rule, definitely. I mean, I'm unsure if it would be sent even close to it, but I'll definitely give at least like a 2 or 3 goal lead here to NDA. Maybe Hazza get a lucky one in terms of like just kind of break through the defense. We just know how great John Paul can be in terms of a big time player, and I will say I'm gonna give it a 4-1 to NDA here. What about yourself, Rhino? Who are you looking at here?
I don't mind a 4-1 shout. I really don't. I do think it's NDA's to lose. But when you look at these new teams coming in who don't have a lot of knowledge on them, John Pork got so much film on how he keeps the goal that it might be easier for teams to prepare for someone like him. They will have definitely watched him play in some of those big tournaments. So for me, I'm actually going to give Hazza a little bit more credit than some other people are. And I'm going to put this to a 1-goal game. I think this is going to be 3-2 in favor of NDA. I'm looking for Jace to get on the assists, but I'm looking at this new, largely Danish roster to come through and really upset the apple cart, really try and make us stand up. And we've already spoken to some of the tournament organizers who actually are very excited about this Hazza roster. I want to see why they're excited. I want to see why people are talking. So let's see if we can get that in game number 1. We are just waiting for one more person to join the lobby, and then we will get things going. Kiki, you've taken a look through all of the teams here in the DSQ Cup 1. If you had to predict a very, very early winner of the DSQ Cup today, which team are you picking out as maybe the favorite?
Amongst all the groups, it's definitely gonna be a run. It's definitely gonna be a run one. There is a lot of groups. Well, there's no DSQ to predict, so I'm gonna have to go with something else this time, unfortunately. But I will say, Celestra actually have been kind of looking on the upside. They have gotten some really good players recently, and even though they are a 6th seed, and it could be biased because they're in this group as well, but genuinely, even though it's a 6th seed, they are looking very like a great dark horse, but like with a lot more potential than they've shown so far. So I'm gonna give it to Celestra here. Meanwhile, I'll also give Flow Riders a bit of a cheeky potential chance here, but just because they're kind of an OG team. But what about yourself, Ryan? Have you discussed, thought about any sort of winners throughout the whole tournament?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to tell, isn't it? We don't really know who's going to perform very well before going in, but we do have 10 players ready to go in our first game. So I'm going to mention Huskies Renaissance. That's a team that maybe not a lot of people will know, but I know that they've been really performing in some of the Rematch Esports games and tournaments over the last couple of weeks. I love to see a team that are going to stick together, and if they do that, I get the feeling that there's a real chance for them as well. So I'd like to see Huskies come through and get something done, but I think the time for talking is over. I think the time for rematch is on. So let's get things ready, and let's see if we can join up into the lobby, Kiki, with this game number 1 of the DSQ Cup. It will be NDA versus Hazza, and Kiki.
Yeah.
So some players to look out for, some new players who are looking to impress us, and a 2-game series. What more could you possibly want?
Absolutely. You get 2 chances to at least get that 1 win. It's never over. It's never lost until the last game is played. And, you have a lot of time to prove yourself here on the proving grounds of the group stages. And that's where we're exactly heading as soon as the server actually ends up going live. So it is taking a bit longer than expected. But you know what? I'm genuinely impressed by some of the work that Slow Club has been doing on the game. They have been taking some feedback genuinely in a positive way. And they have been improving all of these issues. It is a weird thing to kind of say that, oh, this game is, you know, kind of just going the wrong way because of devs. No, it's genuinely a hard thing to this much HUD, this much of a game to explode right away. But here we go. The action is upon us right here. Game number 1 underway. An early possession for NDA.
Yeah, and the way it's going to work is Hazza are kicking, as you see it, right to left in the pink or salmon kit. Meanwhile, NDA kicking left to right in the red, and it's moving side to side for the moment are NDA. This is John Pork now going across to his centre-back partner, and now Verda looking to move forwards. If he slide back into the middle, can't get around. And it's good defense early from Hayes, but that chipped ball might be enough. Class Changer has an opportunity to find a pass to the back post. Good save by 2D.
Fantastic start coming out from NDA. You can see the pressure. It's not just the, oh, that's a mistake right there. Could be punished, but once more, 2D to the rescue. Making up for his mistake right there. Could be dangerous. Taken away right there. Infield pass, a shot. Looming and not found. 2D with a third save already in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, now he's going to look for that out ball to the right. It's man-to-man pressure here from NDA, but they managed to get out to Hayes. Now there's a chance for Reptil. Goes around, backboard, and I don't think he needed to do it. John Pork had sold himself a little bit. He goes over the bar, and there's no one at the back post, so now there's going to be a chance for NDA to get their boot on ball once more. Be able to start thinking about another attack. Ball over to Vedat on this right-hand side. He's got Jaso down the middle. He's going to find him as well, but the prio won by Hayes.
Yeah, and that's a lovely thing about this game's kind of meta that's shifting. You know, Prio has got nerfed a lot right there. You can't rely substantially on it, as NDA has tried to kind of get some tiki-taka plays early on, and that's kind of the way they are trying to probe through this game right here against this Hayes lineup. But that one could be a loose ball right there. John Pork, easy collection right here, and down the line it shall go. Unsure of who has possession. Vedat remains in possession here. Switch over to Class Changer. He's looking to maybe lay off Waza here, or maybe even Jaso. He's looking for the pass, but no shot, as it's blocked out early by the Hayes defense.
Your jump coming through from that Hayes defense as well, and I do enjoy the fact that our producer is finding out exactly why Hazza doesn't especially like observing this game. It's very difficult to keep track of, and sometimes the ball is played right under your camera, which makes it very, very difficult indeed. 2D. And pass this one back short left to Ho-Ho, who's looking for an outlet down the line. All in isn't going to work out. Now, if he slide inside again, Reptil keeping possession, trying to turn around, but not going to happen. And NDA try and break down the line. Wasi gets intercepted, but Class wins it back, and now Hayes have won it back, and Jaso comes across, takes charge, and gets it back to John Port.
And we'll see a lot of these resets. It's usually the safest thing to do, considering your keeper can pick up the ball off of that back pass. Not usually the case in football, but over here, you do have a lot less time on the ball in your hands when you get from a teammate. But he's getting pressed right now, and he's made a mistake, giving Hayes the opener. And John Pork, what have you done?
We don't expect players like this from the mighty John Pork, but in the end, sometimes it has to happen. And I mean, it's wonderful work from Hike, who's able to press the issue. John Pork didn't have an out ball, and therefore didn't send it away. And that means that Hayes, the underdogs arguably in this game, are 1-0 up. And now it's down to NDA to try and get this one back into the corner. Jaso flicks it around the side. He's got Vedat waiting. He's also got a Class Changer waiting, but Class Changer can't get on the end of that one. Still gets past the player on the right side, but in the end gets tackled. And Hayes can spark a counter.
Yeah, and it might just yield results right here. Ike looking to get past his man right here. Jason rushing back, trying to get in line with his man right now, but possession reset here for the side of Hayes, but they've just given it away. That was a lousy pass, and Vedat will look to take this one away right now. Uses the extra effort right now. Has a player in the inside right here. Class Changer, can he find the shot? And it's a bit too fast for him to connect with it, as Hayes will regain possession. That's a bit dangerous here, dribbling in the defense. Still need to get it out here. It's not as safe as they would love it to be, but right there, a great move coming out from Cowseed, and he's able to get that one out and mount a counterattack here. A beautiful move there. Hike looking to get back onto this ball, but Class Changer with a sliding tackle, not usually the ones we see, but surely effective in this area. Now John Pork with the ball again. That might be a scarier thing than seeing Hayes on the 18-yard box right here, but a great chance from Class Changer, saved away by 2D once more.
Yeah, nice effort down that left-hand side from NDA, trying to get the better of the Hayes defense, but they don't end up doing it. And now that outball is found to Hike. He's moving down the line. He's got a pass to Reptil, who flicks it up, gets the shot off, and John Pork is not equal to it. Top right-hand corner. Absolutely upper 90 postage stamp any way you put it. It's beautiful from Reptil, and Hayes lead 2-0.
And going back to the basics, a blade shot gracing us in the first game of the group stage. It's always lovely to see it sometimes. It's not much used in the recent era, just due to the fact of so many changes in the meta, but once you get that one-on-one situation, it's so effective to use right now. And Jason, they're looking for one goal back at least. They need to get close to that equalizer, but they just can't seem to get through this defense. And 2D most notably with a couple of saves of his own, 4 if I'm not mistaken. I might be counting wrong, but that's where my mind is leading me to believe. It's just been a defensive masterclass here. Here's a chance at a shot. Vedad's gonna try his luck, but 4-man in the box will look to block that one out. But yet again, possession regain as they're looking to strike again. They will be cleared away by Ho.
Yeah, picked up though by Wasi, and now one back by Vedat, who's looking for help, goes back to Wasi. 30 seconds left in this game one. They've got to find something here, NDA. John Pork might be the one to try and find it. Ball to the left side. Jaso up to the edge of the area. Wow. Great save by 2D. But Jaso will be given the ball once more. Goes all the way back to John Pork. They're trying to build something here, but they've not got the time to do so. John Pork switches it to this right-hand side. Wasi looks to get it down the line. Vedat now picks the ball up inside to the edge of the area. Class changer back to the edge of the box and blocked away. And that will do it for game number one. It is going to be a victory for Hayes. And he loses the ball in the corner.
Well,
Hayes take home game one against all odds.
And I will say definitely, I mean, 2D with 4 saves to boast about. They've had definitely more pressure, more shot, NDA, but they just couldn't find the answer. There was so much defense in that box that it just kept out every single chance that NDA was playing against them, and in the end, deserved win there first. A mistake from John Pork, prompting Hayes to play a bit more defensively and kind of turtling up, which worked out quite well for them, I'd say, right now.
Certainly did. And now, there's a lot to think about for NDA. They've seen what Hayes can come out with in that game number one, and it was a little bit too much for them. The defense so strong from the Hayes side, and NDA couldn't find a way through. So, what do they need to change going into this next game, Kiki, to be able to turn their fortunes around?
I'll definitely say they haven't been using anything that was very popular in the last match. They haven't been doing any sort of benches, which is kind of a play where you just shoot it to the backboard and, like, await the ball there in terms of, like, just setting up your extra teammate. They haven't used the corner as much as I'd like them to, and there hasn't been many bazookas, we like to call it. It's basically when the keeper just sends it down the middle with extra effort, and you get your striker on the end of that one. But in the end, all of these kind of meta plays have just been unused. It's all been sort of, how can I say this? It's just been improvised, and it might work in a case if you definitely have the skill level, but you can see that the defense of Hayes is just, they don't care about it. Like, unless you pull out something new or something from the old playbooks, you're not going to get through.
No, you're not. And as you rightly say, you know, it's 4 in the box defending from Hayes, which people have complained about. Yeah. You know, there's an argument to say that people are getting a little bit tired of that kind of defensive playstyle, especially with Prio now being nerfed that little bit more. It's easier to put 4 men in the box and just be able to head the ball away and make that block. So it's not the prettiest rematch that you will ever see, but by the same token, if it works, why would they stop using it? And you know, Slowclap are clearly a group that are willing to make changes to their game, and if they see this kind of play being brought on more and more and more, likelihood is eventually they're going to change it. But for now, in this meta, in this patch, the 4 in the box works, Kiki, and I see the faces you're making, but it does work.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give it props where it's due. I mean, every time a new update comes out, you're always trying to adjust to the meta, and once they saw that Prio nerf came in and that the buff of actual defenders blocking, they buffed the hitboxes that defenders can block from. it's just kind of shifted in this 5 sardines in goal that you can just stand there and kind of, you know, receive the ball to your body. But eventually, I'm hoping it does get changed, whether that happens to be better shots or like faster shots that make the shots outside the box a bit more dangerous in terms of just quality and speed. That way the keepers can't react as fast, as we've seen 2D just having no trouble at all with those saves. He's been an exceptional example there of what prime keeper should be like, and he's just been saving all the shots he should be saving. I mean, it's all that we can actually say about, but we are getting into game number 2 finally. This time position starting off for the side of Hazz. Let's see if they can bring the pressure out early. Let's see what they can do here, Rhino. And any different predictions here for game 2 before we just jump in?
You do have to believe that NDA are going to be able to bring this one back around, but by the same token, I've seen some good things from Hazz in that previous game. They were marshalling NDA very, very well. Jace wasn't able to get on the board as much as he would have liked. His teammates around him weren't able to do as much as they would like either, so it wouldn't surprise me if this one either goes to a draw or a win for the side of Hazz, Kiki. I don't know if you disagree.
Yeah, I mean, I'm unsure of their policy on draws. I haven't double-checked the tournament standards, but regardless, Hazz will be kicking us off immediately here with the action. They're going to look to stay away from that as if possible. But that beautiful dispossession there, but just gives it away to their striker right now. Reptile, he's looking for an open shot potentially, but Jaso being able to mark that man so well right now. And they are looking to kind of get breakaways. Something that used to be a very interesting meta was kind of having one player cherry pick regardless if you're a man down in defense. That way any sort of counterattack or possession you regain, you have a 1-on-1 scenario basically almost every time. And it's interesting to see how that one adapts as Jaso is looking for that first, maybe here. First shot from Vedat, gonna be just prioed away by Ho-Ho.
Yeah, it is, and that reset coming through from NDA as well. This is that team cohesion that we know. There's your bazooka down the middle. He's found Class Changer as well. A couple of flicks up, but great save by 2D to make sure he gets up to that ball and brings it down. Because, I mean, that was a really dangerous play coming through. Class Changer got so much room in the box, wasn't able to use it properly.
Yeah, unfortunately enough. And 2D, he's playing a bit more safer than John Pork used to, so that's always nice to see from your keeper right now, but great pressure here coming out already. Jaso getting caught out here. John Pork with the ball.
Oh.
Great fast cut there to get rid of the opposing attacker, but Jaso is bringing it down the swing right now, and they have a man extra here, but they just slow down the play a little bit. They're trying to get a shot on the edge of the box, just kind of exploit the fact that the box is usually getting filled, but here's a chance, and finally NDA break through after almost 8 minutes of gameplay. They've scored.
Yeah, they have, and I mean, we've got to say, it's about time, isn't it? It really feels like it's been coming. Vedat finally getting on the board and doing fantastic work with it, so it is going to be a breath of relief for NDA that they are at least not going to concede a perfect sweep in this first round. As this ball cleared out to the left side, Ho-Ho won by Wasi. And actually, Class Changer's been able to rip that one away from QSET. He's going to go through on goal, looking for the bottom right corner. I don't think it was on target. But 2D Fruity gets down well and makes the save.
Even if it was going off target, 2D was able to catch it completely. Not even punch it away. That was a full, complete catch right there. And a counterattack mounting already from Hazz. They want to get back into this one promptly right now. And there's a chance. Almost found the rebound blade shot there. But in the end, just a swift reset. And we'll get them underway once more. 2D Fruity here, looking for potential plays. They love playing passive here, NDA. They know they have the result. They don't need to overcommit here. And Vedat playing that just defense to perfection, calling out any sort of possibility, quick prio play there. And it's this way that NDA are going to look to play this game out if they're looking for a win, because we know how dangerous Hazz can get on that offense.
Yeah, we certainly do, but I will say it felt like Hazz were more effective on the counter-attack offense rather than the kind of open play where NDA have been able to bring themselves into a position of defensive kind of capabilities, and there's a more proof of it. A misplaced pass down the line gets picked up by Class Changer, and all of a sudden NDA have the ball back again, and there is a chance here for Hazz to reset. That's a great run by Jaso, but he's actually lost out. Reptile looking for the pass to QSET. QSET might have a chance to pass down the line, but Class Changer does enough, and now Wazzy goes all the way back to his goalkeeper. It was a little bit powerful, but nothing John Port can't handle. And NDA once again try to build again. Hike looking to pressure the goalkeeper. They've proven that is already an effective strategy against NDA. Doesn't work for them this time. Class Changer, ball into the edge of the area. Vedat looks for a shot. Blocks away by 2.
Yeah, Jason was staying there on the edge of the box. Maybe it could have been an extra option right there to bait out both of the defenders as they were already lunging for that ball. But still a bit dangerous here as NDA do regain possession, and this Hayes roster, they need to pressure if they want to get this ball back. That's the kind of meta shift that we're seeing. Teams just being able to hold on to the ball for so much longer than what should be the case in a 5-a-side game. And, you know, possession is kind of a real killer here in terms of time wasting. But thankfully, Hayes are able to get back into the action quite promptly, and a swift reset will give them another chance at a potential equalizer.
It certainly will, and here comes 2D. They've got to try and prove me wrong here, and maybe they will. Hike to the back post. Reptil's waiting for it. It wasn't perfect, though. You will find that pass back down the line. Toho gets it through. Class Changer sends it away, and it's backs against the wall time here for NDA. Toho on the halfway line. Looking for options, looking for runners. There's that pass to Hike in the corner, but he's read all the way by Vedat. Not going to chase that one down as 2D Fruity comes out of his goal to make, or keep the ball, I should say, for his side. That back post pass not going to come through. Blocked away by Class Changer, who follows it through. Ooh, not ready for Reptil to challenge him immediately, though. And Hayes have just under 60 seconds to try and find an equalizer.
Yeah, not much time left, but remember, it's only 1 goal behind, and even if you regain possession just before the last second, there's a bench attempt right there. I haven't seen that one in a while, but John Pork swift to it. It was a bit too close to him in that regard, and John Pork is just happy to keep this ball until he gets pressed right now. He doesn't mind just kind of vibing with it right now until pressure comes out from Hike right there, but swiftly dispossessed and sent to Vedat, but in the end, sadly, there wasn't enough possession or prio in that shot to make it work. And now Hayes, they have a chance to equalize right before the last seconds tick down.
You do 20 seconds to go. Ho-Ho on the halfway line. Going down the line, but blocked away easily by Jaso. Won't be able to follow that one through. Still finds a pass to Hike, but Vedat gets in the way. Now looking for an outball to that left-hand side. It's going to be picked up by Class Changer. 3 seconds. If they can keep possession, they have won this game. And there it is. Wasi with the last shot will just send it forwards. Doesn't matter whether it goes in or not, because it's a 1-0 victory for NDA. So this series ends in a draw. 1-1, Kiki.
Yeah. All right, thing to see, considering many games are best of 3s, best of 5s. But yeah, definitely a deserved draw, I'd say, especially considering that Hayes, they were such a better team, such a much more consistent team in the first game. And in the second game, NDA bring this one swiftly to some sort of controlled game, defensively controlled game. They seemed a lot more structured, let's say, in defense rather than just improvising it on the go. And yeah, we've seen Hayes try some new strats. We've seen them try the bench. We've seen them try the corner. But in the end, it just wasn't enough to break through this NDA defense. And yeah, a 1-1 is definitely a deserved score, I'd say, here, Rainer. What about you?
I think I agree. It was well fought by both teams, and NDA now know that they are in a competition here in this game. A couple of results around the league which might confuse a couple of people. Mako, our 32 seed, have taken a game against the 17th seed Ravens up in Group A. Group B, Uri Blue, our 15th seed, have lost a game to Retap in 31st seed as well. As you've just seen, of course, in Group F, Hayes and NDA were 1-1. There was also a 1-1 between our 3rd seed, HZX, and Holy Steez, our 19th seed. That one's absolutely crazy. In that same group, Group C, Reborn, our 30th seeded team, beat Scatter, our 14th seeded team. It's all kicking off here in the DSQ Cup. Make sure you look around for some of the other streams as well, because they will have games as we cut to a very, very quick break. When we come back, we have the next game in Group F, which is going to be NDA taking back to the field against the top seed of this group, DSQ Esports. We'll see you in a moment.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once more. It's that time of the evening, and Game 2 is almost underway, and we have replaced our lovely and a bit older caster by a young talent here in Sir Pegasus. Welcome, Mr. Pegasus.
Rhino couldn't make it for the second series, so I made sure to get myself on the screen for a match which is actually very decisive for how this group stage is going to go. It was draws all round. It's been rather unexpected, especially on the side of Celestra Esports, but game 1 already looking to go underway. These teams gave us absolutely no time to hype up the match, but Kiki, you're rather familiar with the Celestra players anyways.
Oh, absolutely, and that's a stacked lineup all the way from Luke as the striker, Fede Joestar, one of the better strikers as well in the whole kind of look around of the scene, and they're definitely looking to play this some sort of offensive gameplay, because Luke, he's definitely a core striker, and him playing defense just absolutely means that we're going to kind of miss most of the action, but we'll get back to it very soon, as thankfully no goals have been scored yet. And yeah, definitely very good names, very old names coming out from Celestra Esports, some title winners as well in Fede Joestar there, and Verso is going to look to start us off with a little bit of is it dispossession? No, it's not dispossession. It's a different word, but as far as I'm losing my vocabulary right now, we are still getting some more action coming out from Celestra.
And call me harsh in saying, but these are both teams coming off the back of what has not been the best performances for either side. Of course, NDA were able to pick themselves up in the second game of their series, but John Pork, who has been heralded as one of the best goalkeepers in rematch, had a bit of a shoddy game 1, wasn't tested too much in the second. I feel like this is their real opportunity to show their mettle against another tough side, Celestra, and kick them whilst they're down instead of it going in the other direction. Luke, though, caught in his own corner. A little bit of Joga Benito to try and escape, but Luke will continue those challenges here in the corner. He does eventually escape. Jaso, that roaming defender for NDA, just sends it all the way back to John Pork, and as much as I have criticised his defensive capabilities, his distribution has still been rather top-notch.
That's the word. That's where I've been looking for. And thank you for finding it, Pegasus. There we go, finally. I was like, it starts with the word this, but I just can't find the answer. And Vedant might find the answer to the first goal. He has a shot sent towards Verso, but an easy collection as he picks that one up. But almost a quick counterattack is broken down as Jaso is looking for the recycle. He just can't find the answer right there as Vedant almost finding themselves the lead here. But yeah, first goal gonna be very crucial here, Pegasus, as both teams, they want to lay low here. They want to play a bit more defensively right now, and you can see the amount of pressure that Celestra is mounting here. Fede Joestar, he's looking to track back here. He's less man passes. Vedad is looking for class changer, a bit too high, and Verso with the collection.
Celestra are such a tough team to play against. You see how they play with such a high press, and in many matchups, you do see that goalkeeper with acres of space right in front, but especially in the last few months of rematch, that has somewhat changed. Those offensive players can step a bit more and give that goalkeeper a challenge. It's going to be class changer this time to try and lock them down. Vazi, though, plays it high. There's a quick counter, but class changer's first touch, a little bit too heavy towards the keeper.
Yeah, absolutely. Luke, our round 2 right here beautifully takes it around, and from your striker, that's what you want, to be able to create chances as well. And Shikamaru, look at the sub. Joestar, he does! And Fede gets us the lead. Well, beautiful 1-2 play to bait the keeper out and give Celestra the lead.
This is what you got to do when you're facing tough defense. You've got to try and outsmart them. John Pork's hand was played all too early, and once that ball was rifled towards that bottom corner, NDA already having to accept their deficit in game 1 as we just passed that halfway point as well. And I feel like if there was going to be a first goal, I expected it to come from the side of NDA. They've been that team that spent the majority of the time in this third-class changer. Look to make the most of it in this occasion. Shot across to Vedat, but that one won't find the back of the net. A little bit of space, though, conceded. Well, one step in from Joestar. Sends that ball right on back forward. Popped here by Shikamaru. It's technically a 1v1, but John Pork not tested as he initially expected he would be.
Switch over of possession swiftly here, so as well NDA looking for a beautiful counter-attack. Can't find it as Luke is the one with the dispossession here. Beautifully retains control of the ball and feeds it to Fede here. He's looking for that infield cross here. Shikamaru is kind of lining up here, but they just can't bait it enough, and John Pork reads through the books of that one.
He has options as well. The space on his right there with the anchor defender Wasi. Instead, Vote tries to take it long. Class changer, looking to be a game changer with that ball inside. Won't find a teammate, just 3 white players there. Ready to pick up that ball. Jay Sovo is such a creative asset. Can step up, can get involved. This time, though, has to run himself back in recovery. Verso will boom it back forward. It's a really well-worked attack by Celestra, sending it back, but still having that speed to get the ball forward before NDA have really recovered. Steal ball in that half, not out the woods yet. 1 strike across, saved out by Wasi, and Vedat will play this ball out to Class Changer.
Look, it's such a dangerous striker to allow alone in your box. He loves those bomb corners as well. Just secure shots to barrier in the side netting. You can't let him gash off inside the box, otherwise you're in loads of trouble. And John Paul, as exceptional he is of a keeper, it's kind of hard to get that sort of, you know, prediction out. And there's a bench potential right there. Vedat looking to receive it, but just can't, as Verso ends up timing him out with the prio there. Shikamaru, great clear. Jolts it over, but it's just a bit of a back and forth from that with a chance here. Lays off Class Changer, but he can't get on target. And Verso with an easy collection. A bit of disarray there from both teams. Composure, much needed.
And there's only 35 seconds left on the clock, and this keeper has stepped outside his box, still able to distribute the ball out to Shikamaru. Has Joestar as that runner forward, but all players marked. Class Changer can't get himself back in time to block that pass across. Instead, John Pork has been the one to step up, but they need a goal out of these 15 seconds. No overtime rule exists here in the group stage. So this is last attack or bust. 10 seconds on. Verdat turns his man. It's a lovely chop turn. Pops his EE. Has to bring that ball inside. Jaso's at the back post. It's off target, but Verdat can't get the follow-up shot on. And that is going to be a ball sent into his own net, but that will end the game. No goal counted. First game going to your former teammates.
Yeah, fantastic start coming out from Celestra there. Just beautifully done, and it was scary for the last few moments. I definitely will say NDA had 100% chances right there. They just couldn't find a finishing touch with the headers, and they've outplayed the keeper multiple times, but their finishing touches, they just weren't found. And Pegasus, I will say, this is lining up to be a lot closer matchup than what we expect. Because Celestra, with the recent changes in their roster, they have genuinely picked up players from #1 teams all around, and they're looking to be that kind of star-studded roster that we see in many esports competitions. Falcons trying to be one of them in Counter-Strike, for example, and also in Rocket League, I'd say, picking up Drally recently as well. But yeah, they're looking to be that upside. And as we will get kicked out of the server, we will have to wait a bit of a longer time here before we get back into it. But Pegasus, I want to have your thoughts here on the first game of the series.
It was one of the most outfield games of rematch I've ever seen. It's not as much goalkeeper involvement as you would typically see. I've seen many times, especially during actually the Nations Clash, where I did cover the England stream. That was all gameplay towards the goalkeeper. You would see the 4 players just step up, arc around the box, and just try and send those booming balls forward. But you mentioned before, a priority nerf. A defense has a little bit more favor in that regard. So you're seeing a lot more build-up play coming from, especially the anchor defenders. I've got to give a lot of respect there for NDA's I believe it's Wazi, who partnered up with John Pork really nicely in that last game. However, once it did eventually find that final half the pitch, they just couldn't get that killer shot across. Realistically, it was one scary chance for Celestra, and that efficiency was all it took to take game 1.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the defensive meta. You just need to get 1 goal to get ahead, and you can just prey on that defense, you know, prey on those prio shots, prio passes, and just kind of pluck them out the air. And especially with the buffs coming in recently with the hitboxes here as well on the defensive side of things, it definitely is a big plus to the defenders here. And, you know, it kind of brought back life into the game, as you need to outplay the defense now. You can't just rely on, like, crosses, prios, headers, and you've seen how Celestia were able to score. They had played out every single potential move there. You saw Fede just finding the backboard multiple times, back and forth with Shikamaru, and in the end, the keeper made the dive, thinking it has to probably be a shot this time, but no, it was sent to the backboards, and it was just buried into the bottom corner. So I'm excited to see if we will see a little bit more of this, just in terms of the kind of outplay mechanics, because NDA, they have been doing that. They just can't find the finishing touch here, Pegasus, and I don't know what they can change to find that finishing touch.
I feel like Vader has really been the player to work around for NDA. Every time he's gotten the ball, typically beating his man, giving himself a little bit of that extra space to try and play those passes across. But then when the passes do come, it felt like the opposing goalkeeper was prepared every single time. A little bit predictable in many of these moments, which has certainly played against them. It's like you're getting 99% of a wave there, but you need that full 100 to get in the back of the net, especially in such a defensive favouring meta like Rematch's current atmosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. And a fun fact as well about Celestia right now, they're fielding 1 stalwart defender and 3 strikers on their team. All 3 players up front, Shikamaru, Fede Joestar, and Luke, were revered strikers back in the day across Beta and Season 0. And now it's interesting to see that how they're just going up and forth. They can just arrange that sort of harmony perfectly. Like all of these players, they are able to kind of use their dribbling skills to assist in the defense, just kind of beating their man instead of needing to risk some sort of clear or shot. And we will be finally getting the lobby underway. We have reset the servers, but just before we go into this one, are we expecting more of the same here, Pegasus, or is NDA looking for a draw here at least?
NDA's got to be looking for a draw. They had a majority of the pressure in the last game. Of course, the problem with Celestia is because they've got such an offensive team selection overall. Once they do get those attacks forward, like the one chance that they picked up in the 6 minutes of game 1, they can be so creative. When you have those 3 players forwards that have the capability, know where to place themselves, can get those dribbles off, which are helpful in defense, but of course are going to work wonders in the offense as well. That's when the spanner is thrown in the works. Realistically, if you had ignored that goal in that last game and just give someone cut footage, they would have assumed that NDA were the ones to take down that victory. But this is what happens when you've got a game which does favour that defensive team. You can have 3 offensive players and, well, they'll let a little bit of the gameplay jank do the talking.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just going to kind of stick themselves in goal and they're going to see if the ball rebounds left or right, but certainly not rebounding in the goal with the new update. So it's kind of what we're looking forward to. And what we're looking forward to is definitely game number 2, which is finally getting in the way due to some, slow clap lobby scandals and shenanigans. We have finally kind of managed to break through the curse. But on the other end, I will say it's been an interesting result so far, I believe, as it has been reported that in Group F right now, I believe it's Flow Rising right now leading the game, but I'm unsure on the confirmation, because some people are saying that Flow Rising might have won the first game. So another upset potentially from Flow Rising as the lowest seed in the group. But take us away here, Pegasus, as our match is underway.
Well, we've definitely lucked out with the group selection. Let's hope we've lucked out with the game selection as well. Jaso starting off with that long shot. The goalkeeper's off his lines. Jaso will take the first goal of the game for NDA, the England superstar, the Nations Clash Grand finalists. Gets us off to a start, and I'm wondering, I have heard rumours that they did play without us for a beginning, so I'm wondering if this was a goal that they deliberately conceded, because that feels like an egregious error otherwise.
I will say, it was dispossession. It wasn't just given away. Maybe it would have been an own goal during the lobby that was made before us. But no, I'm checking all the DMs in chat. I'm checking everything that happened. That is a legit, sincere goal that has been acquired right there from NDA. And yeah, I mean, I guess it was that 1-2 play that you said for the anchor defender right there. They just couldn't handle it right now. And you can see the aggression that NDA are showing already. I guess Verso just couldn't link up with Toby Rama there. And the ball just got loose, and in the end, it was punished. But a great chance there, trying to feed Joestar there from the side. Shikamaru still in possession of this ball, but just losing enough stamina there for Jaso to dispossess him. Great infield pass, beautiful precision, but Toby Rama able to collect that one from Veda. And once again, another reset from Celestia, but we can see that when Celestia are playing from behind, their offense is a lot more dangerous.
Certainly is, but this time going the opposite way of Jaso, who has been the thorn in the side of a Celestia offense. It feels like whenever the ball is in that area, he does such a good job at regaining possession, and he is the most sweeping defender I have ever seen on a rematch pitch. He can cause a lot of danger, but as can Luke on the header. A beautiful ball to the back post is the one play that Celestia were looking for. And this is what happens when you have a team of such offensive capabilities. Who do you mark? They know how to time their run. That is a gorgeous play from Joestar inside. It's a quick equaliser, and any mistakes we've seen before are shunned away.
Absolutely. John Pork there diving a bit prematurely for the Joestar. Luke, knowing that the keeper is out, just needed to place it with the header so no defender could block it. And that's the way to find an equalizer. But with that right here, trying to set himself up on a greedy bench, we call that one. Sadly, can't get that one away as it's blocked down. Verso looking to distribute this one quite early. Very aggressive from NDA. They will be a player down on defense right now, and it will be dangerous as Luke has a lot of space to work with, but just can't find the pass that is so desperately needed to kind of close this one out. A man advantage is has a lot of impact on these counterattacks right now, but we haven't seen it there quite yet.
Certainly haven't.
Oh, there it is.
But this is an opportunity to find someone in the back post. Jace really needs to pick his spot. Does excellently.
Wow.
Had all covered. Knows he's got John Pork behind him, but still can play that interception if need be. It's a bazooka from John Pork to class changer. And has a player right on that opposite side. Does use it. Switches the play to Varzi. And Jace actually switches roles with his teammate for once. He's going to be the one to take that anchoring spot. But that's the flexibility that he can bring to a roster. And now this is more classic rematch. Goalkeeper with the ball. Has to play it long. Jace will collect. Does Popany to beat his first man. It's a big bunch up in the box. Plenty of defensive players, and you do not break through them in this version of the game. Toby Ramapho with a disconnect. That's going to be a cause of damage.
Unsure what technicality will be taken here. I will have a look at the chat to see what happens in the end, but NDA happy to move on right now as they will score the first because Celestia were lacking their anchor defender, and I'm unsure if this one will count, but we will have a double check. I mean, the disconnect, not much you can do about it. If it's a crash, then it's just on the game, and I don't know how to commentate this one here, Pegasus, right now. Generally, I don't know what to say.
If a player disconnects mid-game, restart with the same score, and remaining time is in the special rules number 2 in the server. So it's up to the players to enforce that. Should that be what they are looking for? But you can really feel the power of that anchor defender in Celestia. Like you said, the sole defender on the team sheet. And without him, you really start to see how it can fall apart. Of course, though, the numbers advantage going to fall in the favour of NDA as well. Now it's Shikamaru, who's just alone. Vazi at the back post. Easy save there for Verso.
Yeah, the usual way to restart games, or what used to be the case in previous tournaments, all players would just disconnect as well alongside them, and that way you'd get the exact time when all the players disconnected, you get the score right now, but that's not what Celestia has done right now, and are they happy to play with a man down? I'm unsure, but clearly someone hasn't read the rules yet, so they will just end up moving onwards here. It was their choice, but their choice was also to get the keeper out of the net, to kind of get that extra man back, but it was just impossible. Every man marked, and, well, an open net, easy as you like for class change.
And that's a fascinating development as well, because the 5 special rules that were added to the list were actually voted on by the players and the coaches alike. So
yeah,
for that to slip their minds would be rather unusual. Though Luke still saves it out of his box. We will continue as the players intend to go on. 100 seconds left on the clock. 2 goals required here by Celestia just to pick out a draw of this game, and that would lead to a win of the entirety of the match, a full 3 points, because there is no OT, and a draw and a win, that's basic maths.
Yeah, absolutely, and they have to leave their net open constantly just to get that extra man. Everyone can just be man marked, but in the end, a full leave will come out from Celestia as, yeah, it is a difficult one to play, definitely on a 4-on-5, and I will see what sort of confirmation we will get from the players, as there's still no information on this one, Pegasus, but as it stands, I believe it was 2 minutes and 32 seconds on the clock when Toby Rama disconnected with a 1-all scoreline. Yeah,
absolutely, but in these tournaments, especially the grassroots, I usually see a range of rules for these kinds of positions. Of course, when there is a rule break or something that does need to be enforced, typically the protocol is, like you've said, everyone disconnects, everyone stops, and alerts an admin. I've even seen some tournaments where the rule is if you do not do that, you are accepting the rule break as the opponents or as the team themselves. So we'll have to see how that works here for the first ever DSQ Cup, which I must say has been an excellent feat to be able to pull off. I mean, we have got a multitude of streams running right now in multiple languages too, making sure that as many games and at least every single group is covered. A €100 prize pool behind it, 32 teams coming together. I mean, for DSQ's first tournaments, they really went in heavy-handed.
Yeah, I will say definitely. I mean, they love doing that. We've had a charity event most recently as well with Humanity First, and it was an amazing show coming out from DSQ. And I will say, it's just marvelous work that what they do here, and I just hope we see more of it, because the tournament organization is a lot better than some sort of like first-time people trying to put this together. Because DSQ, they definitely have a lot of experience, I'd say, in the recent times. And yeah, okay, I got information. So Toby Rahman was not able to get back, basically. I've just asked Luke, and he responded that he had to go drive his dad somewhere, so he had to DC, not because of the game, but because of this. So it wouldn't change anything, and they will just take the forfeit in a standard manner. So I will just thank you for the information. And yeah,
interesting.
That's gonna conclude round 2, I guess. Right there, 1-1 coming up from Celestial. Do you reckon someone had to drive someone as well in the first round of the Celestial Esports game, because they drew there as well against Flow Rising?
Look, they've proven that that's an excuse they can use on the main broadcast, so anything that happens off stream, they can come up with absolutely whatever they'd like to, and tell you what, I'll fall for it every single time. But I think this is the most developing esports grassroots tournament situation you could ever see on the pitch here. Someone having to go drive their dad. And to be fair, respect to Toby, who always puts the family first.
Absolutely nothing without family and Domtura. But yeah, we will be heading to a short break quickly just before we organize ourselves for the next cast. So please be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back with you with some more action.
Welcome back to the DSQ stream. We continue with our rides here in Group F for the final round of the group stage, but it's been draws all round. It's down to the wire. It has been the most exciting stream to follow. It's myself alongside Rhino, and we've got our two matchups. It's going to be Hayes versus Celestra.
Yeah, here we go. This is going to be basically the decider of who goes through and who doesn't. If we get a tie, then God knows what we're going to do. That's for admins to figure out, not us here on the desk. But yeah, it's worth mentioning that anything can happen in this game. What is pretty much guaranteed, Pegasus, is if you get a 2-0 victory here, you are marching on to the round of 16.
Oof, a lot of pressure there for these players all heading into this one match, same format as we're all used to, 2 6-minute games, no OTs behind it. And we've seen quite a lot of drawn results. We've seen quite a lot of low scorers as well, bar the one time where Toby, unfortunately, had to go and drive his father around, we heard. He is actually returning, though, for this match, which I must say I wasn't expecting, but I'm quite glad about, considering he's the only real anchor defender on the roster.
And that is such an important position in rematch in total, right? You need that player who's sitting just in front of the goalkeeper to be able to make those plays and make sure that it's pretty simply, it's less easy to be able to send that ball just over the top of the attack and get the counter attack. So we'll see exactly what happens here. Celestra, we have just seen take to the field. As you rightly say, it was an interesting one in the last series. Let's see if they're able to stick out for the entirety of this game here as they play against Hayes.
This team's about a full attack and efficiency as well. Only one real opportunity in their first game beforehand, yet that was the one that ended up deciding that game and potentially also the series as well, if they were able to keep all things rather neutral in that second game. Unfortunately, that could not be the case, but hey ho, it's a new group, it's a new start. We have kickoff to the final group stage round.
It's fair to say that Hayes have really stepped up in this group stage. We didn't know what to expect from them. They really have delivered so far today. We'll see if that continues. Nice pass upfield, though, from the side of Celestra. Luke now with the ball. Got Fede Joestar to his right. Heads back to Luke, but well blocked away for the moment by Hayes. Picked up by Toby on that left-hand side. Looking for a pass back to Shikamaru, who now goes left and right. Maybe looking for another delivery. This time we'll try and go back to the goalkeeper. It's misjudged, but Luke will get back in time.
Forced to use all his stamina as well to do so. Had to pop the EE and roll right afterwards, but now Verso is going to make something happen from his own box. Shikamaru tries to find Joestar, and Tutti Frutti's beaten. First goal falls for Celestia Esports, and I would say the goalkeeper of the day is beaten rather early in the series.
Yeah, and that's just unfortunate. You've got to make that decision there as the goalkeeper, whether you're going to try and make the save or whether you think it's going over the bar, and it's a split-second decision in that moment. Tudi makes the decision to go for the save at the initial shot. It's not on target, and from that moment, you know that goalkeepers are... That's your worst nightmare, is to see the ball not land in your grip. So we'll see if they can get this goal back, though. And
wow,
I think he's definitely held on to that ball outside of his box as the goalkeeper there, Verso. But either way, actually, Hike moving in. Verso doesn't have the gloves back, and now eventually they can switch as Fede Joestar breaks downfield on the left side.
Shikamaru, though, it's a bit of an overload in that left wing. Tobarama's been given plenty of space as a result. It's another hit off that back wall to Fruity, though. Reads it that time. Keeps the ball in his hands. Limited time left, though, that he can remain there. Now has to play with his feet. He's proven before that he is capable. Ho-Oh. It's a complete dispossession there to Toby Rama. For a second there, I thought it was deliberate. It was pinpoint onto the opposing defender. But now, with that concession, ball is taken across. And that's simply what we'd call a tramp goal, a sweaty goal. Depends what generation you come from. Either way, that's our first real double lead of the day.
There is a phrase that would normally follow that as well if you are of a certain generation that we can't say on the stream. But it's one of those that if you know, you know, and if you don't worry about it as we get on with this game. Hayes, I was impressed with them at the start of the group, but unfortunately, this is a really difficult position for them to be in right now. And it's worth mentioning, as we said before the start of the game, if you win the series, you'll be going through to the round 16. You lose the series, you are guaranteed to not be going through to the round of 16. Your journey ends here. So Hayes got a lot to play for. Actually, this is going to be picked up once again by Celestra, starting to flex their muscles. We called them as the favorite of this group earlier on today, and maybe, just maybe, they want to prove it as Luke tries to take a strike. It's still going to be picked up by Shikamaru, but Fede Joestar loses out. Hayes have just over half of this game to try and bring it back to their favor.
And we know that Celestra are a majority offensive side, and it's been the first real game where we've managed to see them spend the majority of their time in that final third instead of playing for counter-attacks like they did against NDA, but this time forced up a defense once more, tried to recycle it out to that final attacker. That was a play somewhat overcooked, miscalculated, and now quick on the counter. This is not a position you want to be in if you're Hayes. Shikamaru will play that ball back. Goalkeeper is an option here. Verso stays tight, booms forward to Shikamaru, has his defender step up too high, so that's going to turn over, and once more, it's a touch too heavy. Converting possession to the other side, they've somehow been able to battle it back though at that side wall, using the wall as that extra defender for them to initiate that press, this time using his teammate to self-pass. It's disastrous from the keeper, but a recovery is there to prevent the third.
Yeah, it is, and I got very, very nervous there for a moment. That looked for all the world like it was going to be a third goal, but actually it might be a goal back over the bar, and Luke does a good job of heading that one away. Danger not gone. Hayes still with possession, and it's QSED looking for the low strike. And I think Toby Rama got in the way of that ball on that right-hand post, and it's still going to be 2-0 to the side of Celestra, but they are being harried now by Hayes.
It was a bit sloppy outside the box there as well between Toby Rama and Verso. Or back post, and there's no one marking him. That ball finds it inside. Saved there by Verso. And it has been a little bit of a shaky second half for Celestra. Though still, with that head start they were able to give themselves in the opening stages of this game, they have been able to hold on. And even if Hayes can sneak one more, they'll need to sneak two extra, because Shikamaru has sent it to the far post. And Hayes looks to be in tatters. This could be an early elimination.
It really could. And we've finally, it looks like, got the full update on the state of this group, and it's actually not as clear-cut as we thought it would be. One of the games where we thought Hayes had gone 1-1, where they'd tied it up in the series, actually wasn't the case. They drew one of those games and lost the other one, so they are currently bottom of the group on 1 game win, 1 game draw, and 2 games lost. They played against Flow Rising in that game that they drew. So Hayes desperately needed a win here, and a loss here is actually going to cause them more trouble than maybe we expected in the first place, as they do get a goal back. They need another 2 in 1:14, and Celestra Esports have already shown that they have got more than enough to keep Hayes at bay.
But despite the information that we had gathered, this is still as crucial of a matchup for Celestra Esports, which, looking closely, still feels like the scenario does not really change for them. They need to win this series. They need the full 3 points to guarantee themselves that spot without any tiebreakers getting in their way. Back into the defense here for Tutti Frutti. This has been simply a first game to forget about for them. But Hayes needs to try and pick up 2. Ho-Ho takes it across. No one's able to get on the end of it. It's just a Celestra Esports player now that can just waste time for these final 30 seconds. Verso's got nothing to play for. Booms it long instead to Toby Rama, and he might just take a 4th one for the road to really set the nail in the coffin. It's off the woodwork. And ball outside the box. You said that this isn't the best position to find yourself in, but Joestar still able to weave himself inside. He might have not been able to score from that opportunity, but that's going to be a point of contention heading into that second game, but that's in his locker.
Yeah, it certainly is, and there you go. That's going to be the end of this first game here of this series. Well caught and cleared away. Celestra Esports, they now go to the top of the group as far as we can tell. 5 matches played, 3 wins, 2 losses. They could do with another one just to cement that place in the round of 16. Because if they, as we say, if they do get that 2-0 victory, they will be able to make it. But Hayes now in a very, very sticky position, because I think with that loss, if my maths is correct, they are officially out
Ooh.
of the running for the round of 16. The best they can do is 7 points. The closest, obviously, Celestra are now up to 9 points. Flow Rising are on 7 points as well before they even started their game with NDA, which means Hayes would then have a tiebreaker with Flow Rising, and the only way they could beat Flow Rising is on goal difference, which, having lost by 2 in that previous game to Celestra Esports Pegasus, I'm getting the feeling is not going to be possible. So we move forwards in this series with Hayes, unfortunately, the first casualty of Group F.
But Celestra, how impressive have they been so far? This is the first time we've really gotten the opportunity to see them play offense, and when they have been given that luxury, my goodness, have they gorged out. Tutti Frutti will collect. He's been a consistent shot stopper today, but one real bad game looks like it might make all the difference here. That's a misplaced pass from Joestar. Will turn across here. Hayes got that ball towards the back post. It's Hick. And Tobirama has stepped high to mark his man. Defensive priority, hoping to go into his favour. It does. Out wide still, though. Has to try and beat his man. Gets it around Kused. Gets it to the goalkeeper. And that is an excellent play from the main defender.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do apologise. It's actually the overlay is slightly wrong. Oh, my goodness. They've turned defence into offence so quickly. It does look like Hayes won the first game. That's not true. It was Celestra who were able to take home that first game. So we'll get that fixed for you. But a calamitous piece of defending there from Hayes means that they're already 1-0 down in this second game. And well, they really need to turn this around. But unfortunately, it does look like they are starting to struggle against these top teams in Group F.
You see here, Hick stepping himself up. Doesn't end up taking that bit of possession. I felt like that was the open man to try and play for this time. Gonna have to make all the work himself. Tutti Frutti standing just outside his box as that recycling option. He's not required this time. It's for his defensive efforts. He's got to stay stable. Joestar will step up, but Shikamaru is going to be the one to watch that one slip away from him. That just felt like the wrong pass selection. They're really trying to force this game across, and I don't blame them considering the spot they find themselves in. They don't want to be one of the only series losses in the group. Celestra are surely making sure that comes to reality, especially in this counter. Forces out the EE from Luke. That's going to be a tough recovery for them, but this ball maintains at that halfway line after the block. It's Ho-Ho who's got to send it long. Revy's there, but stopped there by Verso. And it's going to be Hike to restart from outside the box, and Luca stepped up high.
Yeah, and that's going to be now Kused for an opportunity. Gets around one. Now just decides to shoot. Trying to catch Verso out, but it's too good to be caught out that way. And that ball around the corner isn't going to get much done, but picked up here by Luke. 3-on-2 in the offense for the side of Celestra. Maybe putting the dagger in the hearts of Hayes. It's not going to happen just yet. Ball picked up on that right side, played into Shikamaru. Now Luke tries to win that ball back again, but Hayes have got it. Send it long. Picked off by Toby. Plays the ball out to Shikamaru, and tell you something, neither of these two teams have been especially good at maintaining possession when they've got it. Reptil trying to change that. Uses extra effort. Backboard. Who's there? Nobody. And it'll be easily picked up by Celestra.
Both teams playing that long ball style now, just hoofing it forward, but there's still over half the game to try and waste if you're Celestra. I'd be trying to pick up that second, especially with the capabilities that this group of players have. Ho-Ho gets it to Kused, and there is a player in front of both defenders. Plays it to the wing instead. Has Reptil inside, but a goalkeeper once more steps forward. Definitely been one of the braver keepers we have seen defensively when it comes to leaving his lines. Joestar has that man on the right wing, has temporary space, and Tobirama has proven he's got those dribbling capabilities, but if he's out of defense, who's going to be standing there? You've got to make sure that possession is not overturned. That was the safest option.
Yeah, it certainly was, and now Verso can try and make something of his own. Tobirama off the right side. Prio battle one, but blocked away by Hike, and actually it's intercepted. Somehow Tutti Frutti just snatches the ball. And now the out ball is in down the middle. Chance for Hike out to that left side now with Kused. Luke intercepts beautifully. Plays that one down the line. Fetty Joestar in acres of space. Looking now to get around the final defender. as HoHo tries to block him off, but it's a lovely overhead kick. The play in from Fede Joestar, the finish from, well, it looks like 2 different Celestra players. In the end, it goes home nonetheless. I think it might have been Shikamaru who got on the end of it. It was indeed. And that might be enough to send Hayes home.
That is a gorgeous hold-up play there from Joestar. One of the year 6s has the privileges off the bench to send it back inside. Shikamaru gets it once more, this time with the back of 2D Fruity. Doesn't beat the defense. Has to boom this ball back up. But still, this feels like a must-win for Hayes. Need 2 goals in these 90 seconds. Even if they are still eliminated, they're playing for that little bit extra. These rematch tournaments do not come often. You want to use that opportunity to prove yourself as a team. But so far, Celestra have been all over them.
Yeah, they certainly have. And with just over 60 seconds remaining, it's going to take a monumental effort from Hayes to try and bring this one back. Fede Joestar off that right side, but blocked away nicely by HoHo. QSET looks through the middle, and actually Hike might have some space here, but it's well off his line from Verso. But that pass is not very well measured, but the extra effort confuses Reptile a little bit. The ball just bounces in a way that he wasn't expecting. That clearance might just about make it to that far side, and this is wonderful football from Celestra. They're going to have one chance. Luke over to Fede Joestar, but well marshaled by HoHo. Fede Joestar collects again, gets the interception. He's got Luke on the edge of the box. Doesn't matter. Great sliding challenge from HoHo. But could that be the end of this game? Hang on, Hike right down the other end, off the crossbar, and Verso claimed.
A little bit greedy there. Could have just played it straight up. Want to try and force out the keeper first, but Verso has proven tough to beat. Will run off his lines as well. Beats the first man. Second and third were a bit too much for him. That's a ball back across, and Tobarama has been put in this position quite a few times now where he's had to hold on to the gloves, but it's going to be one final time waste, one final slide tackle, and Celestra take the first sweep and the only sweep, I believe, so far in Group F.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, they looked great value for it. They definitely were the stronger team on the day. And Hayes coming through as the third highest ranked team in this group, unfortunately go out bottom of the group, which they're not going to be especially happy about, Pegasus. But we do have to credit Celestra. They have shown in moments across the 3 series that we've seen today that they have the ability to make it difficult for teams, and especially in that previous series. I mean, they looked like absolute money. A team that could go on to claim the DSQ Cup.
A really flexible roster as well. They were tested differently when they played Hayes compared to when they had to face off against NDA. Against NDA, it was a lot more defensive. They had to play for these counters. They wanted to bunch up in their own box this time to just get those guaranteed priority clearances out. And then they just backed themselves on the counter-attack to be efficient when the opportunity arises. However, against Hayes, it was a completely different story. Played for possession, played for that offense, was horrendous for Hayes to try and keep up with the amount of shots they were blasting towards their net. They were mixing it up, sometimes holding it down, going for those greedy benches. Such an unpredictable side, so creative, and I feel like will be one of the fan favorites just to watch as well for their entertainment when they do get those dynamics of series.
Yeah, you would think so, and they will be able to go on in the tournament and show that off to a lot of different people, which is very exciting. Speaking of the future of the tournament, we do have some results from around the groups to go through. Starting off in Group A, everyone's finished their matches, and it's Flow Riders who go through with an almost spotless record, 5 wins, 1 loss from their group. Meanwhile, DSQ Esports, 4 wins and 2 losses from the group, put them in second place. Mako so close to getting there, 3 wins, 3 losses, 9 points total isn't enough. Them and Ravens will leave the tournament. Next up in Group C, they have finished as well, and it's a very similar story. Reborn, top of the table, 5 wins, 1 loss. They take home 15 points. Next up is HZX. They've taken home 4 wins and 2 losses for 12 points. So those 2 will be going through in the tournament. Meanwhile, Group D is finished, and oh my goodness, Group D is very, very special. We've got 3 teams on the same number of points. 10 points apiece for Nova Strikers, Uri, and FC Turka. But from what we can see here, Nova Strikers and Uri have got the goal difference, and they will be going through into the next round. So unfortunate for FC Turka. Don't know how that worked out. Don't ask me. Other people know more than I do. Group E, meanwhile, is still being played. Huskies, Renner, Sensor have pretty much guaranteed top of the table unless Goal Esports can beat Halkami by 2 wins to 0. Goal Esports also have guaranteed their way through, depending on how they get on there. You know what happened in Group F. Group G is very close as well. Strive Esports and Dark Knights are top of the table, and they will be going through to the next round. 12 points between them, as I mentioned, 3 wins and 3 draws for both of those 2 teams. And breathe, Pegasus.
Wow.
But there are still a lot more results to come through, but those are the ones that have officially finished. And yeah, I mean, what a tournament it's been so far. We've got the round of 16 coming up soon, and we've got some good representatives coming through from Group F. There's no doubt about that.
Certainly as well, and the format will change when we get to the knockouts. A lot more familiar to us, with many migrating from the Rocket League scene, as DSQ have made their mainstay for quite some time. Simple best of 3 overtimes do return, and the grand finals will be a best of 5, and it will be myself, Rhino, and Kiki for some portion to cover all the action. We will see you all after the break.
should be the
And you may all now wake up from your slumbers as we get back to DSQ Cup action with the top 32 around the corner. There were a lot of things to figure out after the group stage, i.e. people cheating, but we are getting back into the top 32 bracket, and we can show you that bracket now. Myself and Pegasus on the cars. Pegasus, we are back with rematch action, baby.
Oh, and I'm so excited for it. It turns out that actually they've culled the herd. It's going to be a top 16 bracket, hyping us up for that grand finals to spread out that €100 prize pool that we've got today. And it is going to be, was it Valeri we decided on for this Italian side versus
Volare.
Dark Knights in Volare in terms of pronunciation versus Dark Knights. Two teams which currently stand as invincible.
Yeah, absolutely. Dark Knights coming through with 3 wins and 3 draws from their 6 games in the group stages, whereas Volare come through with 4 wins and 2 draws. 0 losses on either side, but that is going to change for at least one of these teams in these knockout stages now, which are very classic best of 3s. There you go. We can see the 2 teams. It's an international roster on the side of Dark Knights. Lots of different nationalities, lots of different languages coming together. But Volare are full on Italian. And it'll be interesting to see how these 2 teams compete against each other with those communication, arguably difficulties, on the side of Dark Knights.
Daifu as well, a stalwart defender for Italy, was actually one of those players that did make the call up for the Italian side when it came to the Nations Clash. That was a team that actually had their fair bit of success getting a top 4 result out of this tournament. No strangers to these best of formats and these high stake events, which is exactly what you want from your defender. So hopefully going to be keeping it calm in the main stages of the tournament. And you spoke about very traditional teams on either side, typical formations as well. 2 setback defenders, 2 attackers on the team as well, with Dark Knight perhaps being that more back-footed roster, with Ghastly more naturally in the defensive half of the pitch.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, and that is going to be a very interesting one to look into as we move forwards. I mean, you can see over on the side of Dark Knights that they've actually got 3 listed as defenders. Somais is what I'm going with, just KS and Ghastly as well. All 3 of those apparently are defenders. So how they rotate around is going to be a very interesting one. But I am being told that we've got 10 players in the lobby. And we are almost ready to go with this one, Pegasus. Round of 16, as I misspoke earlier. Round of 16 game coming through in this one. 2 undefeated teams. How do you see it going?
It's a tough one to predict, especially because these 2 teams are invincible. I don't want to go either way, but one thing's for sure, I feel like we are going to see that extra game addition be used. Overtimes will return. It's a best of 3 format, and we need to get a winner out of every single one of these games. None of this drawing nonsense anymore. There's no points to fight for either. It is just straight up bust or progress when it comes to this bracket stage.
It certainly is. We are just checking in with the teams if they are ready to go. And we've got a ready from Volare. We are just waiting for the ready from Dark Knights. And as soon as we get that, oh boy, are we going to actually have gameplay to watch, which it feels like we've not had for about an hour on this stream. And there it is. Dark Knights with the art. We can kick things off and we can get into lobby. So Pegasus, it's now time to get things going here in the round of 16. It's knockout. It's single elimination. Simple as this. Lose and you go home. You must win 2 games in a series in order to progress. Both Dark Knights and Volare will be fighting tooth and nail to be the team that goes into the quarterfinals to play the winner of the team that we were actually casting earlier. Is DSQ Esports versus Huskies Renaissance on the other side. But that's not a game we're watching right now. It is going to be Volare. It's going to be Dark Knights. And we are just about to load into the game.
And we have seen that really offensive side of Celestra with a majority of those players playing in that offensive position, whereas we are going to see the opposite once this game does go underway. I think it's going to be a lobby reset before that point. Dark Knights might not be the Italian roster, but with a custom setup they've got going, they're actually going to be the more defensive team out of the two.
Yeah, you would think so. You would absolutely think so, which I don't know whether that benefits them or it goes against them, really. We've already spoken a couple of times about that 4-man in the box meta, where you're defending in such in kind of like a compact space, and just winning prio battles and jumping up to get the headers away. So from that sense, they should be in a really good spot, but will they be able to catch their opponents on the counter attack? That's the thing that I'm going to be looking for more so than anything else, because if they're unable to transition from that defensive area into that offense, they're going to really struggle.
Yeah, I feel like it's actually the offensive-minded teams that benefits more from the current defensive priority, because you can kind of fill that gap with the priority being there in the first place, and you need that offensive creativity to break through what is now a brick wall right in front of the net. And we saw it from Celestia, the way they were able to pass it out and bait the goalkeeper on multiple occasions, despite having top opposition against them. I mean, they were able to take down the likes of John Pork, who is known as one of those big goalkeepers in the scene, also one of my favorite names to be calling out on a professional broadcast as well. But they made that look easy because they had those 3 players up top that were capable of that. Volare actually do have a defensive player that I know can press up a lot more. He was listed as a midfielder on the team sheet beforehand, so perhaps actually the records favouring the Italian roster. One thing's for sure though, ladies and gentlemen, we have finally got kickoff for these stages.
Yeah, so here we go then. Volare versus the Dark Knights, and it's actually going to be Volare to get us underway first, and Dark Knights will be able to send it away. Dark Knights will be in the white, kicking left to right now as you look at the screen. Volare kicking right to left in the kind of red-ish color, and they will be going all the way back to goalkeeper. So the Italians, as we say, kicking right to left. I believe the logos are the wrong way round at the top of the screen. We'll get that fixed for you as soon as we can. But in the meantime, Andrea looking down the left side. Is there an opportunity to put the ball in the box? No, it's well won back by the side of the Dark Knights. Die for you gets in front, and so does Rose, and it's going to be able to be picked up by Volare as they go all the way back to their goalkeeper.
I just realised as well, Garsley on the pitch there. That's actually a player that I do recognise from a few tournaments early in the lifespan of Rematch, so if it is that very same player, we'll be in for a ride when he's able to pick up possession, does play a bit more in those offensive thirds, can press up. Snoti is playing high for the men right now. It is going back though to the corner here by Giacott, and on that left wing look to try and cut their way inside, but the defence is able to scramble for it just within the box. Alex has an option to try and play it back, but he's forced that slide tackle too early. Snoty's been granted possession, but the goalkeeper does well to block down that space.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be Andrea to collect the ball and now find room on the right-hand side. Alex just moving down the wing, and I believe this the screen is being paused slightly just while our producer tries to fix that screen, the overlay at the top of your screen. Garsley, this is way down the right-hand side. Cutting in as well, looking for the pass back towards goalkeeper, Reku. And now Blockju picks up this ball. Looking for an opportunity. 3 forwards for the side of Dark Knights. Not a lot of movement ahead of Blockju, it's fair to say, but here it is, down the left side. Ball in towards the back post. Garsley can't get up, and it will be Andrea to get on the ball and immediately switch it out over to Alex with Volare back in possession.
That was old school, high level Rematch, playing really patient deep in the pitch, having no real player to step out of position defensively. And why would you at this point in the game cycle? Tries to take it off the wall to get that ball across, but still couldn't find its man. But now Snoti, with this option on the counter attack, just hits that ball forward though to his goalkeeper instead. Doesn't want to take it on at the half turn. Plays it wide towards that left wing. Die for you. Gets it right back here to Andrea once more. It's a very patient style of game. Not really one that we saw in the likes of Group F.
No, definitely not, but that's a nice opportunity. But the back post, well marshaled by Block2 for Dark Knights as they start to work down that left wing. We'll be able to catch up with this very shortly, and there's an opportunity. Snoti needs to get the ball in, but it's a good save by Daifu. Andrea moved out of goal. And yeah, that's a surprising person to see with the ball in their hands, but at the end of the day, they do make that block, and now it's going to be Alex looking for this shot, and it's the overhead kick, beautifully done. The ball up into the box, and the finish, Valare go 1-0 up.
A gorgeous way to start off the game. In such patient times, it just took one ball inside, one player abandoned open inside the box to get that first score on the door. And both teams have not wanted to step in the wrong direction. When you're playing for elimination, when overtime is guaranteed, it does allow that more defensive style, but even still, we saw that mistake despite the outnumbering in the box. And now response forced out. Look to try and grab it early, but it's going to be easily picked up by Andrea.
Yeah, it is. And he will be able to work down the left-hand side as he's not pressured at all. That's back a little bit. Snoti just trying to block the switch of play. Maybe bait out an early aggression. And now this ball towards the back post again. Nice pass down off the post from Ricky, but that was so close to a second for the side of Valare.
There are a few moments there where that extra pass somewhat feels like an overcook. It wasn't in that position, but a goalkeeper was just so well positioned to be able to cover both angles. Has the reaction time as well, and composure not to leap too early. Otherwise, that would have simply been 2-0. And with overtime starting to loom, we need an opportunity here for Dark Knights. Not going to be able to chase that ball forward. Both keepers have swept forward, but it's a back and forth game. Sloty self-setups, a greedy bench there to himself. But then couldn't regain possession. Andrea picks it up, and now it is danger signs as that 60-second call is made.
Alex P down the side, Ricky into the middle, blocked away by Block2. Name is apt on that occasion as he now starts to work out another way through. Ghastly on the left side. It's starting to run out of time here for Dark Knights, and the way that rematch works, remember, is if that clock hits 0 and the losing side by 1 still has possession, they will be given until they give the ball away to get a chance to score. And here is another opportunity. Block2 blocking again out of that corner, looking to try and bring it through. Doesn't see anything he likes, so uses a bit of extra effort to get beyond the tackle. Tarnished goes all the way back to Reku.
See Block2 playing so high on that opportunity, and considering the match situation, you can understand why. He tries to find a player on the back post, but simply no one there. Consent will grab it, and this should be game over. Last shot falling in the favour of the Italians. That is a confidence game 1.
And that's exactly what I was talking about just a moment ago, and that is why I worry a little bit about the game management from the side of the Dark Knights, because if you take that extra touch, you didn't have to force that ball down the left side with 4 seconds remaining when it's so likely that it's going to fall at a Valare foot in the box. If you take that time, you let the clock hit 0, you can guarantee that you're going to have one final opportunity, and you can take as long as you want. There is, I believe, actually, I should clarify, I believe there is a 60-second limit on that final possession. But it's going to give you a lot more time than if you try and force it, rush that play, and then give the ball away in the box. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So Dark Knights maybe fall to something that was a little bit avoidable in game number 1, but Valare did enough to find that opening goal. We'll see if they're able to in this second game and see us out in 2, or if Dark Knights have enough to be able to bring this one back, and we are going to go for a lobby reset. So, yeah, classic. Hey? Classic rematch.
Certainly is. But Valare now going to be in that match point position. If they were the team that ended up taking that first game, it was a strong performance from them, and somewhat confirming our biases towards more offensive sides as well in this current meta format. This is definitely offense versus defense if you do look at those team formations. And the one sole defender for Valare did their job perfectly. I mean, he's called I blocked for a reason. Blocked plenty of chances for them. Tried to get that ball forward, but unfortunately they just did not have enough firepower to end up going all the way. But Valare, with that creativity, with that recognition of those small openings, let's be realistic, Rhino, they got one real chance that entire game.
Yeah.
And you're sure that they saw it. 3 real metronomes on the pitch. How are you able to keep control of that defensive side? They even had an overload in the box and it still wasn't enough.
It wasn't, and yeah, I mean that's definitely going to be a concern moving forwards into this next game, where you are kind of fighting against your own mental at that point, where you've had those opportunities, you've had those moments of quality, and still they've been denied at that point. So it's going to be interesting to see how that mental does react, but we often see it a lot of times in football, especially when you go into halftime. You're 1 or 2-0 down. The manager's first words when you get into the change rooms, it's still 0-0. You've got to think about the fact that, you got to go into the second half believing that you can win it, believing that you're going to come out and win the game. And, you forget about that first half. You forget about the goals that were scored against you, because if you dwell on those, then you're going to make the same mistakes. History loves repeating itself. So we move into this second game where Dark Knights need to just take this as another opportunity at winning the game, because if they do, then we will see game 3 here in the round of 16.
Well, you should be playing every single game with the mindset to win, so nothing should change in the minds of Dark Knights. Maybe we'll see them try and force a bit more players. I feel like they were unfortunate to drop that first. Just one slight miscalculation defensively made all the difference. Tarnish, though, open, sent it to far post to Ghastly, but Prio favours die for you. Now it's a counter that can launch instead, resorting to just recycling it now behind to the goalkeeper. All 4 players able to find their position. Alex being that defensive partnership alongside the anchor defender, as we like to call them. Die for you. Wants it off that back ward, though. I blocked you. So good on his own. Adds those man marking positions. Andrea gets that ball returning towards him. And I'm actually liking this starting gameplay from Valare. Not looking to force anything across, but definitely looking to make something happen.
Yeah, you can see that there are a few set plays that Valare have worked on over time, and that's definitely one of them. The goalkeeper, Andrea, moving to that left-hand side, getting that cross-field ball, and the extra effort being played to get out there. But there's a chance here for Dark Knights. That one, not quite from the training ground, it's fair to say. They will recycle back to the goalkeeper, and Reku has another chance to find a long ball forwards, but you see very little movement, and this is while players build up that stamina. There's the extra effort, there's the header to the back post, and actually might have been better if Smudi just took the shot at the near post.
It's been all about stamina control so far in these quarterfinals. Both teams really slowing it down, and you can tell that is the reason why they're doing it. We see a lot of these popped in the recovery. And of course, that absolutely drains your stamina. Some rolls forward as well, but hold on. Bazooka forward. Snowty blocked off immediately, but we'll simply be able to recycle that one back. It doesn't fall wayward for the conversion. I blocked you. Now going to be the player to take it. Goalkeeper now sitting in that deeper position and allowing the defender to do all the work. Might be able to step up as well. It increases the options, but Snowty off the back wall is only going to find this ball towards one of those Valari players. But my goodness, if you want to talk about a possession game, Dark Knights passing with flying colours.
They are for the moment. Blocks you now, as we say, just waiting for those stamina bars to refill. And then they will call a set play. Here it is. Ball to that right-hand side. Will be an opportunity. Blocked easily by Alex and actually sent back to Andrea as well. So Valare haven't had too much long periods of possession so far in this game. They're now going to be able to get boot on ball and start to try and find something. But once again, you see that formation. 3 players up the field. 1 on the left side, 1 on the right side, 1 in the center. Here comes the ball to the back post. And it's not going to happen on this particular occasion. And Blocks, you should be able to send it away. No, it's actually going to be picked up by Cosentino is what I'm going with. And Reku will be able to collect after that pass is wayward down the line.
And when Valare get the ball, they really need to make the most of it because they haven't been able to get that many opportunities out of this game. But I must say, if there was a team out of the 2 that I think could still squeeze a game away despite the lack of possession, it would be Valare. And that's what makes them so dangerous. You see, immediately when they were able to pick up the ball, that was the most chaotic portion of the game so far. We saw players run out of stamina and I got a bit fortunate to survive out the back of it, especially after that wayward slide tackle out wide. But now in possession, looks to take it over. Valari been able to header it amongst themselves. I blocked you, sent it over to Tarnished though. And once more, just when you thought they were going to reset, takes it over instead. And a first real play of intention from Dark Knights will be their first sign of success.
Check this one out. Ghastly at the back post, none marked. And he just fires that one into the top left corner of the goal. Nothing really that Andrea could do about it. And Valare are pushed back in game number 2. Still 2 minutes to go. But with the time that it takes to set up some of these plays that Valare look for, you do get the feeling that they've only got maybe 2 or 3 attacks before that 0 seconds hits. And this is the one of them. But it's actually going to be blocked away. Oh my goodness gracious. It just drops into the goal. Valare not ready. And Dark Knights double their lead.
An unbelievable strike from the halfway line. But when you throw the kitchen sink at such a team like Dark Knights, expect them to catch it and throw it right back. This could be game 2 decided, but if there were a team to make the most out of their few and far between opportunities, it would be Valare. Dark Knights still have to remain locked down.
And I mean, that is just heads up play from Ghastly on the left-hand side. You can see him marking Die For You now. He just got in front of his man. This is nice from Alex, looking for that pass to Ricky, but not finding anything there. Blocked you, able to bring it away. Blocking the pass again, looking for the pass to the back post. Snowty just does not get locked onto. That pass back isn't actually going to do him too many favors. Now Ghastly has the ball back, and he will look for that cross-field ball to block you. Ricky goes out to meet him, but at this point, Dark Knights, they might just be able to keep possession. That long ball over to the right side again. Knocked on, but Andrea are able to get up and make the save nicely. Valare needs some answers. Otherwise, we are going to that game 3. And that's another one that's blocked away. This time, Ricky on the right.
Blocks you. Has space in front of him. And I've been surprised with them forcing this ball forward. They almost reaped fruit, though. You spoke about wanted to see some of these teams play a little bit of game management. It's been interesting because Dark Knights spend the first portion of these games spending entire minutes to build up their offense. Now it seems like they're going for goal every single time, but they've already got that 2-goal lead. It feels a little bit unnecessary, but they have gotten away with it for the time being, and Valari in the final 20 seconds will pick up possession. Just have to send it straight into the box, and that could be the game-winning save from YoYo.
And see, on that occasion, they absolutely did have to press the go button because you're 2-0 down. You must get a goal and then possession back before the 0 seconds hits. You can't do that. You have lost the game, and that's exactly what has happened. There's one final chance, one final shot. There it is. And it won't matter, it won't count, but Dark Knights won't care. They lead on aggregate 2-1. Aggregate doesn't matter here, though. It's just a simple best of 3. And Pegasus, it's now a best of 1. Whoever wins this next game marches on.
Rest of world able to take down the Italians in that second game. You said taking a game at a time. And they certainly did. They came into that match with a completely refreshed mindset, was able to maintain possession a lot longer, but when it came to those opportunities where the ball was turned over, they were much quicker in the recovery at marking their men, made sure that they didn't have a little bit of a shoulder drop there with some of those quick EEs to lose their man. No, kept composed, managed to hold down the lines, made sure they kept the advantage when it came to those positions where they wanted to have that priority for those balls in the box. And Valare really could not get a foot in, even in those chances where they were able to pick up the ball. That was them completely shut down. But now in this third game, it is everything on the line. This is a game for elimination, not best of 5 to the grand final, ladies and gentlemen. So enjoy these 6 minutes of rematch because it will be the last for one of these teams.
Certainly will, but which team will the Italians be able to get through? Or will it be, as you say, the rest of the world or the rest of Europe? Certainly, you're able to bring through this victory down the left side. It's been blocked off so many times, and it does again, but Ghastly not able to keep possession. Now Die For You does look back towards his goalkeeper, which we've seen so many times from the Italian outfit. As Andrea once again, this time looks for the switch. Snoti uses that extra effort, so he's not got a lot of stamina now to get back across into the play. So Andrea's got time to try and find an opportunity. Does find Die For You. He's made some space as well. Back post found. But it's not going to be Ricky to get up well. Side tackle doesn't work from Consentino. And it's going to be Dark Knights to get themselves back in possession.
That was a perfect pass to Die For You, by the way. Completely open off that back wall. Maybe could have taken a second there to calculate that follow-up touch a little bit better. And this could be goal one Valare instead. They're going to be stuck to their roots in defense. You don't typically see a player step up in this position from that side. They are willing to allow that boom ball to come forward, and then they back themselves in the post-hit scramble to regain possession. They do not in this position. Instead, I blocked you, sends it towards the far side. Ghastly will set up for himself at the back wall. And it's going to be one final recycle to the goalkeeper, too. I blocked you. And this is deja vu setting in.
Certainly is. I blocked you now. Just starting to try and find a way through. There it is, looking for that ball. Down the middle this time, down the throat. Not going to happen for them. The clearance is in for Valare as they try and spark the counter. Alex down the right. Both him and Snoti used extra effort. Ball into the middle. Ricky doesn't lock on. That's going to cause problems as, once again, Dark Knights collect the ball and they've got time to build the attack once more and expect Blocked You to just wait here. No, he's going to go. Looking for the back post. Oh, no, it's fallen.
Oh!
I thought to Ghastly, no. Great interception by Die For You. Dark Knights could have had an opportunity there, but it doesn't fall for them. And they will be given another opportunity. Down this left-hand side, out of the corner. Tarnished can't get past Ricky at the first time of asking. Pops the ball high and goes back home. Dark Knights building an attack.
Warning shots have been sent. Valare are looking jumpy. And if you are going to play so defensive in your game and not maintain possession, you have to have pure perfection when it comes to the defense. It was not that in the last chance. And frankly, Dark Knights somehow watched that one throw away from them. This one's wide. Easy catch for Andrea. A lot more solid. But Snoti, this is something that you've not seen their opponents do. Looking to actually challenge this defense instead of giving them the free distribution. But now Snoti's completely out of the play. Alex has acres of space to send this one forward. That shot doesn't break the defense. Alex, though, picks it back up. Ghastly will pop an EE to force this one back. But that's going to be an easy recycle and a slow rotate for the Dark Knights defense.
Yeah, and I tell you something, the winner of the match on the other side has been determined, but it looks like the winner of this match might be determined as well. Ricky still has possession for Valare. It's going to go back. But I can tell you that it was Huskies who were able to take down our, of course,
Wow.
Celestra Esports. So Huskies Renaissance are going to go through to the quarterfinals. It's just about who they will play now. And that is going to be decided right here on this stream. Who will it be? As I blocked you, hopes for it to be Dark Knight in the center circle. Trying to work a way through, trying to wait for his teammates to make some movements. Here it is. Back post. Opportunity. Oh, my goodness. Great effort. Great team play. But Andrea equal to the ball.
Was forced to go for that basic shot in the top corner. Every single player was marked. On the side of Dark Knights, it's tight-knit defending from Valare. But like I said, if they are going to play the way they have done so far, they have to defend with pure perfection. But they've also got to take these opportunities when they come. Andrea, the goalkeeper, stepping up towards this halfway line. Snoti, though, has always been a really high presser for Dark Knights. Hasn't allowed that space, but this time Ricky will take it across. Sententino wants one more pass. It's too heavy on. But this time able to maintain possession. We haven't seen that before. Quick turn attempted by Die For You, but that ends up slipping away. And now this counter-attack is going to be a source of danger for Valare. It's just Alex and the goalkeeper to play with. Tarnished has an option inside, but too slow. Constantino's able to get back, but another opportunity follows. I blocked you with acres of space outside the box, but not looking to take it. Slows down the play once more as the 60-second call marks itself once more. Will we see OT?
There's a real chance of that. Neither of these teams want to be the one to make the mistake. Tarnished flicks it back beyond Ricky. Now flicks it back towards I blocked you, but it's brought away, and there is the pass back to Andrea. Neither of these teams especially worried about what's going on. Andrea, they just want that goal that would send them through to top 8 to play against Huskies. Andrea waiting for someone to show. No one is doing so. Snoti just being a nuisance in that center circle, making it difficult for Andreas to take any real estate.
They want last attack. They want last attack here. That's why they're wasting the time, because if they do go out and score from this opportunity, they want no chances from the OT. Here's the game management you were asking for. Now in those final 5 seconds, ball across, and Consent has used a lot of his stamina here. And unfortunately, the game plan doesn't quite come together, but still in possession. This could very well still be the last attack.
Certainly could. As there we go. OT does ring, as you mentioned. And I believe it's all down to who scores now. So who will win this game? Reku looks to get things back underway quickly, but Tarnish doesn't bring the ball away. Snoti, great rainbow flick, gets it around the keeper. He's done it! Dark Knights, after an exceptional play from Snoti, are going to the quarterfinals.
One moment of trickery. A Burkamp flip and a Kocha flick to follow. And a completely open net to pass into. That is how you shut down a series. That is how you earn your spot into the semi-finals.
And they had to do it the long way. Coming back from 1-0 down in a best of 3 is never easy, but Dark Knights do enough. And they show up and show out against the Italian outfit, Pegasus. Wow, what a finish. What a final play. You're not going to see many better goals than that today.
That series was a wonderful orchestra, but my goodness, was the build-up to the crescendo worth it? A perfect ending to the first series of playoffs here on the DSQ stream, your main English broadcast. And let's hope that this next matchup can live up to that as well. It is going to be another best-of-3 format. At the moment, the stage of the group is still yet to be decided. We will let you know as soon as we are aware of it. But my goodness, Rhino, going away from those 0 OT matches that we had in the groups, it certainly felt like a different atmosphere and some different game plans as well once we got in the best of 3 format, especially with how Valere were looking to end that game. Just held the ball down in their own box for 30 seconds, waiting for it to whittle down for the last attack. That is intelligence, which unfortunately couldn't quite come through for them.
No, their attack wasn't strong enough. That's the simple part of it. They couldn't score a goal in 12 minutes of rematch, you know? It was game 2 and game 3, both goose eggs on the board, and that's gonna cause you a problem at any level. Certainly, Dark Knights showed that their defense was very, very strong. They will march on to play against one of the highest rated teams here in the competition in Huskies. But for now, we are going to shut this one down. We don't know what game we'll be back with, but when we do get back, trust you and me, it's going to be an absolute belter because the quarterfinals are around the corner. Stick with us. We'll see you in a moment.
That was an electric round of 16 matchup, but now we regroup, we've got our snacks, we've got our refreshments, and it is time for the quarterfinals. The spot in the top 4 awaits one of these rosters. This looks to be the best quarterfinal matchup there is to offer. DexCloud versus HZX, brought to you by myself, Sir Pegasus, and long-standing player, now retired, Kiki as well.
I love the introduction. Thank you so much, Pegasus. And yeah, back at again once more. In terms of OG and the lineups, we can head straight to it because the players are already waiting. So let's just have a quick peek at the lineups here and who's playing for who. You can see DCE lining up with a few new names. Hullet, a very popular and solid name. I love how he's actually like replicating the Hullet look and style there as well. Dendra and Kaizen are lining up for that defense as well, and goalkeeper, and Washi and Joshi up front as well. Kind of a new striker duo. Usually you have duos in terms of striker partnerships in these kind of scenarios, but for HZX, we have LolMaster, a very long-standing name here. A funny one, yes, but a very long-standing name here in HZX, and then you have Jaeger as well, the Hunter, or Jagger, depends how you want to pronounce it, depends, genuinely, just depends. And Snow as well. Snow is a very, very old player. I don't know if he's old in terms of age, as Rhino, but like I know he's like old in terms of like an OG here, let's say. As long aside Van Heda and Hexen. So, any predictions before we head into this one, just on who the winner is from what you've seen so far?
I have a prediction that you are going to get a telling off by Rhino.
Oh,
because
yeah.
you are casting with him for the next series, so good job on that. But heading into this first one, I mean, I love DefCloud as an organization. Of course, they've got their run-ins in many different esports now, recently getting themselves into Halo, quite high-standing teams in South Africa as well in Rocket League. So chances are, if they pick up a roster, they are pretty darn good. And I have recognized the likes of Kaizen before, taking that defensive spot on the roster. He's going to be one to look out for the future of this match. But of course, French talent also sprinkled about. And France, And I mean, the general Benelux, that Western European mainland area of rematch seems to be where all the tough standing players are sitting. So one thing's for sure, I hope that we see that game 3 once more, because it was absolute cinema last time, and that is all you're going to get out of me.
Absolutely, and I will say there has been a bit of a theory though. Before Slowclap actually introduced proper net coding and server management, France used to have the best ping, and Priority used to work off of ping. So shockingly, the French teams were kind of the best in the scene just because of the prio and the momentum they were able to get off of those net coding issues that hopefully have been sorted by now, and they look like they have. Genuinely, I see a lot of more variety in the teams. You see a bit of Turkish, you know, up-and-coming players in Celeste coming out, and like Germany is still staying strong. But right now, Benelux is definitely, as you said, Pegasus, the go-to region for the actual matchup. But we are still waiting for that one player to join up in the lobby. I will not be naming any names, but in terms of a game 3, I do agree. I definitely think a game 3 would be ecstatic here in the in the quarters as well, especially considering what we have on the other side of the bracket for the semi-finals. But I will have to give it here just slightly to DefCloud. I'm not being biased because I just, you know, like them as an org and worked with them in the past, but genuinely just because you said it yourself. When they pick up a team, it's a pretty darn good one. I will have to say that, because I'm saying 2-1 to DefCloud here. You haven't given me a result, have you yet, Pegasus?
I said that's all you're getting out of me. We're going to game 3 and we're going to see where we go from there. All these games have been too tight-knit. Even teams that have held on to all the possession, it's been one opportunity that's thrown them all away. That's what we saw in the last series. It's going to be moments of magic to dictate promotion or elimination at this stage of the tournament. We're going to have to see what kind of magic both of these teams can cook up. One thing that I do find interesting today is all the different kinds of team formations we've had moving forward. Of course, there is the standard 2 defense, 2 attackers, one bit more of an anchor, one a bit more of that libero style, but we've seen teams that have had 3 attackers, seen teams that have had 3 defenders. So DefCloud, we've got a player typically listed as a midfielder playing in that higher spot for them, so I'm interested to see how the dynamics of that will work for them moving forward. But prayers, ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten past the lobby stage. Hopefully we can maintain all of those players on the pitch as well, because this quarterfinals has been waiting to go for quite some time, and we need our top 4 decided. So entering the pitch, DSQ Esports versus HZX.
Absolutely, and it's gonna be a blinder right now, and HZX usually a merge of a team called After Hours and another team I can't quite remember, but regardless, After Hours used to be one of the meta-breaking teams. They like to redevelop the meta, and let's see if they can kind of string onto that kind of genetics that After Hours have been putting behind. But right now, we have quarterfinals upon us, and starting us off is DC with a ball given away in a very dangerous situation right there. That one just bouncing over Dendro. What's going on here, Pegasus?
We saw a half-line punishment in the last series that we had the opportunity to have on this broadcast, but that was a team throwing the kitchen sink of the later stages of the game. This time it's a little bit overzealous in the early spots, a little bit of early game jitters, I guess you could call it. However, looking to try and take this ball out to the wings. Hullet has washed a pass into, but at the back post, 2 options of the goalkeeper. Defending Jossie, who is that player that was listed as a midfielder for DefCloud, looks to be the focal point for that last offense.
Absolutely, and you can see the way that the offense is developing for the side of DefCloud. My God, Azinga already scored off the post. We didn't quite catch that one, but the replay is sure to tell us the story of how it happened. And you can see Hullet already stretching this one out to the wing, and Washi being able to find that post and in to the side netting.
That was a bit of an old school rematch shot as well. Just a long ball coming in from the corner and a way to finish it all.
No.
Oh, but hold on a minute! In the transition, as they look to swap out keepers, DefCloud have been vulnerable. The gloves aren't ripped off early enough. The timing isn't quite there, and Kaizen tries to take it upon himself. A few millimeters away from that transition coming through. That's an evil way to grab the game back, and a complete miscalculation from DefCloud.
And the check has been complete. That usually called amongst the players an AFK check if you're sleeping on the job while transitioning the keeper, or even called a kiki shot. Depends who you played against when you got it landed, but right now it seems to be the equalizer that HZX are so desperately waiting for. They can go ahead right now with this breakaway. Snow has Van Heda to work with right here. Tries to find a shot for himself, but a great save by Dendra denies him.
Well, had me fooled. You could see that player on the opposing side, and it's not very often that you see players go just for that individual shot opportunity. That time, though, not going to surprise the keeper whatsoever. And Hullet's so good at finding himself in these pockets. It's one off the back wall. Josie gets there. But Lolmaster able to make that catch. His experience coming into play. Didn't jump too early. Knew his player to mark. And now, bit of a test of the long balls once more.
Oh, there it is. Header onto the top. Siege being executed for the first time. Reason it's called Siege is because the header is used as a catapult, but right now a catapult could have been a shot from Snow there. Dendra being able to recover and grab that ball during the second dive here, but I'm seeing a bit of nervousness coming out from the side of DeathCloud Esports here. Might be the first time jitters still kind of remaining amongst the roster, but here Joshi is looking infield right now. Great control to bait out the defender, but just not enough oomph behind that ball to get past the defender of HZX.
And it's always above waist height when it is Josie on the ball, whether it is a ball played high towards him or him just flicking it up, looking to try and set up his second play. Haven't seen much on the ground from him, but if that is his role on the roster, so far he's done a decent job at it. Now we get to see some ground game. There's options on the back post of Hullet, but Heegson getting there first. That was the one moment where we really saw HZX out of position defensively, and they were able to get away with it.
Absolutely. You can see the work rate coming up from Joshi there. Whenever he loses the ball, he sprints back, uses all of his stamina to regain. And Hullet now with an opportunity, left alone with so much space to find the pass. But it's a bit too far there and goes over the head of Washi. He can't seem to reach that one. It's going to be another reset here. Hullet going to have another chance, a potential assist here. He's lining it up. He has a lot of space right now. Washi trying to get that one to Joshi, not being able to, as that one will look to fizzle away. Joshi still regains possession, but another reset to follow from DeathCloud.
HGX really love to keep two men forward, and oftentimes that does leave space on the wings here for players like Hullet, who I feel like has been gifted the ball on multitude of occasions, and that has led to some outnumbers here in the offense. It feels like HGX are fully playing for the counter, but that's a lot of responsibility on the backs of Heegson and Ager, looking to try and make the most of that priority advantage. They suggest that you actually don't need all three players in the box, and this is what you get as a reward. A built-up counter-attack, but something unique that we haven't seen from any other team today.
Yeah, and there's that kind of meta-shifting change that HCX, they prefer zonal marking instead of man marking. They don't care how many people you have in front. They're just going to control the zone as much as they can, get rid of the danger areas, and they're just going to put you in a tight spot in the counter-attack if you give them the ball away. So that's why you have to be careful when you're executing an attack with a man extra, because you won't have a man extra in defense to recover. As right there, that was a chance for a breakaway, but in the end, a reset to be called. And let's see what the playbook of HCX has to offer. Lolmaster usually being the initiator and the caller of these plays as far as pro play is concerned here. Hullet, great header back to the keeper, and once more reset to DeathCloud. Definitely more position on the side of DeathCloud, and now a chance to break away here. Joshi has the chance to do just that. Washi on the return, but can't find the shot as Lolmaster dies for the save.
It's fascinating because you call it a breakaway because there's only two defenders behind, but that's how they play even if they have all the time in the world. They're fine with plays outside the box. Having that ball, because like you mentioned to me beforehand, these long shots aren't effective in rematch whatsoever, so they'll just defend the box for their life, let them play outside, and as long as they don't keep the net open, they fancy that that ball's going to fall in their lap eventually. Here's a test now, though.
Especially, I'm so surprised how good HCX defense has been. They've been so on point. There's not a single anchor. There's not multiple rotating players. They're just playing that zonal two-man defense right now, trying to cover the zones. And it's been working so far, even though DC have had so many chances. But here's another chance here, but Washi gets intercepted. Intercepted right there as Jaeger reads the play beautifully, denying Hullet the open opportunity. But here's another, and the bottom corner is found. 12 seconds on the clock. Our response should be fatal from DeathCloud here.
And this is where you see the holes in the strategy. If you do want to press that wider man, oftentimes they're leaving these 2v1s in the box, and one player has to try and cover both in that position. The positioning was just a little bit off, and in the final 10 seconds, HCX need to force something out of what is essentially going to be their final token. It goes over! 2-2, OT now essentially guaranteed from a diving effort from HCX.
And my god, as soon as it's been enabled, they are taking full control of it. 3 seconds on the clock. Not sure we'll get a goal within that time, but overtime soon to follow. And what a game one to start us off, Pegasus.
Unbelievable. And certainly in a league of its own, this has not been comparable to any others that have been on the DSQ broadcast. But hold on, a quick tap forward. Warix has beaten his man. That slide tackle comes through, disrupt that ball for the time being, but still possession maintains on that HGX side. They'll recycle it out instead, except that that initial offense is dead and will rebuild it from the ground up. A flick over once more is liking a lot of these lobbed balls. This one, though, just about missing that bit of weight behind it, and DeathCloud will pick up possession.
Absolutely, and there's a chance right now. Washi looking for Joshi here on the side. Beautiful tricks right there off the backboard, but no finish as it's taken away by Higsen. And that one will land on Snow's feet, but still he can't control the possession as Kaizen gets the reset instead, and DeathCloud have another chance to break the deadlock.
It's rare that you have LOL Master fooled. He was in that occasion with that ball coming off the crossbar. It was too tight to call for him. Now here he is back on the ball. This time, though, not needed for his shot stopping. Just has to get it out to a teammate. Jaeger has been that man consistently right next to him. And again, playing very, very wide offensively. Just happy to switch it back and forth. And that's the one moment that Jossie has actually stepped back and given LOL Master some space. And I thought that was going to be their moment to strike. Instead, quick ball across. And plays the scissor forward, but Hullet does well to get that block off. Now that counter is launched. Kaizen is able to find some space forward. Has Hullet as well. As an opposing option instead. Wants to go all the way. The crossbar will deny. LOL Master has to regroup after the dive. And now it's a scramble for possession in the corner.
Yeah, Joshi, he likes to be the one in the corner, but this time Washi is looking to take that role away, but there he is once more, the work rate hero for DCE, recovering the ball once more, and so dangerous is this DCE lineup, finding these chances, crossbars ringing all around. You feel like it's savable, you feel like there's safety between it, but right now a breakaway could be looming here as the ball is away here. One chance, one-on-one, and it's Van Heyda with the goal to break the deadlock and give it HCX the comeback victory of game one.
Puts his foot right through it, sends it into that bottom corner, and sends this game into the second. A huge start for HZX in a game where it felt like there was not much to compare other than their game plans. Ends up having that one breakaway chance. And this is such an exciting team to watch. Like you said, this is a meta-defining performance from them. The sole two players in defense, holding that line back, and then pushing that one man forward, and having the goalkeeper, as usual, having the partnership with the anchor, but in a way that is much wider than I've ever seen before. Playing it along the ground as well, instead of going for a lot of these high balls. It is completely unorthodox. And DeathCloud did well for the most part to respond to it, but it only takes one chance in overtime.
Absolutely, and the breakaway was found. You can see how dangerous that zonal marker from HCX has. He didn't have much time on the ball right there. He had to shoot instantly. Yes, that is correct. But he got enough space to get off a lethal shot, and that's what counts in this zonal marker from HCX. Definitely the cherry-picking method that you can kind of put together if you have a good enough defense and people who actually know what they're doing together back and forth. But we're going to be seeing a bit of, it's called... potential, the ball has been given away, so instead of resetting lobby, making you lazy gents waits, we have a bit of sportsmanship there to just give the ball away to the away side so they can start off with the first attack, and HCX will look to do just that. Snow infield to Van Heyda, and he gets that one over to Higsen, but Kaizen, he's looking to intercept it, not quite. Jagger looking for the bench setup for Higen. Still, not enough there, but he is breaking through, and 4 players needed to get that away. And there's the difference between the defenses of DCE and HCX.
LOL Master banks it forward off that back wall, although it is caught here by Dendra. Immediately sends it long, sees Josie on the other side, but that's heavy off that back wall. He's going to have to Shot a little bit of a fancy footwork there. Does do to Wash, but he's just outside the box. Can't quite beat out LOL Master. You're going to need something special to get past this player. Ball forward once more to Snow. Looking to try and get that quick build-up. Dendra stepped up rather early there, but Kaizen had that ball in his pocket. Sends it through to Hullet. That's a lovely through ball play there, but Jaeger times his tackle with pure perfection. And we've mentioned it so many times. With them playing essentially a defender less than any other team, these two have to be in top-notch form, and frankly, they have been.
Absolutely, and the biggest danger about being a defender is that pushing or tackling right now is so punishable. Even the standing tackles, it's so dangerous to pull it off in the wrong moment. But these guys have just been on point, being able to control. And look how they're just spreading out the offense. Joshi all the way over towards the keeper. That means Van Heyda is the extra man they're looking for right now. But they just can't seem to get the ball towards him. I think Jaeger here just needs to push up a little bit to get some space for him and make himself a dangerous characteristic for an instant assist. But in the end, it fizzles out. And DC are back on the offense with the reset.
Josie's positioning as well in that defensive moment was really interesting. Plays a very roamy role, really waits for the hand to be shown by HCX to decide which player to cover. This time, though, no questions about it. 2 slide tackles. You said they were punishable, but now all their momentum is gone, and this ball has to be taken over.
Oh, beautiful.
It's a chance for Jaeger. Self set up with the header. And it's a first extremely well-worked goal by HCX and a wonderful individual effort inside the box.
Dreams have been sold, nightmares have been delivered as Jaeger the Hunter delivers yet another blow to the side of DCE. And now we see DCE playing from behind. They're trying to do an AFK check, but it's not going to work just like that. You're going to have to work a lot harder to punish this defense of HCX, who are so aware of everything that's happening on the board.
When you speak about those kickoff checks, it was actually the check that decided that last game. We would have never went to OT if DCE hadn't conceded that early equaliser as a result of it. Snovo, once again, space in this right wing. This was danger signs before, but Kaizen this time hasn't already used his slide tackle, has stamina in his possession to keep this ball moving forward. And despite a few tussles there at the midfield line, ultimately, never a real moment of danger there for Death Cloud. However, on the side of HCX, something might come out of this one. Hullet finds Wash, but Higson just about gets there in time. Wants to pass it back to the goalkeeper, but that's a swift interception there by Josie, who couldn't quite make his decision there of how to follow up with that player. Feel like was unexpected that he would have that ball in the first place, but those are the moments that if you allow them to slip away, you can see your life in the tournament slipping as well.
Absolutely. Last chance. No more second place goes through. You do or you die at this stage of the cup right now. And Hullet, he's looking to bring back some energy into this DC roster. They've been feeling so good to the start of the first game, but right now, it feels like every single question they have, HCX has a reply to. But Joshi, he's looking to do it all alone. He's setting himself up. He's setting up Washi for the shot! And the follow-up is found! All he had to do is wait to get delivered on a silver platter, and he puts it away in style.
And he lures him in so tightly. Jaeger is playing too tight to the goalkeeper on that position. 2 players sneak up, and all of a sudden, there's a completely open man for that high ball. It's all these intricacies that make or break defenses. And unfortunately for HCX, that one shatters right in front of them.
I mean, if we were to just analyze that play, he first faked the greedy bench and then waited an extra step just to get all the defenders off of, I believe it was Washi there, and Washi just being able to deliver a clinical shot with so much room. He was never going to miss from there. And Hullet right now, he's trying to get on the end of that one, but reset for the side of HCX. And now Jaeger, he's looking for options here, but cleared away, and the defense has substantially improved from the side of DCE here.
Washi. Been squeaky clean in this game. Spread forward here. Dendra is left alone. Leaves that one behind, though. No one there is close enough to punish him. And, of course, he does have that anchor option in Kaizen to get the ball towards. It's up to Hullet. Not going to beat his man. That felt a little bit overzealous in that chance. And they are going to be punished here with this counter. Snow just going to play this one across. It was an unneeded turnover, and that is a deserved counter-attack goal from HCX. You cannot be throwing away your opportunities against a team like this.
I think Dedra got a bit overzealous here. He wanted to call out the interception, but in the end, Van Heyda was just a bit more in front of him. The ball was just a bit too short for the liking of Dendra, and in the end, he got punished for the over-aggression there. 2-1, 60 seconds. Can they turn it around?
It does feel like at times Death Cloud are a bit like a house of cards. They've got beauty in their gameplay, but as soon as one thing goes wrong, there's typically a second or a third mistake
there it is,
to follow.
once more.
This ball, though, has been left for the 1v1. He plays off that
Oh
backcourt.
my
Head
God!
is over. That's a lovely lob. Sees the keeper sneak out and completely changes the game plan. This is what makes top strikers in rematch.
Absolutely, Van Heyden. Where did you pull that one out from? It had to have been reaction. That's not practice. There is no way. He reacted in the moment, improvised, and delivered such a calm, composed blow, which could be the potential last nail in the coffin for Death Cloud.
And you see all these blue lock profile pics when it comes to these rematch players. That was a play of a true egoista up front. 2 defenders and a goalkeeper, still simply not enough. But is anyone here to defend this ball? Had another pass across to Josie. Available as an option, but I don't blame him for taking that shot. That's a typical set piece, though. With it being so typical, the experienced nature of the goalkeeper is going to read it every single time. It's the dying seconds here, but this feels like a series already decided. HZX knockouts Death Cloud Esports and secure a spot in the top 4.
One of the best performances we've witnessed so far today. I mean, it was just glorious. The defense was on point. Even though you were lacking people, you were managing to control the zone, to find the answer to every single shot that was put up by DC. And in the end, you managed to pull away with those amazing breakaways and find yourself up not once, but twice with 3 goals to show for.
That's a match that you study afterwards. If you are a team looking to get into the scene and you want to see how the meta can change, how different game plans do exist in rematch, HCX are a prime roster to look at, because that was a matchup played unlike any other team I have ever seen on a rematch pitch. They keep the ball rather grounded compared to many other rosters. They play, like you say, that zonal defense. They keep 2 men up at all times, and you are constantly having to chase your way around those players. And it must be interesting when you are one of those opponents that do have such experience. You've got thousands of hours in the game already, and this is going to be one of those teams that, for the first time in quite a lot of them, you played completely out of book, and it's working.
I mean, it's that team redefining genetics that HZX still have from that merge earlier on, and it's showing why they're such a meta-defining team. They just bring out something new every time, and that's probably how they made it this far. They don't need 2 defenders to keep together. They're not using the sleazy 4-man in the box because they don't need it. Even though it's meta, even though it's the best thing to do right now, they don't need it. They have 2 defenders, very competent defenders that are able to hold down your line and let the strikers roam free. And as soon as they recover that ball, they ship it upwards and find the goal on the other end. It's amazing, Pegasus. Honestly, it's beautiful.
It really is, and they play that priority to their advantage as well. When they have those 2 defenders back, they feel like that can fill in the gap a little bit more, so they can have that extra attacker forward. And honestly, it makes a fantastic watch, and clearly a fantastic team as well, because as much as we want to talk about the aesthetics of those gameplay, if it doesn't get the job done, if it doesn't get you series victories, if it's not getting you top 4s in these money tournaments, then what is the point of it in the first place? But HGX gave us a wonderful show, and it'll be interesting to see if they do return to this broadcast for the grand finals. But I believe for the time being, we're going to be moving to the other side of the bracket for the next semis.
Absolutely. And we'll see you very shortly, I guess, as we are heading to a swift break, and we'll be back with the semis.
Goodbye.
It's another long break, but we are here on the other side of it. We are here at the semi-finals after all of the quarterfinals have finally been completed, Kiki. But it's fair to say they did not go without their controversy.
Absolutely, there's been a lot of drama, and you know, usually we don't comment on it, and we probably will stay away from it. But all that we will say is that the two semi-finals are consisting of matchup between Flow Riders against LS Karma, and then we have on the other side of the bracket HZX against Dark Knights, and that's what we'll leave it at. I genuinely don't want to just get into the controversy at all. There has been a lot of interesting stuff being debated. It was about a certain bug as well, so we will just leave that to the side here and, you know, continue with some more action here where we'll be looking at the Flow Riders versus LS Karma matchup here. And I have to say, Flow Riders, one of the longest standing teams in this competition so far. They haven't notably been the best team by far in terms of like some top competitions, but they've definitely been a consistent top 8 team throughout the last half a year, actually, ever since the game actually came out, Rhino. So what are your kind of thoughts on this matchup, even with kind of just, you know, the knowledge of seeding or anything? What can we expect here from this lineup?
Yeah, I mean, with everything going on, it's interesting to say. I've got the information that the two teams are ready, so we'll be getting this one underway. But the biggest thing we can say about this semi-final is that both teams have only lost one game of rematch tonight. That will change for a minimum of one of these teams by the end of this semi-final, Kiki. But the fact of the matter is, these two teams have gone very well. LS Karma in the groups, 3 wins, 3 draws, 0 losses. They took 1 loss in their round of 16 game, but they swept their quarterfinal. Again, the circumstances go beyond our control. But meanwhile, on the other side, you've got Flow Riders, who have been one of the best teams here in this competition. 5 wins, 0 draws, 1 loss in the group stages. To then go on and get 2 sweeps, 2 2-0s. They're going to be looking to do that all the way to the grand finals. So should be a very exciting, very close matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, usually Flow Riders being the ones to kind of stick with the meta, whatever happens, whatever changes, they don't, like, just kind of try to enforce their sort of way. They adapt to it quite nicely, and that's kind of the reason they're named Flow Riders. Their initial goal was just being kind of one of the best teams in terms of Central Europe, but right now they're trying to define themselves as one of the best teams in the world even, and they're trying to finally get their time to shine. They have definitely had a lot of chances, a lot of roster changes, but a matter of the fact is, everything will be decided on this field. Semi-finals now underway.
And here we go. We didn't have time to bring you the team sheets, but we will talk you through them as we go. You got Cami, Boris, and Vendrick up top for the Flow Riders. 3 very, very solid players. Meanwhile, on the other side of LS Karma, you've got the likes of Kurapika, Nizen. Now over to the side of Frozen as well. It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure, as Frozen tries to get some space. Cami blocking him away, and he does go all the way back to his goalkeeper, Senza, which is a play we've seen quite a lot. Now over to Kurapika, who now might have some movement down the line. Ball into the middle, and it's an early goal for LS Karma.
And didn't take him even a minute to find the top corner of that one. What a beautiful way to start yourself off in this semi-final. I mean, what a statement to put out against such a team, and there was no way he was going to get that stopped right there. 1-2, swiftly headed onto the blade shot, and you got the lead instantly for Karma there. A bit of a lesser-known team, but regardless, they're here for a reason, and they're showing us why.
As far as I understand, it is an almost fully Turkish team that are LS Karma. The only non-Turk is going to be Frozen. Everyone else on that Karma side is from Turkey, including this man, Senza, the goalkeeper. Uses some extra effort, booms it down the right-hand side, cleared away by Cami, and actually Boris might have an opportunity. The goalkeeper was a little bit out of his box, but not to be taken advantage of. And this is where Flow Riders really tried to shine. That reset and them using those set plays to their advantage is exactly what they're going to try and do now. Ball to the back post. Cami has absolutely no one around him. Had time to pick out a pass, but he doesn't find Boris. The ball goes back into the middle. Cami tries to get in front, but it's a good slide tackle, and maybe the break is on. No. Well picked up by Flow Riders.
Yeah, some very interesting roster changes have happened amongst like these Flow Riders. Red Scar most notably. From the number 2 team in Europe, Red Scar being one of the best defenders alongside the Brest Esports roster, which was kind of related to the actual French football club Brest. So that's an also interesting statement there that some football clubs are even trying to get their hands into the esport jitters of a rematch. But as far as we're concerned right now, it doesn't matter because Karma is there to bite you back. Instant response, second one always found, and you have it. Doubled the lead.
Yeah, wonderful work from Frozen on the right-hand side, and Kurapika manages to get through the gap. Just finds himself in between 2 defenders. Flow Riders, well, they're going to be a little bit shell-shocked here. It's been a while since they've lost a game of rematch, and we've not even played half of this game. They're already 2-0 down. Is there more in the tank? Arctic, the goalkeeper, sends it forwards. Great work by Vendrick, and now to the back post. Great save coming through from Senza.
Boris almost finding that top corner, and a smart decision to go for the near post there. Sometimes keeper usually anticipate that far post shot, but this time, not quite. Beautiful goalkeeping on display and beautiful dribbling as well on this side. Lemskaz, he's looking to get this past everyone. Neisen now combining with him to apply additional pressure. They're the man extra right there, but there's some of that zonal marking coming up from Flow Riders. Oh no, they've just got their keeper outside of the box there. They will be able to recover and reset as Karma are the ones claiming the ball back to the goalkeeper here. And now distribution to question here, straight for a bench here onto Neisen, but caught by Arctic, and a great read coming out from the defender. Actually, the keeper from Flow Riders.
Yeah, those ones can be difficult, but his distribution is good. Boris on the right side, surely going to go for a greedy bench. Now the ball into the middle, blocks away, but another chance for Boris. He can't find a teammate other than Red Scar, who now looks once again into the box. Senza gets up so well to claim it. Boris looks for that shot. It just didn't find its home. Now, Neisen off that backboard again. Well blocked away by Red Scar. Neisen still with the ball. Decides to reset back to Frozen. Frozen might even go back to his goalkeeper. No, across the side to Kurapika. And tell you something, this Karma side, they know how to keep the ball, don't they? And they've got another one. Ball off the backboard, headed in. And LS Karma, well, they're taking Flow Riders to the shops.
Yeah, Flow Riders are not. It has to be rough waves for them right now. Lamskas, knowing he can't put the shot on target, he had 5 defenders in front of him, including the keeper. He has to send a backboard, and the delivery was just perfect. Headed into the open net, and a 3-0 lead for Karma, albeit no mercy rule, I believe, for the rest of this tournament stage. But regardless, it's such a statement to have 3 goals at this type of meta right now, and Karma, they're certainly delivering.
Certainly are. Neisen looking for that out ball down to this near side. Frozen cuts in beautifully. Doesn't get slide tackled either, and he's got space in front of him. It's a 3-on-1. If they can find it, Kurapika over to Lamskar. Back to Kurapika. Back to Lam. And that's going to be enough to put 4 on the board.
Well, if you're Flow Riders, you're just asking, can we get on to the second game already? 4 goals in a span of 4.5 minutes. That's crazy. And the footwork, well, the headwork, I must say, from Karma is just fantastic. They can get around the defense and just exploit the goalkeeper, putting him in a 2-on-1 situation, a very interesting way to kind of get past the defense. They just want that open net at all times of the game, and right now it's what they're getting. No reply yet from Flowriders. That one is saved away by Senza.
They've not been able to break down this defense effectively, have they? And that is going to cause some concern. It's that man again. Lamskaz off the left just goes for a shot, and you know what? You're 4-0 up. Why not? 54 seconds left. It's almost impossible for Flowriders to come back, but it is possible for them to get some momentum moving into the second game. But if Cammy's giving the ball away like that, certainly is not. Nizen will find a ball over to this left. First time ball over to Lamskaz, who now will take it beyond Red Scar, and he's trying to get through. Takes another shot. It's off the crossbar, and it's sent away. But Kiki, even if Flowriders score here, which it looks like they should be able to do, no,
wow.
Senza denies. This has not been a game one to remember for the Flowriders.
Oh, definitely. You should just take this as like a reset, a mental reset especially. Flowriders are definitely not feeling it right now, and Karma, they are showing why they're here, why they have made it all the way, and they are upsetting the #1 seed in this tournament right now. Flowriders, such an iconic OG name, but in this circumstance, at this stage, that doesn't matter. Your legacy will not define the result on the pitch, and Karma take away game #1 in stellar fashion.
And I think that's the key word, isn't it? It's stellar. It's so good to watch, and we do have some replays to start watching now from that game. And the one thing that you're going to bear in mind from this entire replay reel is they're only going one way. It's LS Karma consistently getting the goals, getting the victories. And a 4-0 game one, Kiki. We picked up this semi-final because we thought it was going to be the closer out of the two. Maybe we were wrong.
I was gonna say, like, genuinely, this seemed to be like one of the closer matches. Karma, up-and-coming dark horse. Flowriders, the reigning kind of, strongest team here by a little bit, I guess, in the tournament. But right now, I mean, it's been a stellar upset so far. And the dark horse truly is the envoy of darkness, as the shadows just illuminating from Karma. They're just too strong right now, and I don't know what Flowriders can do to manage. I don't know how you recover from that. I mean, you definitely do in terms of, oh, it's a reset, it's a 0-0 game. But how do you stop it? How will you stop it in the next game? There's just, how do you find the reply?
It's funny. Normally, if we were in another game, the both of us cast, Kiki, maybe there is something that I could bring up. But with Rematch being such a new game, with the meta of Rematch being almost so set, it feels like, in this early stage of its life, it feels like teams train in a certain way. They have their certain set plays, and if they don't work in game one, the fact of the matter is they ain't gonna work in game two, Kiki. It's not a situation where you can just try the same thing again, go again, and hope it works the second time round. That's not how it works in this particular instance. So I mean, they're going to have to come up with something new, something on the fly. They might have to get involved with a little bit more pressure onto the backlines of LS Karma. But even then, you leave yourself open at the back. So I honestly, Kiki, my answer is I don't know. You've played Rematch at a higher level than I have. If you were in this situation, you've just lost 4-0 in game one. What are you saying to the team?
Well, it happens, obviously. Like, some games go by and they're done in a flash, but definitely just, mental reset and think about that as some sort of new way to approach the game. You're definitely not wanting to do the set plays. We saw the greedy bench as well. You called that one out perfectly right there, and it's not working. It's a set piece that's been as old as time, and no wonder Flowriders are using it. They're one of the creators of it almost, and genuinely, it's so studied how to defend it, how to work against it, that you're just kind of outdated in this scenario. And Karma, they're a new team. They have fresh strategies. There's a reason they've been pushing through. They can't be stopped. They can't be read through. And you need to find a way to kind of just improvise. There's no more strategy. The playbook out the window. That's not working anymore. There's no way you can get past them with that. So you definitely need to start doing some dribbling, get some AP slides on the board, get some fast cuts, and try to get past them one-on-one. We've seen that Karma did that on the wing as well, beautifully so as well. You saw kind of the combination of looking for the answers from Kurapika as well. Like, he's dribbling past the opposition. Before, that was considered never do that. Just reset the ball to the keeper, make the textbook play and run it. No, this time, they are just actual playing football. Like, we see a proper winger in rematch, which we have been waiting for so long. Genuinely, it's been just constantly, okay, we passed you, you just cross and go for prime. No, they are redefining also the way that the game is played, and against an old team, an OG team such as Flowriders, it's definitely going to work here, Rhino. And do you have any just random thoughts for the next game?
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that you bring that up, because obviously that's what Rematch wants to be. They want people to play football like you would play football. Of course, there are different physics, of course. You know, you've got walls around the pitch. There are ways of doing other things that maybe you wouldn't be able to do in a regular game. It's an arcade style. But even back in FIFA Street, we didn't see people putting 4 players in the box, right? I have just dated myself. And, you know, if you played FIFA Street, you know what I'm talking about. But that's the fact of the matter, right? Is if we see more traditional football being played in Rematch, we're going to believe it more as a proper esport, because that's where we want the game to be. So it's lovely to see from LS Karma. Yeah. They're doing fantastic work, as you rightly say. Dribbling, standing up your man and taking him on. Not really a thing done so far in Rematch. It now is. And Flowriders, I mean, is the answer just get better defense? No disrespect to this team, but just be better one-on-one and try and build that skill.
Absolutely, and I will have to say, genuinely, a final I'm genuinely excited about if it does happen. That depends on the end on the other semi-final of the bracket, is potential HZX against Karma. 2 redefining teams that are both having these different playstyles. You have the zonal defense from HZX, and you have this new way of breaking through the backlines from Karma. That would be just a clash of the century if we get to see it. But finally, the lobby has been reset because it did crash on us, so a little bit of a longer delay than we would like. But regardless, it's just interesting to see the response from Flowriders. I've genuinely have no idea how they will look to pull this one off, and it's definitely going to take time to kind of adjust to the mentality and reality of being crushed 4-0 by Karma right there. And, well, Karma is on the side of Karma this time, and I had to use that one by now because I might not get the chance by Game 3, because we might not even see a Game 3 here.
We certainly might not. We are loading up, though, into game number 2, a game that LS Karma, if they win, will find them into... that's a shame. We'll find them into the grand finals, but it does look like we are going for yet another remake. The Rematch servers starting to struggle, and I can bring you news from the other game, actually, that HZX are in fact beating Dark Knights 1-0 in that other semi-final. Not only are they doing that, they are actually, they are unfortunately, though, losing 1-0 in the second game. So that one looks set to go for a potential game 3. Which is good, given how long it's taken us to get into Game 2 over on our stream. If you want to go and take a look at that in a second tab, right? Keep us open. In another tab, just to watch some Rematch. Alan OOZ on Twitch. Make sure you go and give him some love. Our French broadcaster.
Amazing
as he will be the one to bring all that action for you. And, 20 seconds left for the side of HGX to try and level this game up, and doesn't look like they're going to do it. So that one is almost certainly going to a Game 3.
Absolutely. We've seen late finishes as well. We've seen late equalizers. Most memorably, the DCE game up against HZX, and that was a stellar show in Game 1. Scoring with, I believe, was it 8 seconds on the clock where the equalizer was landed, and this time, no, Rhino.
Wow. They had one last chance, and it got blocked on the goal line. That was insane.
Wow.
Sorry.
Okay, well, you shocked me. I thought they scored. I thought we were in for a spectacle right now. But I mean, we might be on cue to perfectly finish both of these games. So we'll have a shorter break in terms of games finishing. But yeah, while Game 3 is loading up, we're still loading up Game 2. So plenty of time to grab a snack, get some get some popcorn as well, get some drinks, and get ready to get underway as well, because we finally have everything set up. It's in the lobby. Hopefully no one gets kicked before it loads in, and we should be good to go and on the way here, Rhino. Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah, we hope and pray. Everybody,
genuinely.
Cross your fingers, cross your toes.
Cross your toes.
You got to make sure that we get this one going, because I mean, you have got to say that all of these technical issues probably favor Flow Riders, right? It definitely feels like this is
timeout,
an opportunity for them to talk and figure things out and get back into the game in a way and start to reset that mental, right?
Yeah, well, time for talk is over because game is getting underway, and let's see what you could have conjured up in the last 5 to 10 minutes of the break right now. Senza gonna look to start us off here from the side of Karma. Beautiful black kits as well here, symbolizing that Karma is not always good for you, and it might not be with a beautiful opener almost found from Nizen. But Arctic will look to collect that one, and Flow Riders now have a chance to potentially find their first goal in the series.
Yeah, they certainly do, and I will keep you updated with the other semi-final, and HZX have scored early in the other semi-final, Game 3. They're 1-0 up with still plenty of time on the board. Just worth mentioning, and now Arctic, extra effort down that right side. Vendrick gets in front, now looks for an opportunity, edge of the area. Boris takes a shot, and it's saved well down to his left by Senza. Dangerous play to bring that ball away, but now Lamskaz can't get much done, and Flow Riders will be able to get possession again.
Yeah, beautiful chip as well over the top to Red Scar. Now Red Scar, he's looking for options. He has so much room to work with. Green grass in front. He's looking for the insta-pass. Kami-sama looking this up. Boris here in the middle. The ace striker. Greedy bench, not an option right now. Nizen reads it perfectly. He's trying to get past any way possible, and the bench does land in the end. Boris finding the opener and the first goal of the series for Flow Riders.
And they needed that. They needed the opener. They needed to be able to get something on the board. And Kami working off that left side. And it's just a simple prio battle in the midfield, won by Flow Riders. And that is going to be LS Karma put on the back foot early. Their unorthodox style of play has been undone by, it's fair to say, some lovely wing play by Kami Sami-sama.
Yeah, I will definitely say, like, he didn't take no for an answer. Nizen stopped him the first time. He's like, okay, I'll just run past you. And, you know, that's the sort of adaptation you need. And a bench coming up from Nizen lays it off to the side. Lamkas, oh, what a beautiful play. A bit of an interesting bench there. It was kind of a step extra in between to kind of get rid of the defense. But in the end, it was saved. And Flow Riders still stay in the lead for a bit longer.
Yeah, they do. And they'll keep possession of the ball as well. 4 minutes on the clock. No reason really for Arctic to trigger the attack. He does though. Edge of the box. Kami's made 2 miss. But a good block by Kurapika. It's one back by Flow Riders. It's then immediately one back by Karma, who will take possession of this ball. It will eventually be Flow Riders, but LS Karma, they're struggling to get long periods of possession in this game for sure.
Yeah, definitely, especially considering that Flow Riders are happy to wait this one out. The longer, the better. And a corner coming out from Red Scar here into the center, not found as the prio is not on his side, but almost a beautiful stop there coming out from Vendrick. A 1-on-1 scenario potentially, but not enough stamina to keep running as Kurapika gets denied. He still has the ball right now. He has an option in the midfield. Lamska's trying to take that one down the wing here. No options just yet as they're looking for some sort of prio battle, but in the end, those have been nerfed and you need to find some other way to break through.
They certainly have been. And will be Redscar, who just passes back to Arctic, and again, not under a lot of pressure. We've just crossed the halfway mark in this game 2. Flow Riders looking to take us to a game 3. Speaking of game 3s, it's currently 1-1 between Dark Knights and HZX, sorry, on the other side. Flow Riders shot on, and it's a good save by Senza. Needs to dive on this ball and does. Finally, LS Karma might be able to have a moment to just get some possession and run a set play.
There's a lot of time to think about it as well. You have 2.5 minutes. Take your time. You need to make the perfect play, and you might just do that. But Boris there with the collection as a rebound off for defender. Does land. That was a scary one right there. Nizen was ready for it. And you can see the players already anticipating some time-wasting options there from Flow Riders. Karma, the pressure is so immense. They're trying to choke them out in their own defense, but they've left a man open right now in Boris. And Boris, he's looking to finish it. Blade shot through, but Senza with a beautiful save to keep the dreams alive for Karma to take it in 2 maybe.
It's always nice to see the solo blade shot come through every now and again. We don't see it as much in this meta as we used to. It's nice to see that revival. Actually, there is going to be an opportunity here. Boris turns beautifully, uses that extra effort, tries to get to the byline. and will bring it back for Vendrick. And here comes the time-wasting tactics.
not.
Actually, they found a way through. Good save. Senza gets down to his left beautifully. Thought Boris had an opportunity there, but still, they're only 1-0 up, and Karma have a minute and a half to bring this back.
If I might say so myself, Senza has been fantastic in terms of defense and the distribution as well. He always finds the play he's looking for, and Frozen, he's finding everyone's legs and sending him to the hospital, delivering it on a platter for Lamskaz, but the finish was just not found. And that's the type of action that you need from Frozen there. Karma, they need to implement that a little bit more just to stay ahead, just to kind of surprise the opposition and put them kind of behind. Be a step ahead of them, but a minute, time is running out, very delicate, not on your side. You need to get that high press going, maybe even expose yourself to a potential play right now, because you have Senza with the saves.
Here is that counter. Lovely ball over to the far side. Lamskaz, he's going to have to do it alone, though, and he just tries to take the shot into the top right corner. And oh dear, LS Karma, is that the final opportunity you get? Ball over the top.
Maybe
Here's
not.
Vendrick, goes down the line. Boris
close.
has got Cammy in the middle. We'll just sit back and time waste, and I don't mind it. 20 seconds. Cammy gets around the keeper, and we're going to game 3.
Sensational right there from Flow Riders, being able to not just use the time-wasting mechanic to their advantage, just keep the ball away, but also find an opportunity to put the nail in the coffin for Game 2 here and set themselves and set their eyes upon that Game 3, the decider. And we'll see if Karma have anything to reply with. So far, they haven't scored a single goal. They had insane chances, I will say that, especially with Frozen kind of making those runs on the wing, but it's just, it felt a bit dry in terms of the earlier start of the game, and Flow Riders, they have been so on point this game.
They certainly have, and they will take home the victory as expected. Speaking of victories, then it's HZX who are the first team going into that grand final. It was a 0-second goal from HZX. Like, there was 2 seconds of overtime played once that ball went in. But a lovely solo goal coming through from Snow to give them the victory and take them into the grand final of the DSQ Cup. But who will be joining them? 6 minutes of rematch will decide, as we're now in game 3, Kiki. There's no more lives. There's no more places to hide. Both of these teams have just lost their second game of the night. One of them will lose their third.
Absolutely, and hopefully we get a simple lobby to start us off with right now, because both teams, they're aching to get instantly on the field. They want to get back there. They want to find themselves a game 3 and get started.
Race to the rematch gods.
Okay, haram, but anyway, regardless, no. Maybe I should have. we should
have seriously prayed. That's a shame.
Yeah,
oh,
well, unfortunately, we will having a quick remake as well, so it will be short as well. Hopefully the players do get in the lobby in time, but this time Karma have some stuff to speak about, and definitely they're looking at some solutions for this defense of Flow Riders. Defense has been solid. They have been getting through, but they just can't get that final shot. Maybe add like another station, add like another pass before the actual finishing shot, get past the keeper in some sort of other manner, but they just can't seem to do that, and it's been working out for Karma so far in terms of just quality on the field. And Flow Riders, they're happy to get back into this one and, you know, fight for that final spot.
Yeah, but it's interesting. We've already seen a game tonight. I'm trying to remember exactly which game it was, but we've seen a game where a team went into it. They lost game 1 relatively convincingly. In fact, it might have been Dark Knights versus Volair in the round of 16, where Volair won game number 1. They looked really good. They looked like the better team. And then Dark Knights came back and steamrolled them in the next 2 games. And I'm very nervous about the fact that it might be a very, very similar vibe with this particular game, where Flow Riders looked lost at sea in game number 1. They looked like they had never even touched the game before. 4-0 loss in game number 1 of a semi-final. I mean, where do you kind of go from there? And then game 2, they just turned it around. They looked for the openings. They didn't rush anything. They were able to keep possession for long periods of time. They got their set plays working, and it looked really good for them. So, I mean, where do we go from here? What happens in game 3, Kiki? I think it's anyone's guess.
It definitely is, and you know, can Flow Riders retain and keep that motivation, keep that momentum going, or will Karma finally get back to their old ways from that game 1 and find some sort of answer to that game 2 from Flow Riders? Even though Senza has been sensational in gold that game 2, genuinely, even though he conceded 2, he was so good between the stakes. He was finding all the saves, all the answers, getting so much room for Karma to get those counterattacks, those cherry-picking counterattacks, and in the end, it just wasn't enough. Karma were not able to score a goal on Flow Riders, and well, if Flow Riders go through, it's gonna be a battle of arch rivals. Well, former teammates, potential arch nemesis Boris used to play on After Hours, one of the top teams that kind of disbanded recently, and he'll be taking up against his former teammate Lolmaster, I believe, and it's gonna be an interesting shout to see both players going different roads, finding themselves in the same grand finals, and hopefully us finding ourselves in the game. But I'm seeing a lot of players leaving, so maybe we're okay. So we're getting a second remake. We're getting a second remake right now.
I'm tired, Robbie. I'm tired.
Fun fact: Grand finals were supposed to finish by now, and we were also supposed to start our show match, but here we are.
I think show match was actually meant to be done by now, like about an hour ago.
We might need a third producer as well to just substitute in case one of them collapse out of lack of rest. So there is a good chance at that as well. I'm sure Rhino can supply us with some great production alongside that casting. I mean,
it's gonna
be amazing. But I mean, this might as well be the grand final. I mean, a best of 5 is not as long as this one. I'm fairly certain that HZX started playing after us. And they have finished game 3 before us.
Yeah. Okay. We've got 5 people in the lobby again. Right. We need everybody. Okay. Everybody in chat, send us all of your energy, right? Fingers crossed.
Here we go.
Toes crossed. Close your eyes.
Cross
and
your
dream
arms.
to the rematch server gods. Okay. Slow clap. If you're listening, please.
Oui, baguette.
Please bless this server with everything that you have. Everybody, please, we want to finish this semi-final before it's Monday, ideally.
I'm hungry.
I'm hungry. I'm tired.
I'm hangry.
We want the grand final. Please. Let's do
Cheers
it.
to the production.
Come on. Thank you very much. YoYo apparently thinks we look, cringe. But it is what it is.
Well,
there's a chance. People are joining. I'm not seeing anyone leaving. This is the most exciting thing that's happened tonight.
Genuinely, this is more exciting than a winner.
Bottom, though, and that concerns me. Why aren't we seeing 12?
Why are we waiting? Someone didn't connect.
hang on. Whoa. Maybe it's okay.
It could be one of the observers. It could be one of the observers.
It's one of the
actually.
observers. It's fine. We can go.
Okay.
I think.
Wait, maybe.
No, we can't go.
Okay.
Karma have just not played. Oh, okay. All right. Oh no. Oh god. Oh.
I love that one from you, Hazza. Oh, okay. Well.
Kiki.
This one is not making it in my CV.
Kiki. You know what? I think it's time.
What?
Time for rock, paper,
rematch
scissors,
one?
buddy. It's time for rock, paper, scissors. Let's go.
Go for it. Go for it. What's the point
on go, all right?
On go. All right.
Rock, paper, scissors, go.
Okay.
Oh, 2 papers.
Go again. Go again.
Rock, paper, scissors, go.
Oh.
No way. Okay, here we go again.
Rock,
paper, scissors,
go. Ah, well played. Well, best of 9. That's about how long it will take till we get back into the game.
No. We're gonna pack that one up now. Listen, we have fun here. Okay, we have fun here. Hazza's asking us what is bro on about a best of 9. We can't do that. Yeah, man.
Okay.
I know, dub. Easy. Rock, paper, scissors, better entertainment than
Congrats.
rematch.
I'm calling it. There was a glitch. There was a glitch. There was a glitch. There was a glitch. I want a discussion.
You actually are so right.
I want a discussion. Everyone clip that and start sending VODs of the early call by me and the late call by Rhino. That way he cheats.
Hey, listen, the facts of the matter is the DSQ Cup doesn't care about glitches. They just put the players through and keep the score, so it's fine. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. We're not replaying, that's
just
for sure.
smile. Just wave and smile. You never cast a DSQ again.
Nope. and that's okay.
It's been a pleasure, Rhino. Honestly, you brought so much life to this stream.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I really appreciate
Wherever
it.
your career goes next, I'll follow you.
I don't know if Aziz is watching. It's fine.
What? Even the name drop? That's crazy.
Right.
Wow.
Okay. Here we go. 10 players in the lobby. 2 observers. Can we get a game start to save
By the way,
our
fun fact. There was a bug previously where if there's 2 spectators, an even number of spectators, the lobby crashes every time where someone crashes.
Not again.
So we might.
12 out of 12. 12 out of 12. We're in. Oh, I think we're in.
Wait.
Oh my goodness.
Hype us up, Rhino, hype us up, come on.
It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. Semi-final game 3. Hell yeah. I can't believe it. Slow clap. Thank you very much for providing this. One of the players on the LS Karma side is in the wrong kit, I think. But it's fine.
No one cares. No one cares.
No one
Genuinely,
cares.
no one actually cares.
We're in.
And right now, we might be in with a swift opener. Lamska is looking to break away. Look at Kurapika. He has so much space down the midfield, but the pass, it's not early enough right now. And he's looking for that greedy bench setup right there. But Redskar able to take that one away. Pass over to Arctic, and he does pick that one up nicely. He's looking for early distribution. And, you know, I think both players have, both teams have forgotten completely about the last 2 games. I think genuinely there's no momentum left from games 2 or 1. So I think both teams are just excited and looking to get the first goal. And it might just be Flow Riders here. Great setup, but not enough. No cigar.
Nope, not enough. And Frozen now in the back corner will go back to his goalkeeper. LS Karma. They're going to look for one of those set plays once again. Down the middle. Opportunity. Back post off the backboard. And oh my goodness, Redskar only just about gets there first. Frozen might be able to cut in. No. Well caught by Arctic, and the ball out to this right back position now. Vendrick switches the ball once more, and this is Flow Rider starting to get into flow state. Redskar down the line, and that ball to the back post just gonna miss Boris. He will try and reset, and Vendrick, I think, might go back to his goalkeeper, and indeed he does.
Yeah, there's that reset. The casual, you know, you don't take it past everyone. You're not Neymar Jr. You get back to your keeper, and keeper's gonna set you up again. And Vendrick, he might just do that to Boris here as he's looking to sub Kami-sama there. I'm just gonna call him Kami there because I will not get that tongue twisted down the next time. As Red Sky is looking to intercept this one. Kurapika has so much space right now. Frozen, he could take it alone. A chip over, and a save coming up from Arctic. Beautiful patience there coming out from the Flow Riders keeper.
Here we go then. Flow Riders looking to build again. Vendrick in the back right side. Arctic will get the ball back once more. And for all of the tomfoolery we've had so far during this semi-final, you have to remember just the stakes of this game. You only get any prizes in the DSQ Cup if you win the whole thing, and you can only do that by being in the grand final. Vendrick puts this ball in. It's going to be headed away and collected, actually, by Nizam. Collected back by Flow Riders, who get the ball back to their goalkeeper. And this is that possession style of play that Flow Riders love to get involved in. Arctic, a long way out of his goal, looking for the bench. Actually, Vendrick's going to get there before it hits the backboard. He'll be able to intercept that, but Amskaz does enough, and Boris almost intercepts that. That was a bit close, Kiki.
The dolphin dive, looking to get that one past Senza in the end, able to collect it. He's been quite composed in the backline, I'd say. You know, whenever he has the ball, he's not under pressure. He's not under any stress right now. And Nizan, he might be applying pressure right there. He beat one, but in the end decided to reset, even with the man advantage. But in the end, look at the space of Kurapika right there. He has so much, but they're just not looking at him. They're just not finding the pass. He's been finding so much space in the middle of the 4 players of Flow Riders there. But sadly, for Karma there, Flow Riders are the ones on the attack now, and they're looking for an instant reply. Boris, he can't get past 2 men there, as the hitboxes are just a bit too big for him.
Yeah, and you've already mentioned a couple of times tonight, Kiki, about those hitboxes of the players and how blocking definitely feels like it's been improved a little bit. It feels like there's a better vibe when you do get that block going. That hold that L2, I think, if I remember rightly, for that defensive stance, and you increase your hitbox.
Yep.
It really feels like you're able to do more by standing in front of a ball that's coming towards you. Actually, that's wonderful, though. By the way, from Lamskaz. Oh my goodness, that was dipping. Arctic had to make a save.
Fancy footwork coming out from Lamskaz there. I mean, even into the blade shot as well, getting the most dangerous one out of all of them. Nice, and this one might be dangerous. Lamskaz now on the breakaway. Vendrick is able to make it in front of him, but we've seen the fancy footwork from Lamskaz. He's looking to play it off to Frozen. Frozen kind of forgetting the ball there, running out of stamina. Maybe he tried to ippy slide, but just a reminder, you cannot ippy slide if your stamina is under 50%, so something to keep in mind here. Probably the reason why it hasn't been used in quite some time here, on stream at least, right now, in a beautiful long ball towards Kami-sama onto Boris, but an even better save coming out from Senza, and this one will come down to the wire. Wire. Yes.
Yeah, and it's feeling very much like the other semi-final that we've had on the Alan News Twitch channel, where it literally went down to the final kick of the game, 0 seconds, maybe not.
Oh, what a save.
Well up by Arctic, but actually there's panic in the backlines until Flow Riders are able to their boot back on ball, and now finding Red Scar down the left side. Kami makes some room, back post, well up by LS Karma, and they do enough to deter Flow Riders once more. 40 seconds.
Absolutely, Senza looking to the far side here. Frozen, he has a lot of room to work with. He has Nizen in the midfield. Lamskaz, he's trying to get on the end of that one, but it's just not accurate enough. You need precision in these moments. Last 25 seconds of the game. Next goal could be the decider before we even go to overtime here. One last chance probably for Karma before that happens. A direct shot trying to catch out the keeper, but Arctic, he's so locked in. He's not letting anything slip by him right now, not in these moments. And the last 10 seconds are surely going to send us to overtime here right now.
Yeah, and here's what you can kind of expect from these last 10 seconds is that Flow Riders will just keep themselves in possession, make sure they have the first attack of OT.
Maybe not.
Kami-sama actually gives the ball away over in that corner. Has he got enough stamina to get back? No. He has to prevent Kurapika from moving forward. So Senzo now will trigger the LS Karma attempt. As we get into OT, here it is. Bench. Looking for Nizen. Actually, it's going to find Lamskaz, but it will eventually go all the way back to Senza.
And there's that extra step on the bench right now, faking the first one to buy so much room for Lamskaz, but in the end, the pass is just too slow to Lamskaz, and there's so many defenders around him. It's man marking. You're not going to lose your man that easily, and it's one mistake dividing both teams of greatness, both teams of a ticket home, potentially even the fight for that third place. And Frozen, he has a lot of room to make work with. He's trying to find a shot directly, but Arctic once more being tested from these impossible angles.
And again, sometimes keepers just aren't ready for those kinds of shots, right? You're expecting the ball to come in into the middle of the box, so why not test them? Why not make it awkward the next time you're in that position? And the goalkeeper has to second guess himself, but this is an opportunity. Boris just won't get on the end of that pass. And it's another opportunity for LS Karma to build. I have to say, in overtime, certainly, and even in the last minute of the game, Flow Riders' attacks have felt like they really aren't as effective as they were, certainly in the game too.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, both teams, I love that it's scoreless. Neither team is showing us how to break through. Neither team's allowing to get broken through right now, as Nizen was looking for the prio shot, but just couldn't find it. And Vendrick now, beautiful head control, but that's a slip up right there. Lamskaz infield for Nizen, but the save from Arctic. He's been sensational on the side of Flow Riders this one. We haven't been mentioning his name so much, as Senzu's, but this one, absolutely sensational from him as well.
Big mistake in their defensive half, though, and that is going to scare Flow Riders a little bit. Here's the ball. Vendrick there first. Kami to the back post, and it's blocked away by Karma. But Boris still has the ball, finds Vendrick, and he's going to surely rotate this one. It's actually going to go out to the left to Red Scar. He's got Kami down the line. He's going to try and find him in the middle. Kami picks the ball up. Looks to get around a couple of challenges, isn't able to do so. And now LS Karma can break. Frozen down the line, looking for the ball across. Nizam collects. It's over with. Lamskaz now definitely doesn't want to be in this position, wants to be in the middle of the pitch. But in the end, it's going to be picked up by Flow Riders, and they will reset.
Yeah, finally some patience, but you can see a lot of improvisation in the last minute right there. Both teams trying to just scrape up some sort of attack to make something work right now, but there's Arctic looking for Red Scar, maybe to set up maybe a 1-2 snipe pass or something of similar accord, but right now they just seem to have no answer. Look at the amount of players from Karma there, and there's a chance right there, but Flow Riders, they keep getting read like a book from the Karma defenders. They just keep getting this ball, and there's a breakaway right now, a 3-on-2 scenario, but it's just a reset. Where you could have had an extra man advantage there, you just chose a reset, which could work, but still, I'd opt with the other.
Yeah, I don't mind the decision at all. I really don't. You're in a game where you're either in the grand final or you're going home, and you got to try and take every advantage you possibly can. And if that is to reset it, then so be it. Nizam is going to go well by that one. Flow Riders will be given another chance to attack, and as we've said, these have not been effective for them so far in this OT. Will Red Scar create something? Edge of the area! Oh. And it's just a straight shot from Boris. Senza's going to get that 10 times out of 10.
And both teams completely feeling it. Energy everywhere on the field. Adrenaline running high. And right now, you don't have much room to make a mistake. You definitely don't have time to overextend. And Frozen, I don't know what kind of play that was. Maybe trying to catch out Arctic once more, but that's not going to work against them. He's so in the zone alongside Senza as well. It's just a barrel of the keepers. It feels like it's going to be just a matter of who makes the first mistake defensively rather than an offensive solution here. And there it is! It could be it! And it is! Karma to capitalize on the mistake, and they find the answer they've been so desperately looking for.
Well, we've sung his praises so much today. Arctic has been all but flawless in net for Flow Riders. But when it matters most, when you've already played about 10 minutes of rematch, he makes the key mistake as he tries to send this one down the line for Vendrick. Vendrick uses that extra effort, but he doesn't see the player coming in from midfield. And that is exactly what undoes Flow Riders there. LS Karma take home the victory, Kiki. And they're going through to the grand final to face HZX.
Absolutely, and this is going to be an exciting one. Karma, HZX both redefining kind of the meta here. And finally, Karma finding the consistency and punishing the inconsistency of Flow Riders there. And this time, it's going to be a decider. It's going to be the finale. Well, the penultimate finale, I'd say, because we do have an interesting show match as well alongside after it. But a reminder as well, it's not just over for Flow Riders. They will be just playing for that third place up against, I believe, let me just have a double check here, who is on the other side of the bracket. It could be Dark Riders. I'm not really completely sure as we are just scrolling through so much data here. And here we go right now. So basically, they will be playing a third place matchup up against Dark Knights. Yes, so Flow Riders, Dark Knights for that lower final, aka third match placement, and the grand finals between HZX and Karma are coming up right now, Rhino.
They certainly are. Looking forward to it. And we are going to cut to a break. When we come back, it's a best of 5 grand final. Who will be able to take home the DSQ Cup? Find out in just a moment. Two teams now become two. Only one can take home the DSQ Cup. We've got the grand finals coming up. A best of 5 to determine who the inaugural DSQ Cup champion is going to be. I am Rhino, joined for the grand final by the gorgeous Sir Pegasus. How are you tonight?
Well, it's been an unbelievable day of rematch so far. Once we do get those players on the pitch and the servers are cooperating with us, we've had some fantastic games. I mean, it was a heartbreaking way for that semi-finals to add, but we're kind of fortunate that the two teams that we will be witnessing have featured on this stream before, of course, following HZX in that quarterfinal beforehand, yourself alongside Kiki in the semis for Karma. So I'll start off with the right-hand side for once and have a little bit of a talk of how this HZX team play. I mean, these are meta-defining players. They've got meta-defining tactics as well. For them, it's been very zonal, truly just 2 players left behind instead of a typical 3 bunch up in the box you would see before. Of course, led by that duoship of Jaeger and the experienced LoL Master in net. But it's similar, but still a rather different story on the other side for LS Karma.
Yeah, it really is. And this is an interesting grand final that we have here at the DSQ Cup because it's 2 teams that maybe people wouldn't have picked going into the tournament today. And it's 2 teams that are desperately trying to redefine the meta and play rematch, arguably as it was originally intended to be played, with a free-flowing style of football, with wingers that are allowed to run at their defenders and try and take a man on. That's exactly what we have on the side of LS Karma. You've got Senza in net, who does a fantastic job, has been excellent all night. 2 defenders of Frozen Kurapika. You're not going to see Kurapika too much in the defensive kind of area. He's more one who likes to get involved with that attack. And then you've got Kaizen as well, who's a fantastic player up front. And Yao as well, who I don't believe is the name that we have for him in game. But of course, it will be Lampskaz, who was the guy who was just so instrumental to LS Karma's attack in the previous game. I mean, for the 4 goals that they scored in game number 1, Lampskaz was involved in, I'm pretty sure, all of them. He just makes that offense tick. And it's going to be very interesting to see if they are able to do that. Can I ask production just quickly if we can get a bracket graphic? Real quick and see the journey to get here. We are going to be going into the game very, very shortly, but that is exactly how our 2 teams arrived at the grand final, Pegasus, and what a journey it's been.
Especially for LS Karma, being able to take down Strive Esports, which was actually one of the teams that we were looking at to be in this grand finals in the first place, essentially playing a semi-final, grand final matchup so early in the brackets and then making their way through the likes of NDA with a sweep, Flow Riders with that 2-1 of that dramatic ending as well. But when you want to talk about dramatic, you can't go down that route without talking about HZX, who had that 2-1 result, of course, in the semi-finals, but in the quarters looked rather dominant. The games would say something different with how close some of those game plans were, but it was their unique style, the way they took that ball forward, and overall efficiency that made the difference. But two of the most creative teams in rematch in the DSQ Cup phase. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a best of 5. Welcome to the grand finals.
HZX and LS Karma face each other for a shot at glory and 100 euros. As now Nizen takes this one down, looking for Lapskaz, and a man that we talked about, built up so much over the course of tonight. Had the first opportunity at goal. This time it's saved, but you believe that that's not going to be the last.
And header, looking for that far post. You see that late run come forward. Snow playing that false 9 role, able to lay it out to both sides, though. The defense was able to read that play forward, and it'll be interested to see if we do see any changes in strategies from both of these sides. They typically like to play free-flowing. Have a quick gameplay as well. It's fluid from the wings to wings. Goalkeeper jumps early, but that one will not be created by a follow-up player. Frozen had a little bit of space there in the corner, but after the double-up, has some space for that defensive man. Nizen can't reach it. That's a big boom forward. Safety, though, from the keeper.
Just about got up for that one, did the defender, because I thought Kurapika had found a perfect ball over to the back post. Doesn't clear his man, and now down the line once again. This is going to be awkward. HDX trying to recover, and they don't really in time, so Nizen will be given the ball back, and he's going to get it back all the way to his goalkeeper, Senza, whose distribution has been on point and continues to be. Frozen on the right wing. Cuts back and then goes down the line. Gets beyond his marker, and Lapskaz with another opportunity. And Lolmaster, he is equal to every single opportunity that LS Karma are taking.
It's a full French team on the side of LS Karma. HCX do have, I believe it is, 2 Turkish players, and of course Lolmaster, the lone Romanian, in goal. Just go to show the dominance that nation really does have in rematch. Of course, in the early days, having that bit of an advantage, being closer to the servers, but now with everyone on an equal footing, still being able to impress. But here we go, LS Karma, quick counter coming through. You've seen a defender have to roll their way forward. That's when you know they're desperate for a little bit of momentum, but one header taps over, and it's going to be our first goal of the grand finals in ecstatic force.
This is such an impressive goal, because look at that extra effort to get in front of his marker. Flicks it over the top to get away from the defender, and then sees the goalkeeper coming out, so just nods it over the top. You know that for a fact it's got some topspin on it as well to bring it down before it gets beyond the crossbar. That is such a good goal scored by LS Karma, and HZX are going to be wondering how it happened, really. I mean, it was from nothing, it seemed. But that extra effort to get across that front, it cannot be understated how good that is. HGX with another opportunity, but it's headed away by Kurapika, and Senza will get on the ball after a pass back. This is an electric start to the grand final.
And tests being presented early for HZX. How do they respond to this deficit? Ball across here. Kurapika will take it. Is chased rather high there by Waneda, but it is a well-weighted pass for and a good read there to be able to pick up that ball. And now it's a 2v1 outside the box. Nizen though shoots that one rather early. That's a position where I feel like you'd want to be taking a little bit of control with the pressure of the situation, getting to them somewhat. An equaliser looking to be hunted, but it's a 4-player bunch up there in the box. That's not going to be allowed of a show match later. But for now, LS Karma can use it to its full potential. Lolmaster will have to press this ball forward. 2.5 minutes left to go. It sounds like a long time. Well, that's going to be quick as a flash if you're a HZX supporter.
Yeah, but this is a lovely transition here, and Kurapika's beaten the line. He probably wants to go over the top, but he gets tackled from behind, and now the counter-attack comes through from HZX. Snow on that left. He's got help, but in the end, he's not going to be able to use it because Nizen does very well to get in. Standing tackle, perfect. And now he switches the play across, trying to get some space for Kurapika, and Wanheda trying to block that pass back to goal, so Nizen shows inside. Now out to the right wing with Frozen. Couple of headers, ball in, but well blocked away by Snow. And we talked about the the size difference now with those hitboxes, and actually Frozen going to try and take it around some more defenders. And he does get it back to Kurapika. Really nice possession play coming through from LS Karma, but they've actually been caught out. Kurapika's been blocked away. It's a 2-on-1. Snow on the left side. He's got one hater to help out. He decides not to use him. Kurapika makes up for his mistakes and blocks that shot away.
And just as I was about to compliment the recovery nature of LS Karma in that offense, almost throwing it away in the second. It's, of course, game one of that grand finals, and I feel like these are plays that you would not see earlier in the bracket, but there's a different atmosphere. There's some energy moving forward, but one thing is consistent. LoL Master is here to stay with these step-up saves.
Doing a great job. And now here's Heegson, but he gets tackled by Lamskars, gets tackled again, but he comes away with the ball. One hater on the right side, blocked initially, but ball still falls at HZX. Now to Snow, flicks it around once, trying to keep the ball up, looks for the top right corner, but Senza gets up beautifully, up to his top left, and there's only 45 seconds now for HZX to try and bring this game back.
And it doesn't feel like it's been 2 minutes since I made that 2.5 call, but they're over one with the rainbow flick. The goalkeeper is snuck out. The second goal comes in for LS Karma, and this is game one decided. No questions about it. And it comes from a cool moment in what has been a very stressy game for both teams.
Yeah, it's fair to say it has, but once again, we're looking at that man Lamskars for the side of LS Karma. He's so cool in front of goal. That ball to the back post, though. One hater has an opportunity, blocks away, and Frozen takes it away from his goalkeeper. Is he going to live to regret that? No. He does get challenged, though. One hater, edge of the area. Should be an opportunity. What a block that is from Kurapika. And a great pass back to Senza. 10 seconds left. Game one is done.
It certainly is. As soon as they got that first goal in, you could see them start to play that game management. All of a sudden, there was a hell of a lot more players finding its way into that LS Karma box defensively, and it was just impossible for HZX to make that breakaway, even though it felt like they had a little bit more momentum and possession in that second half of the game. I felt like LS Karma were in more trouble in the first half when they were spilling some of these balls forward. However, in those stages where time was neutral and you truly had to outplay your opponent, I mean, outplays was just the name of the game for Karma.
Just incredible. And you talk about outplays. That Nizen goal right at the start, I really bigged it up at the time. And I still don't feel like I did it justice. It was such an intelligent play. It's so well to get around it. I do just want to mention, because I feel like it's pertinent, that before the game started, both Senza and Wenhader put a GIF in the finals chat, right? And one, Senza's, is of one of the greatest baseball players of all time for the LA Dodgers, just won the World Series, Shohei Ohtani, a fantastic baseball player. And the second one is Juan Hader, who's put Joshua Kimmich. Now, I don't know about you, but if my head's in baseball instead of football, I'm concerned going into a rematch tournament. It turns out I shouldn't be, because Senza's team are 1-0 up right now. And maybe Shohei Ohtani, the highest paid, I believe, baseball player of all time as well, is the man to believe in. Oh my goodness gracious, I think that's an own goal.
Catastrophique in the grand finals.
It is.
And it is. It's Kurapika putting it in his own net. Another goal for LS Karma. I guess they all do count.
Wow.
But this really does change the dynamics of the game, because we have not seen this team have to chase back from behind. But in the very same vein, we haven't seen HZX create their own shots.
Yeah. I'm at a bit of a loss, really. I don't understand how that happens, but it has. And we're in a game state now where about 30 seconds in, it's 1-0 to HZX. And that ball down the line isn't going to find anybody. And Senza has to rush across his goal to make a save. Pegasus, well, that has to be one of the most balmy starts to a Game 2 in a Grand Finals I've ever seen. Nysen trying to get it back for his team. Frozen picks it up on the left wing. A greedy bench on that left side, but isn't able to put the ball in. And now Nysen tries to pick it up. He's going to reset it. But I can't imagine the LS Karma are settled after what just happened.
Better to happen at the start than the end. Now you've got some time for recovery, especially with this being a best-of-5 format. Lamskaz Haven't seen him on the ball all too often, and well, wasn't able to make the most out of that ball. Still, though, doesn't convert across. Senza still able to keep that ball close to him, and both teams actually had their turn now at playing game management. It does feel like that once a team does go behind, they do start to bunch up a little bit more in that box. It's a nice open pass there to Frozen, controls it down well, pops it up, blades it forward, and hold on. Bounced dangerously, but Lolmaster eventually was able to keep it in safe hands, but this game has felt anything but safe for either side.
Yeah, Lolmaster really misjudged that one coming over the top. In the end, he was lucky to get on the ball and dive on it, but HZX a little bit nervy in their own defensive area. And, I mean, Lolmaster's got so much room here. He's going to start moving up the field, but we've seen this go wrong for teams before. So he's just going to switch across to Jaeger, who goes down the line, off the bench. Going to be a chance. Edge of the area, flicked onto the back post for Heegson, but he goes all the way back. He doesn't like the look of what he's got in front of him, so it's another reset.
Yeah, it's a slightly misplaced pass, and he doesn't want to force that shot across, so instead recycling is the correct decision. Instead of trying to defend a counter-attack, Lolmaster is great with the distributions, finds his man in the corner. Another one which is a little bit too heavy-handed. A lot of these passes inside have just not been falling well for either side, frankly. It's a nice little pass across there from Lolmaster as well. Had that high press on him, but with that player lured out, now there's got to be a man that's undefended. It's 1-Ada. You saw Nysen trying to cover two players at once. But, of course, try to catch two rabbits. You'll find you'll catch none by the end. Senza restarting from his own lines.
Yeah, this ball down the left, off the bench. Chance. And it's going to be to Lamskas!
Oh!
And it's that man again who finds the net for LS Karma. He somehow makes something come true for his team. And it's a block from Snow. That's what we'd call a double commit on the penalty spot from HZX. They both go for the ball. It leaves Lamskas completely empty at the back post. And he does nothing but score goals. Finishes into the bottom left. Nothing Lolmaster could do about it. And it's 1-1 with 2 minutes 20 to go.
And that's how both teams have been playing. They've been trying to prod holes in V's defense, waiting for a little bit of space to present itself. And often that has not been the case. Both sides are rather strong defensively. It's the offensive creativity where you're going to see the differences in teams in this tournament. Snow, back post, open but blocked by Karapika. That's a bit of that zonal coming into play there. Wasn't necessarily blocking his man, but the coverage on net was simply enough.
It was. And now Senza looking to unleash another LS Karma attack. Snow blocks it away initially from Frozen, but we know how confident he is on the ball. Ball to the back post! And rising highest is the striker for LS Karma. And they have turned this game around from what looked like a horrible start to the game. Nysen gets on the scoreboard for the second game in a row. And LS Karma are now almost 1.5 minutes away from being on match point in the grand final.
And that's the subtleties of the game. The slightest difference in passing. LS Karma HZX have attempted it all the same. They'll have a strike. That one isn't on. Frozen has a chance on the counter now. Has a teammate to his left and right. Only sees the one right on ahead. And Lamskas tries to wrong foot the defender, but Jaeger manages to maintain his composure. Doesn't step in too early. It's a great initial block. The distribution, however, can be complemented all the same towards the back post. What a well-worked attack that was. But Senza couldn't be beaten again. 60 seconds remain and Karma just have to hold on.
Sometimes this is the most dangerous part, and that block almost came through for HZX. Frozen up to Nysen. Back post Lamskas around the keeper.
Oh!
Signed, sealed, delivered. LS Karma are gonna end game number 2 on grand final point after another immaculate attack. And it's Lamskas to finish.
Is there a better duoship in attack than Nysen and Lamskas consistently being able to wrong foot the more experienced goalkeeper in this pitch? It's been a lot of early jumps. And we have made that early jump to say that potentially this is going to be a second game falling to LS Karma once more, but with 15 seconds left, it feels like it's got to be assured now. LS Karma came here to play, and they haven't been the team that have necessarily had all the position, all the time to make these attacks. But on the counter, when they do get those opportunities to find those passes inside, the criticisms that we've been handing towards HZX of, oh, that touch is a little bit too heavy towards the middleman. That one's too deep behind him. He's going to have to play it back to the wings. He's going to have to recycle. You do not end up saying the same thing about LS Karma. It's passes of pure perfection with two teammates that clearly are well experienced alongside each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, after the way this game started, it really could have gone anywhere, but you are absolutely right in what you said, Pegasus, in that it's better for it to have been the start of the game rather than the end. So LS Karma had time to get back into a situation where they felt comfortable, and this is special. Lampskaz not taking that initial shot, not going for the overhead kick, instead just heading that one to the side, finishing calmly into the bottom left corner. Can't talk enough about him and Nizen going absolutely crazy for LS Karma. And it could be, I would normally at this point, Pegasus, say it could be an early night. It's not going to be an early night. We've had too many delays over the course of the evening. But the grand final could be done and dusted after this game here.
LS Karma have had such intense gameplay so far. HZX haven't been able to keep up, but now with LOLmaster leading the lines from the back, something has to change for the reverse sweep. Jaeger, usually the defensive anchor, steps up into this corner, gets it over. It's a lovely passing play between the two attackers, but it just doesn't break down past that final defender. Goalkeeper not required in that instance, and now it's Higson in the position which Jaeger typically adopts. Sends it across to LOLmaster, still has that matching game plan, game sheet, whatever you want to call it, outside the box blade, off the backboard! And that's the outplay that is required. The defender steps up, the defender takes control. It's Jaeger.
And you've got to say, this is actually just a complete misread. I mean, he's been excellent in goal. Has Senza for LS Karma, but he's got to trust that the defenders in front are going to be able to block that shot if it does come over. He dives way to his right-hand side, but the ball is going miles over the bar. And he gets himself out of position. It's an easy finish in the end for HZX. And that is actually the first goal that they themselves have scored so far this grand final. Can they make anything of it? LS Karma want the goal back immediately, but it's a good block by Higson to make sure that they can't, and finds the pass back to the goalkeeper as well.
Oh, there was a block there as well on that goalkeeper's ball forward, so you're going to see a little bit of a delay here in the transition. Players have been able to get themselves in the spot. Nizen doesn't step in too early, has to take this 1v1 intelligently, but still goes across. Higson's blocked off. A slide tackle coming in as well. Popped there by Jaeger. Nizen wants to take it back, doesn't realise there's a player hunting right behind him, and in a moment of chaos where all players are just running towards the ball here, Gegan pressing from both sides. There's a little bit of an escape as HLX get another one off the back wall. No one's there to really take charge at the back post. That shot goes wayward as well, and Higson has to restart his own corner. Has a player hot on his heels. This is the fastest paced passage of play we've seen so far in the grand finals by HZX. What else have they got to play for?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they're trying to do here, and actually that's a nice opportunity. No! Oh my goodness. And I've been saying again all night, take those pot shots, take the shots from moments where the goalkeeper will not expect it, and that's exactly what Nizen does right there. Finds the bottom right corner from absolutely nothing. Everyone in the world and their mothers would put that ball up to the back post for a shot on goal. Not Nizen. He spots the goalkeeper off his line. He gets the equalizer for LS Karma. They're playing with so much freedom and so much joy right now. HDX trying to get it back, trying to score, but Senza's equal to it.
And it was a more standard attempt at attack as well, but it feels like LS Karma can get away with absolutely everything. They're in the heads of their opponent. They're testing such an experienced goalkeeper in the grand final after they've had days of just pure victory for them. Now looking like they might be victims of a sweep and pocketed of 100 euros if LS Karma can take it. Rainbow Flick over one, drags it back as well, keeps him guessing, has a second man on though. A little bit too much in that spot. Nizen almost steals it away as well. And Nizen, he's been my player to watch for LS Karma. So many moments you'll see him step forward, but it's the way he finds himself into those false pockets of space where you can pass it back to him, but the defense doesn't know whether to step up to mark him as a passing option or stay deep to their lines. And that's what's so special about this team. They keep you guessing. Ball across, an early jump there by Senza, but there's going to be no follow-up initially.
I tell you something, Senza looks really jumpy. And that's just a lovely finish. Sometimes that laser shot to the edge of the D is all you need because the player there is often unmarked. And there you see it. Kurapika just goes away from his man. Can't get in front of the play. Thinks that's going to go top right, but instead sends it bottom left. Lovely, lovely finish from HZX, and they get themselves back in the lead. Works to do again for LS Karma.
Certainly. You know that they can pull it off at any instance. But hold on. Oh, big step up there from Senza. That was a test of how his bottle is. Very measured indeed. To come out of his spot, pick that up, trust his ability. Knows that there's no greater power that's going to make the opposing player run faster. Just got to trust your game instinct. Nice into the back post. It's Lamskaz once more. Kurapika was also an option in the box. But Jaeger, the sole man, he's been my star for HZX so far. And he keeps it out center. Oh my goodness, playing with fire once more. But again, very composed. Didn't strike the ball too early. Instead, plays the perfect pass to Nizen, who keeps on heading it up for himself. Unbelievable individual excellence once more. And even in the absence of his teammates, sometimes all you need is that one-man army.
Surely you have got to learn, if you're HZX, that you can't give Nizen that kind of space. He will absolutely tear you apart. That's exactly what he does there. This is the most even game we've had so far in this grand final. 2-2 with a minute and a half to go. HZX look like the threat that we know they can be, that everyone else in the competition has seen from them so far. And there's almost another opportunity there, but Senza makes the save and tries to spark the counter-attack immediately. Lamskaz finds the ball across to the right side, but Nizen will have to take time because it comes off that side wall. And they'll slow that pace down. Lovely work from Lamskaz. A couple of fast cuts to the back post. Nizen takes a shot. Easy save in the end for LOLmaster.
60 seconds left. It's not overtime, but it very much does feel like a golden goal situation. It'll be platinum if it's LS Karma. Snow tries to beat his one man, but Kurapika doesn't step in too early, manages to escape, sees Lamskaz completely open in front of him. Instead, wants to play that long ball across, and now they're the ones getting passed around. Snow with space, goes straight for net, but Senza's not going to be fooled in this occasion. Like you mentioned before, he's been a little bit jumpy. Feel like that's a player you want to force to use his jump instead of trying to send it straight at net. Because he's going to die for it every single time. Hold on, Maneda blocked off again. And now it's going to be Nizen to take it to the corner. Individual flair being shown off to get that back to the keeper. My goodness. And
hang on, actually, there's a counter-attack here. Lamskaz has the ball on the right-hand side in a little bit of space. Not what you want to see if you are a HZX fan, but in the end, the opportunity goes wasted, and here comes overtime. If HZX score, then our series continues. We go to game 4. And maybe they'll have the opportunity. Ball into the middle. The block doesn't come through. There was an opportunity there. But if LS Karma are able to find the next goal of the game, well, they are your DSQ Cup champions. But maybe they won't be. Ball to the edge of the area. Blocks away beautifully.
And now it's Lamskaz. Has his teammate there across the pitch as an option. Does send it there, but still has to slow down the play. Has that blockade of defenders right in front of him. Jaeger stepped up with the EE, caught up now by Nizen, but still was able to disperse it to Snow first. Now it's going to be Kurapika who's got to chase towards Snow, create some space with a cutback, and that was an ambitious shot attempt by Waneda. And the defensive priority is able to hold it close. Now it's Senza. How's your bottle? Can you decide?
No way.
The grand finals now. It's an
Oh.
early jump, but a clutch clearance from Jaeger.
Frozen so close to getting on the end of that ball. There's another opportunity. Back post sent away. And now the counter is in. HCX, Kurapika. Is he going to be able to block this? And actually, I think he's overcooked it. He has. Kurapika gets up well. So now this is Jaeger down the right, looking for the ball off the backboard, but it doesn't come. And now Lampskaz just trying to find some space. Frozen has some space.
Oh.
Takes it away from two with some fast cuts beautifully. And that is what you can do when you are technically gifted in rematch. Nizen down the left, up for Lampskaz, blocked away.
That was that anchor defender, by the way, pulling off those dribbles to allow them to escape that position. You expect that from players higher up the pitch, but Nizen gonna show off what he's got in his locker. Jaeger, though, again. Been that main defender, but had to call out LOLmaster there for the high step up.
Bit scary, isn't it? It's all getting a bit tense in the grand final. Kurapika misses a tackle. He has to use extra effort. Isn't able to get there. Hinks and surely. But Senza gets up well, up to his top right corner. He has been relatively immaculate tonight. One or two mistakes. Nothing crazy. And I can say that because they are currently 2-0 up, so if they lose this game, it doesn't cost them the championship. Can't blame it on Caster Curse, lads. There's now Snow down that right side. Looks to reset, and no one wants to make that mistake.
Senza has been unbelievable in there. I know we just mentioned him. Oh my goodness, Nizen as well. On the other end of the pitch. Shown himself in many occasions. Egan, though, wants to play it back to Jaeger. He was one of our goal scorers for HX. He was the one that really got the floodgates open for them, despite being the most defensive player on the roster. Now a chance to create. Blocked off here by Kurapika, and you can tell that Lampskaz wants to receive that ball. He's going to have to wait his turn. Senza collects it up himself. And reminder, any single attack for them could decide a championship, but one mistake will send us into game 4. HZX, reverse sweep chances, stay alive.
And I hate to say it, that is not the first time that's happened tonight for Senza. Picking out a ball down that left channel, it has to be perfect, because if it gets intercepted, well, you've just seen the result of that. And LS Karma, I mean, surely Senza is going to be putting his hand up in the group chat saying, I'm sorry, lads, that one's on me. Because unless there's some miscommunication where he expects his left winger to come closer towards him so he's able to get that extra play, you don't know what's happening in the VC. But they are going to feel really hard done by that. It's that play that ends up causing them problems.
But that's how it always goes, right? With these long OTs, with these deadlocked games, it's a moment of madness or magic. It was madness there from LS Karma, from a player who's been such quality as well. Senza, the captain of the roster, the spine of the roster from the net, especially with how rematch is played. Well, we've seen a few distribution efforts go like this for many teams, but it just feels that bit worse when it is in the grand finals. But there is an aspect of a team that I really did want to talk about, and it is the fluidity, especially on the side of LS Karma. HZX, they feel like they've got a lot more of a rigid structure, with Jaeger staying back and those other three pressing forward. Whereas I haven't seen the team sheet for quite some time for LS Karma. I cannot decide sometimes who the two strikers are for LS Karma. Kurapika, Nizen and Lampskaz play such nice rotations amongst each other. They're constantly filling in gaps. There's so many times where I see Nizen especially be that player to step back, and Kurapika pushes himself up into the box, and it forces the defense to make a decision whether they do trail their man and get themselves out of position, or play a little bit more zonal and allow someone else to take it over. But that allows these little small pockets of time where someone's completely lost their man with a straight EE when they are in the middle of that rotation. And it's many times where HZX have been found a little bit lost in the counter from those kinds of positions. Of course, it's hard to read with how fluid LS Karma are moving, but just something to observe heading into this next game, should there be less mistakes and games more decided from excellence.
Yeah, and you know what? You bring something really interesting up, and it's discussed in traditional sports a lot, which is the difference between zone marking and man marking. Because it is decidedly, in different sports, people see it differently. You talk about it a lot in football from corners, especially, where you've got kind of 4 players in a bank along that 6-yard box. You got 1 at the front post, 2 in the middle by the keeper, and then 1 at the back, and you mark your zone. And probably 1 on the penalty spot as well, just to try and make sure that you're covering everything. But as you rightly say, Pegasus, if the communication isn't perfect, remember, in that instance, everyone is facing the same way. So the only one that can see the whole kind of picture is the guy at the back post. If he's not telling everybody where to be, if he's not warning people of people on their back shoulder, everything goes wrong. Everything falls apart. And so there's an argument then, why don't you just go man? Man is easier. Man is more simple. You don't need the communication. But then, if you are slower than your man, if you are not quite as tall as your man, we've seen it a lot of times, certainly in the Prem, where there's a 5'7" guy trying to mark Ibrahima Konate, which is impossible. It's never going to happen. So there are problems with both styles, and you need to find a fluid way of working both of them through. And we're seeing it in lifetime right here, where HZX are trying to figure out the best way to deal with the LS Karma attack. Is it man? Is it zone? Is it a combination of both? And they actually did a pretty good job of it outside of those 2 goals in that game number 3.
But if you want to talk about, you know, the heights of the men, with the way that rematch priority works, it's almost like once you transition to that offense, you shrink a few inches, and when you go into defense, you grow a few inches. It is a bit more defensive favored in that sense. But another comparison you can make between these 2 teams and, I guess, traditional football or other sports is that rigidity that HZX seem to play with, and that freedom of expression that you see from LS Karma on the other side. You see a lot more attempted dribbles by the likes of especially Nizen when he finds himself in position, but Lamskaz and Kirapika themselves have given themselves to those moments to try and beat their man on the ground as well, whereas for HZX it has been pure passing plays, and there have been times where the pass hasn't quite been there, it hasn't found its man, but the consistency, albeit, has built up during this grand finals, and that's why we're in a potential reversing position. Ball forward, and LOLmaster once more. We've seen him step up high in a multitude of occasions. It takes bravery, it takes consistency, but he's got both. Quick counter, it's Snow for HZX to get us started.
I love when things we talk about between games come into this game. Look at Snow right here. Both of those defenders are looking towards the ball. That communication is not being had. They both go for that ball at its highest point, which is not where it needs to be. The player falls to that back corner and gets a free shot at goal. Senza's nowhere near it, and it's immediately 1-0 to HZX. I absolutely love that, and it makes me feel good about my job. But there's another opportunity. Lamskaz over to that right-hand side. He's got Kurapika on the edge of the area. Frozen now working inside. Gets past 1. Maybe looking to try and take it past a few more. Doesn't see anything he likes, though. And now Nizen looking for the ball to the back post. Easily blocked away for now by Jaeger, but Lamskaz trying to put the pressure on.
Well, lucky it's Nizen being that deep man for the team, and Kirapika and Lamskaz taking it forward, whereas in the first game it felt like it was strictly Lamskaz and Nizen. But this change in gameplay has certainly kept HCX guessing. All into the corner, that space here for Wenhader, and it's a dive there from Nizen as well. That's going to cut through some of his stamina, going to make the most though of that position. Punishment doesn't come through. Time is taken in defense as well to start building up that stamina for the entire team. It's level ground possession though, HZX.
Yeah, and actually that's a great block in that corner. Lamskaz now going to try and break down the line, but there is that extra effort to burst past Snow. He's got Kurapika up with him. Just drags it back and trying to get those fast cuts to get around the defender, but ball in isn't good enough. And how many times have we said that with LS Karma? I could probably count them on one hand, as they don't quite make that one work. And LOLmaster's going to be the one to bring it away. Is still 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Still plenty of time for this one, but we've already said it, so we can't jinx it again. The reverse sweep is very much alive, with HZX now currently 1-0 up and enjoying a lot of possession.
Really trying to make the most of these wings, do HZX. And you can see that in their defensive positioning, but that does leave less plays in the box. That one was completely mistimed. That felt panicky on the touch. Vispo a little bit more controlled. Rainbow Flick saved still by Lolmaster, who decided to take a Rainbow Flick himself to beat his man.
Love to see it when the goalkeepers get involved in the tricks and flicks. It's exactly what he did there, but isn't able to make a counter that really works. And that's really smart to play the ball on the ground. There's room on this right. It's one-touch passing from LS Karma. And we talked about the fluidity that they run with. It's a matter of if there's a free player, they're going to try and pass to them. That's the situation. Frozen, he will cut back. He might look for his goalkeeper. No, fast cut down the line. See you later, Snow, breaking a couple of ankles on his route to goal, and then just resets as if nothing's happened.
Suns has played these balls rather riskily beforehand. You called it intelligent to keep it on the ground before. For me, it's not what I like to see. Played a rock, paper, scissors match in the grand finals. Ball across off the back ball. Keeper sent. And that's what happens when you get the entirety of Karma involved in one attack. And it's that step-up man, Karapika, to be in the right place at the right time. Lamskaz knows that that inside the box run is coming. And what is the goalkeeper supposed to do in that position? A complete outplay worthy of a grand finalist.
Well, that's exactly the problem for the goalkeeper. And I talked earlier about Senza jumping for joy to his top right when he had two defenders in front of him. The problem that Lawmaster had there wasn't any defenders in front of him. No one was going to be blocking that shot. No one's blocking this shot either. Over the top and cleared away nicely. But as I say, I've got no problem with Lawmaster diving there because, as you rightly say, what's he meant to do? It's a free shot. He's got to try and make the save. And it ends up not working out. It's not worked out there for LS Karma. And HZX are coming forwards again down this right side. Eekson will work it back to Snow. And everything just calms down a little bit. It's a great interception there, but not really anything more doing. And Lolmaster collects for HZX.
If you're not first, you're last in this tournament. The full €100 and the opportunity for an extra 50 against DSQ does very much depend on this game. As Karma can take it now, but HZX have been fighting, though that ball not reached by Jaeger. He has stepped up. And we have seen him move into those offensive positions before and bear fruit. Not this time. That was another rather shaky one. Lolmaster trying to fake out our observer, I think, here in the corner.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if that continues. I doubt it. As Lolmaster now takes this one. Hayder has got a nice ball to Snow, and oh my goodness, flashes it across goal. And I really thought Heekson might have been able to get on the end of it, but he can't. And now the counter-attack is coming. Lamskaz has got a player over, but it's a great block by Jaeger, who I know he's been one of your defensive MVPs of the entire tournament, proving again why he's so highly regarded.
He's so tough to beat in those one-on-one positions. We've spoken before about how those ground dives especially have been made increasingly more difficult to dive in for. You don't see slide tackles. You need to be a bit more intelligent with your stands. You've got to be smart with your passes as well. When Hayder almost getting in the way, Frozen, the anchorman looks to take it forward, and that was a knock across, I believe, from a HZX player, almost giving it away to what would have been the tournament winner.
Here we go again. Second OT in as many games. HZX, they have started to figure out LS Karma. They've started to block a lot of their offensive prowess. All down the line. Opportunity just on the edge of the area, but neither man is going to make it. And Jaeger goes all the way back to his goalkeeper. It's simply a matter of keep the ball. Don't take the silly passes. This is nice. Snow flicking it up, edge of the area, headed on again. Oh, neither man is there, and there's an overhead kick, and it's gonna be a game number 5 in the grand final. It was absolute pandemonium on a defensive side for LS Karma here. The ball headed up and headed up again, and then a bench off the backboard is enough to confuse the goalkeeper, set up the freebie, and we go to that fabled game 5.
It's not the first mistake. It's the last that dictates the game. A double commit and the keeper diving early for a play that I thought was 1 past 2 extra. But they're able to make it happen. Jaeger bangs it off that back wall. There are two players an option that could have just stroked that one into the back of the net, and they do. An unbelievable way to end today's action. Game 5, Grand Finals. Could you pick a better script? It is a reverse sweep on the brooms snapped by Ellis Karma.
Goodness gracious me. And I can see the chat is starting to fill up now as people are joining, and unfortunately people are leaving the server, which means that we have still got some time until this final game of the competition, folks. It's, oh my goodness, 2-0. LS Karma looks so good out the traps, looks like it was going to be theirs to lose, but in the end, I mean, HZX, you got to give them credit. 2 OT victories. They've got the ice. You can't deny that. LS Karma simply don't. And so going to game 5, does that favor HZX, Pegasus?
I mean, the momentum is all their way, and it's going to be about if LS Karma can keep their heads screwed on as well. I mean, it's still a rather young esport. There haven't been many tournaments organised for this higher level of gameplay. So this is going to be one of those real tests for these players to see if, frankly, they can deal with it moving forward. Because facing the back of a reverse sweep, I mean, there are esports that are decades, years old now, where players have been in those positions many times before. I'm not sure if the same can be said about LS Karma.
Well, I don't know if it can either, and that's going to be a concern, but it does look like we are getting into it. Our observer is hyped, and we hope you are hyped as well. Everything comes down to 6 minutes of rematch. It is game number 5 in the grand final of the DSQ Cup. And I'm hoping I haven't done this intro to not get the game. We do have everyone in the lobby. It's HZX versus LS Karma for all the marbles. 100 euros on the line, Pegasus. Let's play some rematch.
We have kickoff, and there couldn't be 2 more deserving teams in the grand finals. The meta definers of HZX and LS Karma with their dynamic, beautiful rematch gameplay, stealing our eyes away with pure aesthetics into this grand final spot. Every single goal, every single decision, every little bit of power put behind the ball has that extra bit of weight to it. How's your bottle? Can you keep your heart rate down? And all eyes, of course, are going to land on those goalkeepers already forced out here for Lowmaster.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jaeger, he's going to work this across to the right-hand side. Free shot, and it goes over the bar. There was no one at the back post to convert for HZX. And now Snow, back post again, this time dealt with by Lamskaz, doing a job in defense, which we know is certainly not his favorite part of the field to be playing in. But he does make a good block there. And now HZX have to build again. Lolmaster, loads of room there as well. Edge of the area, opportunity for Hickson! Oh! The opening goal of game 5 goes to HZX.
And he must have been sniffing that hitbox there. Lemkas thought he was in the right position, but it was a slight bit of space there for Hickson, where he's able to sneak that across into that far post. It's a disastrous way to take that first goal of the game. And Senza has been a traditional shot stopper for rematch. He's going to find that one unfortunate to get out of his way, but Senza now going to have to step forward. Pops his E to try and get as much power behind that as possible, but he's been called out once again. It's happened too often. It happens at the worst time possible. 2-0 down. The final game still to be played. How do you recover?
Oh no. Oh dear. That could not happen at a worse time. We know it's already happened minimum of twice tonight because we've seen them here on the DSQ Esports stream. But I mean, When will it end, Robbie? Nyzen on the left side. Pings it across. Is that one-touch play that we love to see from LS Karma? They're still playing with freedom. But at this point, 2-0 down in a grand final, you don't really want to be playing free. You don't really want to be playing like nothing matters, because everything matters. It all comes down to this. And Snow is going to try and maybe put the nail in the coffin. Back post headed away. And Lamskaz has an opportunity to break for LS Karma.
And he's so good with these dribble plays, but Snow is able to step in at that right time. Lolmaster will pick that ball up. There is now approaching half of the game remaining. And if one team can do it, why can't the other? It's that typical Sunday League cliche, but it's going to the back post. 3 goals would surely be the death certificates. But Nyzen catches this ball, but Jaeger had saved that E for the recovery and uses it so well to recover back to Lolmaster.
And we can breathe a little bit. It was a frantic start to game 5, that's for sure. But the pace has slowed right down, which suits HZX. Ball into the middle, headed on, back post. And Senza, when called upon now, he makes the all-important play. He takes his time, finds Frozen down the right, and Frozen, for all of the good work he's been able to do tonight to beat so many defenders, can't get around there. He's going to be given another opportunity. Picks the ball up, looking for the back post, headed away by 2 HZX players. Lamskaz tries to knock it around the side.
Oh.
He's got the ball back still, takes these shots, does Nyzen. And it's not enough. And the counter is here. And there's a chance. One Hader flicks it up. Shoots. Oh, he hit the post. That could have been it.
No. Looked like Senza was beaten completely. But still able to hold on. Pick every push. Pick every pass. Pick every shot. 2 minutes remaining. You need 2 goals for OT, LS Karma. Otherwise, the reverse sweep nightmare comes into reality. Lamskaz trying to dribble past. 2 options at that back post. However, the defender acted there as the first. Senza chased here, and I've noticed that HZX always have when Ada really pressing high. Even despite having to only hold down these 2 games, Frozen able to pick it across. Typically the deeper set man. But we've seen how those types of players can still make the difference. When Hader is able to cherry pick that cash, pops an EE. We've seen him go for individual plays before. This time, just taking his moment outside the box. Just has to burn down the clock. And that is professional.
That's game management. Talked about it a couple of times tonight. It's absolute game management. It's not anymore, though. From their goalkeeper, Lolmaster got it wrong. And now Nyzen backboard opportunity. Lolmaster makes up for those mistakes. And finds an immediate outball to One Hader, and I think he's going to do the same thing again. Lovely fast cut back inside. Couple more. Takes a shot, but he knows it doesn't really matter too much. 45 seconds. LS Karma have to press the go button now. Lamskaz, ball in. Near post. Beautiful from Nyzen. Is there a grandstand finish?
And in a game where it felt like their finger was shaking on a hair trigger and shots were being forced too early, it's a moment of calm once more for Nyzen. 1 touch to beat 3. The net is open. The keeper is tested. Senza passes. And there is 30 seconds left. Can the miracle of the DSQ Cup be pulled off in their inaugural events?
Oh, I mean, we'll find out. Senza puts himself in an awkward position. And this could be it. And it is. And it had to be again, didn't it? Senza with a mistimed, miscalculated pass out to the right wing this time. It comes right back the other way. And he's not able to make it back to goal in time. The game continues. But unfortunately, 2 goals is just too much. And there is the tackle that wins HZX the grand final, the 100 euros, and most importantly, the DSQ Cup.
What a way to have our first grand finals for this tournament. This cannot be the only one, but this will certainly secure its spot in history. Not just for being the first, but undoubtedly one of the best for a very, very long time. HZX ready, aimed, and fired at LS Karma's Achilles heel. It took 2 games to work out, but it was a big 3-in-a-row finish to see them take this championship. We called them meta-defining. We saw how they could respond to the patch notes. Here's how they respond to their opposing sides as well. An excellent showcase. An excellent performance. What a day of rematch.
I mean, this is a lovely goal from Nice and take nothing away from it, but when it mattered most, I mean, there are going to be a lot of fingers pointing at a certain player on the side of LS Karma, and we don't want to feed that flame, but at the same time, as casters, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about it. 2 misplaced passes by Senza meant that LS Karma conceded 2 goals they simply didn't need to concede, and Pegasus, they lost the final by, guess what, 2 goals. And you just think, if they don't happen, where do we go from there? What is the result of that grand final? It's a really tough thing to take, but give absolute credit to HZX because they were able to read those passes. They would be able to read those plays. They were able to take advantage of the opportunity that they'd been gifted. And they've been gifted a reverse sweep in the grand finals. Congratulations to HZX.
It doesn't even feel real when you say it out loud, but I feel like the main comparison can be made on the pitch we saw before us. Of course, on one side, you of course have the goalkeeper sending it out a bit too early on a lot of those occasions, but on the opposing end, you have the cool, calm, composed LOL master who showed you, I mean, prime time how to shot stop. Timed his dive so well, and the only times he was really caught out too early is when he was left isolated in the defense, and he just has to make that decision. In those other moments, especially when he had the likes of Jaeger and Snow right alongside him, you didn't see them with too many issues, and it had to be these immense outplays from LS Karma to try and flip that script. But whilst one team had those fundamentals in place and the other one had these little brief glimpse moments, we see the fundamentals take real chance. And as much as I do say the fundamentals, they're the fundamentals now that HCX have done it.
Trendsetters, meta definers, DSQ Cup champions, HZX, a lot of words to describe them. And actually, we hope that none of you have switched off. I think a few people have. We should have mentioned this sooner because the rematch isn't done for the night, folks. We have got one final game. One final game for HZX to be able to add on to their winnings. They've won €100 so far. But coming up after this break, they have an opportunity to win €150 for their night's work. Find out how in a moment. We'll see you soon. back, everybody, to the DSQ Esports Twitch channel. Rhino and Pegasus still with you. And before we get on to what I talked about a little bit before the break, we actually have an interview with one of the players from HZX. He is the defensive stalwart of the team, a phenomenal defender in his own right. Pegasus is going to be fangirling all over the place as we welcome Jaeger to the stream. Jaeger, welcome. How are you feeling after that final?
I'm feeling quite amazing. Obviously, when you go down 2-0 and it's a final, and then you somehow, with focus and believing in the team, etc., and mental resetting, you come back with such a huge setback. There was a lot of mental issues. We're very tilted because we didn't get any priors and we didn't get our stress going on. So it's very relieving going out of a game that's very tight like this, you know.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah, of course, you had your stylistic differences as well. You especially, I felt like, had the most development from the beginning of that series to the very end. Typically, I saw you as more of an anchor defender for HZX. You were playing a lot deeper. It was typically you and LOL Master as those two last players standing back, but it felt like there was a little bit of a dynamic shift later where actually you were the defensive-minded player who stepped up a bit more, and it was Snow who more took on that deep set spot. What caused that change in gameplay, and was it conscious and immediately deliberate?
Okay, so the thing is, we have our main way of playing is going very fast during counterattacks because it surprises all the teams that we play. And in a lot of situations, there are cases where I instantly, you can see it when I play, I instantly go push one of the players going from the wing. And if I don't get the block, I know Snow is going to go down and take my spot, and Higson is gonna switch as well. And during those moments, if we get the ball, that we do most of the time, it's instantly going forwards to either me or Juanita, and then we just play from this position. And yeah, there were some cases where I was a bit more forward, but that's with the flow of the game, you know, anything can happen. And in some situation, you need to take responsibility and call for the team, okay, I'm going up. And this is for Snow, that he knows he needs to stay back.
Interesting. So felt a bit more natural, and you were able to pick up a quick goal actually as a result, and that's what really felt like it got the ball rolling for the team a little bit later as time progressed. But a big conversation surrounding HZX, your team specifically, is your style of play, especially defensively, and how your offensive men do stay forward. We noticed a little bit earlier in today's broadcast with a bit more of a lower placing teams, let's just say, in the tournament, there was a bit of a three men bunch up in the box when they did play defensively, whereas you guys were more likely out of anyone to leave two offensive players forward to cherry pick and play a little bit zonal defensively and experiment a bit more with the buffs that came to defensive priority recently. What is that process like when a new patch comes out and you do have to somewhat change the game plans that allows HZX to respond so quickly to rematches' ever-changing landscape?
Okay, so as soon as we get any changes going on and we're aware of it, we instantly go practice it and see how we can maximize the benefits from it. So before the new patch, I was more of a very safe. Let's say like this. I used to always keep the ball for the team, and then we set up afterwards. But now with the patch, that's making it 100 times better for the priors on the defense. We adapted, we played like this beforehand, but more down because it was very risky to play like this. But now with the new priors and the new meta going on, changing a little bit, we can confidently play like this without any problems. And playing two in the back is not a problem for us because we trust a lot our defensive backline and our keeper. And in some cases, if we feel like we're getting overwhelmed, of course Snow is going to go down and he's going to help us a little bit with the defense if it's really tight. But most of the case, we will be dealing without any issues the three-man attack when we're defending into the back.
Very well put. Very well put. Thank you very much, Jaeger. I've got one more question for you, and then we can watch you play one more time tonight. Very excited for that. But before that does happen, we got to ask you, what does the future look like for HZX? What are your plans for the coming weeks, the coming months? Where do you want HZX to get to?
As of now, we want to cement ourselves as the best team in Europe. We know that we're in the top 3, but we're not top 1 because top 1 means you need to be consistent. We're not consistent right now. We had a lot of, before this tournament, we ended up 4th place, like 3rd place, 2nd place. So we want to settle ourselves as like the best team in Europe, participate in all the tournaments that are up there. We want to really leave our print in the scene and last as long as possible, up until the pro scene becomes official in the game. And yeah, we have a long-term vision regarding the game. Even in the lowest, even in the highest, we will be there. And hopefully, if we don't get any problems in the intern or any problems in general, we should still be on the scene for a long period of time.
That's a great mindset to have. Only growth for HZX. You heard it here first. Your DSQ Cup champions. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us, Jaeger, and we wish you all the best in your next game.
Thank you, guys. I wishing you all the best for you, and enjoy the show much, guys.
Thank you so much. That was Jaeger from our DSQ Cup champions, HZX. They have 100 euros locked in, Pegasus, but they've got the opportunity to get themselves an extra 50 quid in the back pocket.
First of all, if Jaeger has 0 fans, I am no more. What a
what a lovely
spoken
guy. He's still here.
I can see why he does.
He's not leaving.
Go join your team, Jaeger. Go join your team. You weren't supposed to hear that. I'm embarrassed now. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed now. He wasn't supposed to hear that until afterwards. But no, so well spoken. Can see why he does it for the team. But love to hear the drive of the players as well. No matter what the landscape looks like for Rematch, still looking to stick around. But he wants to be one of the best teams in the world. So heading up to the show match where DSQ are one of the best teams in Europe with recent performances, starting to slip towards their way, and in fact one of the organisers of this tournament being on the pitch as well. A lot of pressure, dare I say, on DSQ to actually hold their lines, because I must say, we spoke about it before the stream started. I'm going to say it on stream as well.
Okay.
The absolute ego for DSQ to host an entire tournament and say your reward is 100 euros and a show match against us is kind of crazy, but I see the vision. I see the vision.
I see the vision as well. The problem is, have the DSQ players been warming up? That's what I want to know, because I guarantee you, Aziz certainly hasn't. So it's going to be an interesting one to see exactly what happens, but we are going to be just about ready to hit the go button on this show match. It's a 10-minute show match here, the winner of which, as we've mentioned, obviously, if it is going to be HCX, they will add an extra 50 euro to their prize pool. But Pegasus, it's going to be DSQ Esports versus HCX in the final game of the evening. A little bit of pressure off. Pressure more on HCX, I think. But at the same time, it's just a game to sit back, watch, and enjoy, I think. So enjoy this show match between the organizers and the champions.
Lots of pressure here on Aziz as well. Looking at him, I'm expecting either a performance of Iron Robin or John Joe Shelby. Either way, he's pulled all his hair out. But it looks like that players are getting themselves into the lobby. Hopefully, we won't have to restart this game. It is going to be 10 minutes, by the way, as our format.
Going to have to, by the way.
Best of one is going to be the long haul, and that long haul is further extended because, like you said, we are having to recreate. But by the way, what luck did we have for that best of 5 in the grand finals, where our only real pause, I must say, I kind of appreciated it between game 4 and game 5. Gave us a bit more time to hype up the series and didn't, frankly, take the mickey.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, absolutely. It was a stark difference between the semi-final and the grand final, let's put it that way, with how servers were going. But we're going to look to try and get the show match back underway. We have got a lobby reset. Of course, it wouldn't be the DSQ Cup without one more lobby reset before the night is over. So we will get this going for you as soon as we can. The lobby has been remade, and we can start things very, very shortly. But Pegasus, I think it's important. I apologize if you mentioned this earlier, but I think it's important to remind people as well the very important rule in this show match, and that is you are not allowed to have 4 defenders in the box. We are banning that from this show match. Not allowed all 4 defenders in the box, as is said by Meta. So teams are going to have to think of other, more intelligent, let's say, ways of making sure their opponents don't score.
Frankly, I don't actually think that changes the gameplay all that much for HZX, who already play such an exciting gameplay where they can have 2 players press up. I'm also unsure if 4 defenders in the box does count the goalkeeper, but we've got our first few touches. The match can begin. The DSQ Cup for the first time featuring DSQ.
Yeah, so Reggie's going to pick this one up. He's now playing to Ilmi, who's going to play one of the centre-backs. And he plays that ball through, actually. Shining Prince now. Reggie on that right side. It's a greedy bench, but nothing more. Actually, Reju still keeps possession of the ball, and Jaeger ends up clearing away the wonderful interviewee who I think everyone has fallen in love with here on the DSQ stream.
Absolutely. Well, Maida looked like he had space at that front post. Instead, it goes to Heegson. They're doing a little bit of a back and forth. They seem unsure who wants to collect the ball here. After you. No, after you. No, after me! From Heegson! And that is why the rule was added.
The defense absolutely put on toes. Fast cut, fast cut, fast cut, finish. It's that simple, folks. If you can pull off the mechs, you can pull off the goals. And HZX are one step closer to earning an extra €50 and DSQ. Well, they're going to be wondering why they put up this wager in the first place.
First minute vote, sorry, of a 10-minute match. They've got plenty of time to grab that one back ball across here to Skula. Don't really know what to expect from these DSQ boys. Header to the back post, but Surigiu can't get that one over. It's a nice little cut back there from Ilmi. It's a quick turn there from Rigiu to beat his first man. Snow takes control instead of his goalkeeper, who was forced out of position, but Karma defeats. Able to get it over when Hayden's been able to open up the scoring, and they are absolutely styling on them.
Well, when you make silly agreements, you win silly prizes. There's something like that. That ball over the top, and you know what? We're going to get a replay again. A second replay. Love to see that from production as we now move across the field. DSQ trying to save face in this game, it's fair to say, but HZX with the hot hands have won 3 games back-to-back, and they might catch DSQ out the same way they caught LS Karma. Not this time. Aziz quick to recover.
HZX are really feeling themselves, but hold on, Ilmi. Go for the quick cut himself. Skula once more for the back post, and they've been playing for it the entire game. It's the first time they have found the back of the net. It was well connected on the end of it. And there are so many moments where we've spoken about these balls across and said that they have to be pure perfection. That one certainly was. DSQ showing themselves for the first time in this match.
Really thought Lolmaster was actually going to get down to that ball, but in the end, shot comes through from Shining Prince. There's an opportunity at the other end, but he now makes a defensive play. Reggie will collect for DSQ and now spark the counter-attack, but his pass to Shining Prince isn't good enough. Shining Prince still able to make that challenge, and now Reggie, a fast cut to try and break down the field, finds the switch across to Ilmi. He's got Skula in some space, decides to cut back, and now Aziz will scan the field. Goes down the line to the back post. Shining Prince again, blocked away this time by HZX.
They really do love that back post, and DSQ don't see them really play it along the ground close. They love these long balls, and they can be hard to calculate, but they've passed so far. Lolmaster getting a little back and forth here. Not really sure what's going on.
I think
in this
someone's
instance.
gone, yeah.
Oh, goodness. There was indeed. Lolmaster has just left the match. We are going to, I believe, recreate the matchup or wait for someone to reconnect to the pitch. It's unfortunate, but ladies and gentlemen, someone asked us to say it before, Rhino. This is rematch.
Certainly is, and I actually think, yeah, it is someone from HZX. I'm just trying to figure out who. There he is. Sorry, it was Lolmaster. Yeah, he disconnected. He has reconnected, and I guess we will just get things back underway as expected. So maybe a minute lost of the show match, but either way, HZX going to try and take this advantage immediately, as they do end up going all the way back to Lolmaster. So we're back in, folks. We will continue with the show match as is. 2-1 to HZX.
And saw him going back and forth, and for a second there I thought, no, not again, but that's just how he likes to play in defense. Consistently flicking that stick. That's the net left open. You don't see that often from Lolmaster, but that one couldn't stay below the bar. Bounces its way over, and that was DSQ's free opportunity to get an equalizer. That one, though, not as clear-cut as it initially looked.
And I actually think DSQ, although they might not have the hot hands, they are starting to warm into the game. We've now played 5 minutes, well, minus that extra minute. You know, we've played a little while of rematch, and I think it's coming back to them now, but that's an opportunity. Ball to the back post once again, headed on. Jaeger, I thought he was going to follow that through, decided not to. And Heekson wasn't in position either. Reju on the right, probably looking for Shining Prince as the ball goes to the back post once more. But it's blocked away by Snow. Another opportunity, edge of the area. Snow again, putting his body on the line for HZX.
And it was such a wonderful pass inside once more, but now the defensive capabilities are there to match. Now is HZX with an option at the back post. Ilmi wants to play for space. That one doesn't quite lock onto his player. Pops an EE as well. He's able to recover when Hader is waiting inside. Jaeger and Snow are stepping back, but it's Redu who's got a little bit of space moving forward. He was off the shoulder of the last defender. No offsides in rematch, but that one still maintained on. Back post doesn't go on target. Has to be recovered by Skula. Back to square one.
Got to start feeling like DSQ must have more in the playbook than play to the back post where Shining Prince is, surely, right? But that is all we're seeing right now. Skula intercepting once again. Shining Prince might be able to cut this one off. Heekson will clear the ball down the line, much to the chagrin of our observer. Now Heekson trying to get back in front again. And Juan Hader will go all the way back. Snow taking some time through the middle. Lovely ball to Heekson. Flicks it over the top. Now flicking forwards. Juan Hader not in a position to collect. DSQ will try to build again. Still 4 minutes left of this game.
Hold on, now it's Skula at a back post now, and he guesses what DSQ are going to play for. It was actually near post. It's still Shining Prince, and it is another save for Lolmaster's repertoire. Such a consistent goalkeeper. It's very rare that you see him make a mistake where you can put the blame upon himself. It's gorgeous tiki-taka, though, for the moment here from HCEX, though. Once they tried to work it in the box, there was a defender waiting. Not too many, though. As per the rules stated, Reju's at that far post, has Shining Prince near, but you can see that late run coming in from Skula, but Reju wants to take it alone for a few seconds longer. It rifles its way back out. Reju absolutely sends his first man, is chaining all these cuts as well, but back in the corner, Skula, that's going to be an instant ball in. Shining Prince for the far post, but Lolmaster's reaction time is just too darn good.
Does very much feel at the moment, doesn't it, like Shining Prince is the only outlet that DSQ have, and maybe that's all they need! Shining Prince has stepped up after DSQ Esports went 2-0 down. He's put them on his back. He cuts out that crossfield pass, and he buries it into the left-hand side of the goal. And suddenly DSQ are back, 2-2.
And he played it so simple. A lot of times in those 1v1s, we see people play for blades, they play for greedy benches and the like. That time, just an EE and a rifle into the back of the net got the job done. And actually caught off Lolmaster, which is no easy feat whatsoever. They've got an opportunity to do it yet again. If Reju can find a pass inside, but Heekson simply gets there first, and now it's Jaeger from the midfield, takes it across with a switch here to Snow. The two defensive players come together, find the sole attacker, but that won't break the lines.
Oh, what a surprise. A cross ball to the back post. Never seen that before in this show match. Goodness gracious me. Ilmi playing the ball across to Aziz, who starts to figure out a way through. Got Reju on the right. Shining Prince now going to take up that position. Ball off the backboard. It's a bench. Skula, Shining Prince, back post. Reju in the middle.
Ooh.
Good clearance away. There's another opportunity. Skula took a bit of a pot shot from the corner of the box. And in the end, it was blocked away. Great work by Jaeger that time to keep the scoreline at 2-2. And that crossfield ball is beautiful. Heekson keeping the ball up. Now looking for the shot. Blocked away by that man again, Shining Prince.
Shining Prince might be the big man on the pitch. Just send it back post if he's there. If he's in defense, he's been able to clear it out as well. That's a slide tackle though to Ada, and Shining Prince has had to play patient. Gets that later block, but still possession on the side of HGX. Schooler though gets that one killer touch. EE's both popped from either players. And with the matching momentum, they're going to have to play it back from their own defences. 1.5 minutes left of what has been a 10-minute total game. Only 1 minute interrupted. Ball to the back post once more. Doesn't reach the attacker. And now this is a dangerous counter. Hold on. This is defender Snow. 1v2. Takes it across while Hader gets it to Heekson. And I thought there would be another roaming player there at that right wing. But no, just a heavy ball that Snow has to recover.
Yeah, that greedy bench again doesn't work. But this time it does. And it's going to be Ilmi who has to get up for the ball, and there's 60 seconds left then. Still all square. HZX went 2-0 up, and DSQ have come back to 2-2, and it's sounding all too familiar from the grand final, just the other way round. Here's an opportunity for HZX to maybe send DSQ packing. It's not going to happen. Ball down that right side. Jaeger gets in the way.
Oh.
He will decide to just go back into a defensive position, tries not to follow through, and I don't mind that decision at all. 30 seconds, and we'll see if we can find a winner in regulation.
We're approaching golden territory now. Surely the next goal, the decider. Curious whether Ilmi is going to keep us in the defensive area. Play for last shot instead. Just decides to pull the trigger. Rejuvo has to recover off the back of Jaeger. Already popped his EE and has been sprinting ever since. Is it going to have that one recovered? Aziz, though, will start it from his own lines over to Ilmi when Ada's having to chase him. And this is where they're going to play for last shot now. Ball forward. It's not going to be the shutdown attempt they were looking for instead. One Hader with options on the other side. Completely beats his man. He's sent to the shops. There's a diving player as well of Shining Prince, but still not looking to force it through.
Don't mind that at all. Played it forwards. Didn't have any stamina, so just goes home. Now this one off the backboard will be higher than every player in the box. DSQ going to try and reset. Blocked by Van Hayden nicely. Heekson tries to get in front, and they've actually won the ball back. Base on this right-hand side. Snow pops it up, maybe looking for the blade shot, but it's well blocked away by DSQ. They will try and build once again. They've been under all sorts of pressure. Aziz now very much under pressure, but he finds a beautiful pass out to the right with Reju. Now it's Skula. Acres of space on the left side. Shining Prince left all alone. Reju to Shining Prince, headed away by Van Hayden for now.
Ilmi once more from his own defences. This time plays it down the line to Reju. Shining Prince, that star man, is stepping forward, but it goes across to Skula. Well saved, and now it's a huge recovery required from DSQ Esports. The grand finalists, do they have the shot? Worth 50 euros. That's wide. No one there to initially collect either. That ball's going to be sent all the way back, and Longmaster, for a second, I thought was caught off guard.
This man caught off guard only once, and it didn't even really count. Van Hayden looks for that on ball to Heekson. Heekson out in the corner, looking for this one now to go all the way back. And as per, you know, it just seems to be the way. If you're not happy with what you see in front of you, there's always an option to go backwards. And HCX using that to their advantage now as Lolmaster switches the play again. Jaeger lets that one hit the post. Now puts the accelerator down. Snow in the right corner, trying to bring it back, but immediately challenged by Skula, and DSQ have an opportunity now to counter. It's a chance for a 2-on-1. Reju just waiting at the back post, crosses to Ilmi instead. DSQ might go to reset. No, backboard, bench. Reju trying to find this one now, cutting back and forth, trying to get those fast cuts, but in the end, again, doesn't see what he likes, so goes back.
And there's no punishment for doing so. Defense was already well set. And I thought that was the game ender.
Wow.
Double scissor across the length of the pitch, but Ilmi just about gets there. By the way, not the goalkeeper at all for DSQ.
No, and we were almost talking about Aziz like we were earlier with the LS Karma keeper, but not this time. Snow on the right side, can't get past Skula. Now going to look for an opportunity to try and do the same, but they look for the reset. Goes across field. Lolmaster gets to the ball. He's got YoYo down the line in acres of space. Does find him. Past the edge of the area.
No.
That shot from Heekson might be one that he won't want to watch back.
Certainly, if they concede on the counter-attack as well, it's Riju on back post. Who would have thought? Blocked though by Snow. Unfortunately, had one of the defensive titans of the roster to try and beat. There's the other Jaeger. All across. The two come together, and now there are options on the long ball here. With Heekson at the back post instead, goes to YoYo, allows him to play that pass, but that's given time for Ilmi to recover. Slight tackle though coming out. Snow popping his E to get close. Has Jaeger as an option on the other side instead. Goes straight to the striker, but that push header isn't going to see them make any space. Instead, read you. My goodness. Tight gameplay to open up the space, and now this ball is all DSQ's.
Certainly is, and we've already played about 14 minutes. Back post again. Shining Prince doesn't win the prio battle. We mentioned earlier that it had been nerfed, and actually YoYo might be able to get on the end of this one. Not quite.
Oh.
Ilmi will collect. Oh my goodness, actually he's done it! Oh, the pass across field simply wasn't good enough from DSQ. They've picked his pocket, and HZX add 50 euros to their prize fund off the back of Snow.
Worth 1 goal for HZX. Worth 50 euros in their pockets, however. And the mistake that won them the grand final has won them the show match as well. That was a gorgeous little play from Heekson. I mean, I know we don't have a goal of a tournament reward, but that certainly is up there for me. You don't see many moments where people take it individually low. I mean, you see a few volleys on the header where they just kind of seal dribble it around the defense, and in all fairness, HCX especially are pretty strong at that. But there was something about keeping it on the floor, going for those constant quick cuts and blindsiding the defender that for me made all the difference. That last goal, however, certainly not making my list.
No, I would suggest it probably doesn't make many people's lists. For sure. It's definitely something that they should do, because, I mean, there are so many good goals scored in this tournament. Let's get a compilation together. Let's get the DSQ admins on it. I'm sure they'll be able to figure it out. But Pegasus, we are going to shut this one down. 150 euros now going to HZX. Well deserved. How do you feel the first DSQ Cup has gone?
Perfect. I mean, absolutely perfect, especially when it comes to the gameplay side. Well, when it comes to the gameplay side, let's keep it at that. Okay.
All right,
Grand finals. What more could you ask for? Two deserved teams to be there, a reverse sweep to get it done, and for the show match, sure, we lost a minute of it, but we had a 4-minute OT, so actually we didn't lose any time whatsoever, which also brought a great smile to my face. And as well, rematch tournaments, Rhino, do not happen all that often. So when they do, they should be cherished all the same. And this was certainly an event to remember.
It certainly was, and there were so many people behind the scenes putting this event together that we do, of course, want to thank. Firstly, our production team, first for Pegasus, for myself, for Kiki as well. We've enjoyed casting this event so much. For our producer, Smudi, working behind the scenes, and the Observer for a majority of the event, as well as Hazza coming in at the last moment to provide you all of those wonderful replays and cinematic shots that he's so well known for in the scene. And then, of course, we also have to thank Aziz and Skula for organizing the DSQ Cup. Without those two, this event simply wouldn't be happening. So thank you guys so much. And of course, the owner of DSQ as well, co-owner as far as I know, YoYo as well, for helping out wherever he can, being the man behind all of the graphics and everything that's happening behind the scenes. We would very much also like to thank every single team who joined us tonight for the DSQ Cup. 32 of you came out on a Sunday evening to compete for 100 euros, and we appreciate each and every one of you. And then, of course, it's everyone at home, everyone watching the stream. Thank you so much for taking time out of your Sunday to watch some Rematch Esports. We will be back soon, I hope, on the DSQ Esports channel with some Rematch, because this game is so much fun. It might not be polished, it might not be perfect, but I tell you what, it has some exciting moments that I want to share with the world, and we hope you want to see. Thank you so much for joining us in the inaugural DSQ Cup. It's been an absolute pleasure for everyone here at DSQ. We will see you next time. Take care. We'll see all of you there.
Bye.